Hey, y'all. Okay, we are going to get into what recently has happened with the plaintiffs and the recent filing that they did. And then we're going to continue on our look back at what connects at night Tony Mathis, Seth Rogers, and the team. How are you guys all doing today? I keep thinking it's Wednesday. It's only Tuesday. What you guys all up to today? We're going to have an alarm go off here in a few. So don't be shocked or alarmed if you hear some beeping. It's just my oven. I made 6 loaves of banana bread, trying to get everything done before I take off. Hey, CJK. Hey, Anna, Pika, Forever Army, Anti-Nuclear Chemical, Biological, Green Rat, Aries. What the hell? Those names are so long. Hey, OG Shorty, Adrian, Steph, Liberty Farmer. We're outside for a minute. It's windy, though. Hey, Chai. Hey, Smiles. Coffee Addicts, Mercedes Girl, Three Sides 360, Shauna M, Cotton Candy, Pesty Patty, Sis, you should have been a detective, Moxie's mom, Dreams, Row to Row, hey Sheila, Young Wheezy. Oh, there goes the wind gusts. Here they come. Hey Half Pint, hey Angel. I'm going to finish the cigarette and then we'll go in. Rubber Ramada, Betty MCW, Cheryl, Margaret Allen, love from the United States. You're going to change your name to Orkin. Just be prepared. You'll get reported. People around here don't like pest control or bugs. Or how dare you kill any type of bugs? Oh my God. And if you think I'm joking, I'm not. All right, let's go in. Let me finish this cigarette right quick. How's your guys' day going? You're my overachieving. Teresa, I've been up since 2:30 this morning. I could not sleep last night. And so now I'm just at the point of like doing anything to keep my mind occupied. And I had some bananas that I needed to use up. So I was like, fuck it. I went showered, redid. Oh, it's really windy. Oh, there goes those wind gusts. We're getting these like wind bursts that are just pains in the asses. I tried to lay down and take a nap. Didn't work. Gave up. Went and showered, redid my lashes. Then I came downstairs. Threw together some banana bread. Did some work this morning. I have a couple busy months coming up. Sounds like I'll be flying a few times in the next couple months. And I'm not really. I mean, this one is good. Well, actually, the next one might be good too, depending on. But just crazy stuff going on over here. Okay, Kiki is going to try and sit on the computer. This is just how we're going to work this today, I guess. Look at my hair from being out there. I swear I showered. Now that when are you joining us today? He hasn't joined us in a while. You gonna show him your better side? You want to show him your better side? Hmm. Hmm. He's like, no, I just want to be right in your face. That's it. Hey, Aussie True Crime, Marcy. Hey, so if I sound a little bleh today, it's probably I'm not very comfortable. I'm having a hard time sitting, standing, pacing. Hey, Dreams. It's just because this one goes right in at the tailbone. Like they shoot like a softball size of fluid right in at your tailbone. Once it spreads out and like your body absorbs it, it goes away. But I have a ton of bruising. My whole ass crack is bruised. TMI, but it is what it is. But in a couple days, it'll be fine. Oh, I'm so glad, Mercedes girl, but I'm sure you are just trying to catch up on all sorts of stuff too. I look like shit today. Thank you, though. Hey, Music City Mom. It's just because I feel like shit. No, Susie Q, I will not touch the Gypsy Rose content because the anti-caters and Katie Joy touched that. I have a lot of opinions on Gypsy Rose. I've followed that for years and years and years, but I will not touch that content because of the people that do touch that content. Not worth my time or my headache. Hey, Mama J. Hey, Kraken. It's good to see you. You miss calling him Doc? Well, Hank fits him. You can't hear the wind while I'm inside now. Hey, Bex. Ooh. And I'm just getting whipped in the face with the tail. he's just right here with his ass in my face. Possibly 3 sides. I don't know. Do you guys want to start off with the filing? What's going on with that? Just kind of an update. Granny did a great live today. I suggest you go over and check it out. I'm just going to touch on what's going on because I've been hearing a lot of people say that it is an appeal on the anti-slap. That's not quite true. They're appealing the dismissal of the injunction, which came along with the anti-slap. So let's just do that really quick and then we'll get into the videos. So this is what is actually filed, the new filing. You can see all the same plaintiffs, same case number. We're going to scroll past that. The notice of the appeal right here. It says, notice is hereby given that plaintiffs at Night Media LLC, Dwayne Dog Chapman, Seth Rogers, Tony Mathis, Andrew Griffin, Brittany Nicole Jackson, Christina O'Donnell, Julia Valente, Hong Zi, Nick the Hat, hereby appeal to the Superior Court of Pennsylvania from the orders entered in the Court of Common Pleas in Delaware County on April 17th, 2025. This appeal is taken as a right of pursuant. From my understanding, though, just what I'm understanding, is it's premature on the filing. Now, we'll see how everything goes out. Again, highly suggest you follow Granny. She will be breaking all of the information that goes on because it's her case. And she knows exactly what's going on. So it's a notice of filings, notice of everything, attorneys, all the formalities, and then they attached what they are appealing. So it's the anti-slap filing is what they're appealing, but with that came the dismissal. So nothing shocking here, but there's no bond at this point that they had to put up. This is just the anti-filing or the anti-slap filing that they added into it. So we don't really know what'll happen here. They're gonna, of course, reject it or they'll file to have that appeal, taken care of. But it's not technically on the anti-slap ruling. It's the dismissal that went along with it, from my understanding. Now, I'm not a legal beagle advocate, anything like that. As you guys know, I'm just an asshole with the YouTube channels, a lot of opinions and some common sense at sometimes. I think so. Mercedes girl, I think they were expecting this. I'm sure they are expecting any and all games. It too will just go through the process. Nothing's shocking. But according to what Granny said, it's after talking to her attorney, it's premature. So there's steps that they will take. So again, if you have the extra means to do so, please support Granny and her support with her attorney, because it's just going to be ongoing, which is why we're going back in this timeline of things, because I want people To me, the most dangerous group around this situation is At Night Media and Tony Mathis. That is my personal opinions, and I'm entitled to those personal opinions based on their behavior. That's why the last couple of weeks, a lot of people have been giving me flack. Why are you still covering them? The slap's over. They won this lap. And I'm like, that's not the only thing these people are doing. Yes, it's huge. It's major. It's a problem. But people need to have it etched in their brains what these people have done to get to this point. What these people will continue to do every time there is a family, a victim, anything like that. I am more concerned about Tony Mathis and At Night Media and personalities like them getting attached to these cases than I am most content creators on YouTube. Most content creators expose themselves over time. There's a lot of these content creators that are plaintiffs that will never come back from what they've done here. These people cold call families. They seek out prey. They prey on victims and their families. They're concerning to me because there is no professional boundaries. There is nothing but lies, long trolling, harm that's being done. Oh my gosh. I didn't even. Mom J of 6, thank you so much. Seriously, thank you for the super sticker. That was really kind, or super chat. Thank you. That was very kind of you. Yeah, I owe you a button. What do you want to start off with? What do you guys want to start off with? Let's see. What do I have here? What do I even have on here? Oh, I'll dance. I haven't danced. That's me as Mrs. Doubtfire, by the way, if you don't know. They think it hurts my feelings. I love Mrs. Doubtfire. Kiki, if you don't get on with yourself, I don't think they will, Aries. And when I say they can't come back from this will forever be the legacy of Brittany, Betty, anybody that's a content creator. In my opinion, nobody's ever going to see them as credible. In fact, hold on. I was listening to something earlier while I was. Let me see if I can find it. Did she leave it up? She did. I'll open with this just because. Why not? These team members are problematic as fuck, though, if you ask me. Okay, let's see. There was something else she said right here. Give me 1 second. I got to find this timestamp. I wasn't going to even review any of this part, but I'll just open with this so I can explain to you what I'm thinking. So I've been talking about how BJ, the only way she really gets anything going is by doing drama. She cannot. She relies on the drama. She relies on the drama. It's just flat out what she relies on to pay her bills. She doesn't do very well in the true crime arena because she doesn't have any credibility. And I'm not saying that to be shitty. She just doesn't. She says everyone, oh, here you go. Here you fucking go. This is what I wanted. Here you go.
Citizen Sleuth, how are you? Lurking while you work. Do.
Oh, Jesus, Lord bless it. Why did I open there?
Do. Lurking while working, just lurking while you work. Lurk something. Shelly says they hate you, Brett, because you're so loved. Oh, Shelly, thank you. That's great. When
they hate you because you're so loved. Loved by who? People that I don't want to love me. Thank you. People who love bomb and it's fake as fuck.
It's free, right? No one is jealous, just observant. No, you're just obsessive. That's all, Wasteland. You people don't stop. You don't ever just do you ever think like have you ever even considered that you people act like I took your firstborn child? What did I do to you, Wasteland? Please tell me, what did I do to you? And spare me with the Rico, for God's sakes. Y'all give me everything I need for days. all of you have 100% proven that you're coming at me out of revenge for the RICO.
You're fucking ignorant as fuck. There has never been a time and place on this app that I came after you because of a RICO filing. Yes, did I detail the RICO filing? Absolutely, because the truth is important and the facts matter. And you used a missing child, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, and his vulnerable, grieving father, your words, not mine, to exploit a situation that you claimed had been going on for 3+ years. You used them, you exploited Sebastian being missing, his father, to take up a personal vendetta. I have been reviewing you for over 14 months alongside hundreds of others. You're not anything special over here, but there is no way, shape, or form, and you'll never be able to prove that I ever went after you over any type of RICO thing, because I've been reviewing your fucking disgusting ass for a long time before that. And it was nothing to do with revenge. The facts matter, the truth matters. And you are ignorant. Plain and simple. Nobody's jealous of you. What exactly do you have that somebody might be jealous of? Can you explain that to me? I guess maybe no bills. Maybe no bills, no job. But I'm not jealous of that because I can't imagine living the life you do. So again, I'm not jealous. I'm not jealous of the fact that you don't have a, well, no, never mind. There is nothing. There is absolutely nothing. But you just get on this app and you fucking lie. But listen to this.
So, I mean, that's the problem now. The whole oh my God, I'm not even going to go there. Trying to reach out to the courts to get help to stop the harassment, only to be harassed 10 times harder by all of her friends. Like, it's unbelievable. For anyone that would believe that group of people in their lives doesn't deserve to be a part of your channel. You're right. You're absolutely right.
You're not getting pushback because of what she's doing. You're getting pushback because every time you get reviewed, you go low and lower and lower until you get somebody on your fucking scummy level that they will go low with you. And then you, oh my God, look what they're doing to me. You started off. I can go back and detail everything you did to me, everything you accused me of, inciting CPS on you, going real life on you, none of which has ever happened, none of which you've ever been able to prove. In fact, at that time, you were having your fucking mods clip me saying I was threatening you. Never where I'd repost them and we'd laugh our asses off at you. It's the same wash, rinse, repeat. But you're not fooling anybody. Not at all. And you didn't ask a court to help you protect yourself. You and 9 other plaintiffs, including a supposed intelligence agency and a Z-list celebrity, made frivolous claims to a court, weaponizing a court system with stupid, blatant allegations of fucking what? What? Because the judge couldn't even figure out what you guys were trying to do. Nonsensical ramblings.
My goodness gracious. Wait a minute. Hold on. Nanny Sharon, thank you so much. Hold on. Shelly has been a member for 3 months. They hate you, Britt, because you're so loved. Reality Wins has been a member for 9 months. Holy moly, we made a baby. It's longer though. Hugs. Thank you so much, Reality. I appreciate it. That means the world to me, more than you know. It truly does. Thank you so much. 9 months. Yeah, it has been longer. Got a secret? Can you keep it? Says for 5 months. Thank you. Hey, Brittany and chat. Hey, got a secret? Can you keep it? Thank you so much for being here. That means so much to me. I appreciate it. Thank you for your support. All right, let's see. Salty Jojo Mama. Michelle Johnson, good to see you. Sam says, is it me or has chat been being read late on a lot of channels? I wonder if we're getting like a bad delay or something. Hold on, y'all.
Yes, there has been a delay. Even your guys' comments have been delayed lately. You know what? I'm not jealous of you. I can cook in my kitchen. It's clean enough to do that. Can you do that? I'm just wondering. Asking for me. Sorry, petty ass coming through. She's not paused.
Hold on. Y'all give me just a minute. I'll be right back.
Okay, Shelby Lynn. So how that'll work, the lawyer fees have been awarded. So who is paying the bill for an appeal? Pretty sure they are quite costly. So I'm not sure who's footing up the bill for them to file an appeal. I'm not really sure on that. As far as who's going to have, the girls are going to have to pay their attorneys to continue to represent them through this filing, to, get the appeal dismissed. That's what their goal has always been. And we're going to go back as soon as I'm done playing this. We're going to go right back into listening to Hong. So we've watched Tony when he came in. We've watched Nick, Dog, Castor. We're going to get into Lesniak, more Hong today, and then some more Tony and crew today too, which is really intriguing because they basically tell you why they're here. Creating probable cause to get somebody charged for Sebastian's disappearance and distractions. Mickey, thank you for being a member for 9 months. Okay, let's continue on. She's just got a couple more things to say. She's just so, there's nothing of substance here, even like for me to review right now. It's the same old wash, rinse, repeat. It's not me, it's everybody else. Poor her. Want. She's away from her computer.
It's on the backup channel, by the way. Might I add you? You guys are amazing. Thank you so much. And then we must have got lawsuits coming through with 5 memberships, which is, you guys, thank you so much because this is the second channel. And I have
Outer Banks. I got a question for you. It's good to see you again. The other day, Crime Time Buzz, that eyewitness that she had on, did you hear that? She thanked somebody by the name of Outer Banks for helping her. The eyewitness from Oregon did. Was that you or was that somebody else? I forgot to ask you that yesterday, and it's been on my mind.
I haven't went live a whole lot on this channel this month, so that really means a lot to me. If you were gifted a membership from Must Have Got Lost, please tell her thank you and welcome to the Gummy Squad. Thank you so much, Must Have Got Lost. Laura W. coming through with 8 months. Love you and your channel. I love you too, Laura. Thank you.
Jen, if you look up dog in Hawaii and look for, you'll find articles that locals have written. I think there's even possibly still a Reddit thread, but you will find articles if you deep dive dog being ran out of Hawaii and some of the things that he exploited in Hawaii. You'll find a lot of information. Tia, thank you so much for the gifted memberships. Y'all, welcome to the cabana. Thank you guys. Seriously, thank you.
You? Is it Laura or am I saying that right? Laura?
She needs drama. Nobody's really talking about her. Nobody really cares. So therefore, she's going to continue to poke. Well, I think somebody must have reviewed her recently. So she has something she's going after Trisha Talks in this one. So she's like, oh, I need somebody to poke at. And of course, Queen Bee, ultimately, she'll continue to poke at. But when you ice her out, she gets desperate and she starts poking at anybody and everybody because she makes more revenue off the drama than she does off of her true crime. She does not know how to do true crime. Period.
Laura, thank you so much. Lady Creations, good to see you. Speaking of making a baby, 9 weeks until my new grandbaby boy arrives. Congratulations, Lady Creations.
That's true.
That's amazing. That's exciting. What a blessing. How cool is that? Triggered. Oh my goodness. Thank you. Triggered just gifted 20. Y'all. Got to throw some love out in chat. I don't think we got umbrellas on this channel. Oh, look at that. There goes the umbrellas. Guys, this is absolutely insanity. But I did a Mother's Day post. It was a short. I know a lot of you guys probably saw it. And I actually did that post the day before. Like I made the video. It was like the night of my live, like the day.
The reason why you get pushback is because you come on here and once again you lie. You lie about stupid shit. Like, I don't use filters. This is 100% me. And then your camera turns on and you look like this is 100% no fucking filters, no makeup. The only thing I have on is my eyebrows and lashes. There is not a fucking thing on my face. Not a goddamn thing. There's no filter on. Can you see the wrinkles? You lie to people. And then you come at us and you're like, you'll never be seen on camera without a fucking ton of makeup on. Like, that's the shit that gets under people's skin because it's just stupid. It's fucking stupid. Own what you look like. Be comfortable in your skin. Stop trying to be something you're not. And stop fucking lying.
It was the day before. I recorded it the day before. And I had originally planned on doing I was going to make like a video, like tie in a video,
I should put one of those filters on, like on the, you can use those TikTok apps. That's what she's doing. I should put one of the little like light makeup ones on. You guys would be stunned. Every time I show Kyle one, he's like, who the fuck? And I'm like, that's me with makeup. And he's like, damn. And I'm like, I'm too lazy. Don't get excited about it. I hate wearing makeup. I just do.
Some music behind it, a couple clips. Things didn't go the way that I had intended. So I just uploaded a short, like later on Mother's Day or whatever. Well, these people.
There's not that, like, you can't add lashes and eyeliner on here, but you can. Let me go over here. Hold on. Where is it? It's in here. Here, I'll show you. What is it? Camera. Here you go. Here's the touch up my appearance tool. So let me go out. Let me turn my camera on. I don't care what you guys, I look like hell warmed over. Okay, so this is like the very bottom of there's on your settings part on your StreamYard, at the bottom of your camera, there's a touch up my appearance. Now watch how it changes. So this is subtle. Here, let me pull my hair out of my face so you can see what it does to my wrinkles. This is moderate. You see how it's, I mean, I can still get them there, but you see how everything else is like starting to look. Then it's strong. You can see how it just changes like the texture in the glare. And here's very strong. It just takes all of the imperfections out. But that's right on StreamYard. This is the bottom, and this is without anything. That's what you have on StreamYard to use. But you can take on the shorts, what people do is they use the Snapchat filters or the TikTok filters, and then they just load them without their watermark from TikTok. That's where you're getting the lashes and stuff. Like, you can do all of the makeup stuff. You need to see people. I like to see people's natural. See, I don't mind show. You guys have seen me on camera from the moment I got doxxed, so it doesn't bother me. But some people are very insecure about it, which is a them thing. Like, it doesn't matter to me, but it's just when they constantly lie about everything, and it's like, why not be yourself? Because we're all going to have camera slips, and that's even worse when you have a camera slip and you're like, well, this is me on a bad day. 3 sides 360. Thank you. I appreciate the support. It's actually kind of sad. Truly, it's sad when people are so insecure. For me, being the mom of 3 kids, 3 daughters, it's something that I push in them all the time is be comfortable in your skin. Be comfortable in your skin no matter what you look like. You've got to be comfortable in your skin. So to see grown women like this, it really does get to me. But she doesn't because she lies about stupid things like not using filters, and then she gets busted using filters, and then it's like, oh my God, they're going for my looks. No.
You would not believe it's unbelievable to me.
I do, Cash.
Britt, you'll be live tonight on the main channel, right? Yes. Oh yeah. We'll still be live for our regular stream tonight. I just wanted to come hang out with you guys. I haven't went live on this channel much in the last few days, so I wanted to go live, and now I'm seeing that people are not being notified for this channel, which really sucks. But it'll be all right. Hey, Jen K, did you get my email? I don't think I did. No.
I think if I knew how to apply it properly or found something that didn't, I don't like foundation. When Kenzie does my makeup, I always like look in the mirror like, who the fuck is that? Like, I don't mind it if somebody else is doing it. I don't like stuff on I'm weird. I'm weird like that. But I have a shit ton of it. I just don't really know how to do it that well either.
I'm looking. I'm not sure why. I'm missing a lot of emails from people. Like, you're not the only one. It's really bizarre, and it's frustrating too because I know a lot of you guys try to get a hold of me and you can't. Hello, Irony Rose. Good to see you. So Triggered just said, "Oh, that's frustrating." Triggered said, "Yes, I only came across this live because I was scrolling through YouTube, and it's strange because usually I always get your notifications. What the hell? What the hell?"
Yeah, I don't shame anybody. If you wear makeup, wear makeup. Full face makeup, do it. Like whatever makes you comfortable and happy, that's all that matters.
It infuriates me because they call me.
And don't do it for your spouse. Don't do it for other people. Do it for you. You dress for you. Dress to impress you. Do your makeup for you.
They come at me for far more than and I don't even know how to say this. Like, I'm tired of being treated like I have committed the mortal sin when, I mean, I'm not even half as bad, or I don't even do half the things that people do on this platform. You know what I mean? It's crazy. Hey, Maki girl.
There you go. See, I love that you guys all. You enjoy makeup, all of it. See, I love that.
YouTube is being ran by babies. Babies. All right. Well, here, let me go ahead and get to it. Thank you so much, Lindsay Rose, for being like a number 114. Thank you guys for letting me. So some of you, a good portion of you did get notified. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. QB is the biggest grifter. Don't even worry about it, Britt. Well, that's where I'm saying it pisses me off is like they come over here. They're telling y'all that, or they're saying that I'm a big grifter. Hey, Mystery Sky. If you get notifications, you can try turning them off and back on. I had to do that. Thank you so much.
I'm only torturing you a couple more minutes.
Jen.
There's just nothing here besides the same old fucking bullshit every day, and I'm just sick of hearing it.
Yeah, I've had it with the hypocrisy and the double standards.
Shut the fuck up. Just shut up. Until you can admit that you're a hypocrite. We're all hypocrites no matter what. It's just the degrees of which we're hypocritical in the times. But you are a fucking hypocrite beyond belief. Just stop.
It's unreal. So we're on a platform where you can collect hundreds of thousands of dollars for a lawsuit that you don't have to show a single shred of proof of anything, not one single receipt. And
it's pretty much a receipt when they're reading through all of the filings back and forth from attorneys. Again, receipts said that, well, you're talking about Queen Bee. So Queen Bee and Burnt Toast both said when all of this was over, receipts would be provided. If that's done, that's on them. That's their call. None of my business. But there is receipts. All of the attorneys' filings for the last 2 years, like you're not going to get all that shit without having an attorney. But then again, and the lawsuit isn't over. So why are they going to come out and provide that to people that aren't donating anyways?
And it's fine.
And Granny has shown that she has been paying towards an attorney, and the amount, again, is none of your fucking business. You guys will have to pay her attorney's fees back as is.
But God forbid your girl say,
and
if you want to support the channel by donating or becoming a member, and all hell breaks loose. What kind of freaking standard is that? Hey, Gypsy, good to see you.
Thank you for becoming a member. Happy Hello Christmas. Happy Hello Christmas. I can't say that. Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the Cabana. And Brandywine, thank you for being a member for 4 months. Oh, thank you for becoming a member.
All right. So let's just get into my purpose for this stream. Okay. Deja vu, if you will. I have multiple things that I want to talk about with you guys in show.
It is pretty much deja fucking vu. Deja vu every day Brittany needs.
You. Sweet Sativa says over 100K and she showed no receipts, even though she promised to show proof. Oh, yeah. And they just keep going with it.
The lawsuit isn't over.
While calling others out for far less. God forbid. That is why you don't have to explain anything to them, and it's none of their damn business. Well, I'm just going to go ahead and do my intro and say F right off to anybody who don't like it, right? Thank you all for being here.
Nobody is giving a fuck about your intro. You do it every goddamn day. I haven't heard anybody bitch about this. It's the wash. We all expect this.
If you do support the channel and you like us.
Who's us?
I simply ask. You click the thumbs up.
Who the fuck is us?
You have a goal that we're trying to go for.
Of course you have a goal.
A goal of
pay my fucking bills. It's my only income.
500 thumbs up, which we always do. 500 likes. So if you haven't forgot or you haven't already, click the thumbs up. Help us get that 500 likes. I push so hard for that because it helps push our video and channel to a broader audience so people can subscribe and find us. So
Oh my
yes,
God.
I do ask for that. And also if you want to become a member, supporting the channel, or if you want to support the channel and help in our growth in any way, memberships are always appreciated. And we also have our super chat goal. And then I also have my cash link scrolling. It's not expected. It's always appreciated. Even if you guys didn't donate a dime, I would still be here. I love this channel and I love what we do here. It's a matter of you guys are the reason that
Again, that's a lie. It's a lie. Start being honest with your people. That's all I'm saying is be honest with your people. If they didn't provide an income for you, you couldn't be there. You would have to become employed. You would have to get a job. That's the thing is you wouldn't show up if there wasn't money involved. You couldn't. You could not invest all of that time. You would have to be able to pay your bills. This is your career, correct? This is the shit that just ugh.
I can do this full time. Gigi says, let's do it. Yeah, girl, let's do this. Let's go. That's what I'm saying.
You just contradicted yourself right there. You're the reason I can do this full time. Exactly. So stop saying you would
exactly, Rebecca,
without them paying you because we all know that's not true. You would have to be a part of the employment world.
I agree. Hey, Tina girl, welcome. Glad you're here. All right. So with that being said, thank you guys. And thank you for all you do. Hey, Faye, welcome.
Let me go to the one other.
Guys, check if you have the notification bells clicked on. Yes, that is another thing. All right. I had to pop up for QB talking about an appeal. Don't expect you to talk about that, and you shouldn't talk about that at all. I'll protect yourself. Don't trust anyone. Exactly. Hey, Miss Magoo. They do that because it takes.
You don't have to worry about her not talking about it. She doesn't even know what's going on in her own lawsuit that she is a plaintiff of, has been all along. So you don't have to even ask her to not talk about it because she doesn't even know what's going on.
Don't stop. Thank you so much, Gypsy, for the super chat. Oh, of course she doesn't. She had to use the appeal to the slap to Griff.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
What is she?
I mean, she's so busy watching other people's live as she was doing this. Like she's so invested on creating shit with other creators right now. It's unreal. It's just truly like frustrating as fuck to hear. TRPPs, True Talk, thank you for becoming a member. Glitter is forever. And welcome to Cabana, True Talk. Glitter is forever. Thank you for being a member for 2 months. And Kraken, all women are beautiful. Embrace your bodies, embrace what you have, and flaunt it. That's it. Just be you and be comfortable in it. But that is why, like, she is so out of touch with reality. But let's go into showing who her co-plaintiffs are. I have nothing more there. I don't even care. It's the same bullshit. She's poking at people, trying to get a reaction because the drama is what sells. And she's going to continue to blame Granny. All of us are, reviewing her and going after her. Again, I said it in the beginning, there's nothing like her longevity, hold on. There's the word I was looking for. This is what I was going to show you here, Aries. Sorry, one more spot before I move on. Listen to this.
That don't know about me because they have soured people's. At the end of the day, that's what it's all about. Hey, Retha.
Here you go.
Landry says, I definitely see Brittany's point. You can't remember where, but I saw a comment on a video that the commenter said they've never watched Brittany, but with all the things that's being said about her, they won't. Oh yeah. That's what I'm saying. They're trying to, because if people, they hear all these bad things, they automatically assume that I'm this evil person. Like it. And you know what that causes, Landry? That's exact proof that what these people have done is it's messing with my it's kind of ruining my channel a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, or not ruining my.
You're responsible for anybody doing anything to your channel. You are responsible for the direction of your channel, and you're going to even go further here.
Channel, but affecting my ability to reach people that don't know about me because they have soured people's thoughts about me. They've destroyed my reputation.
You've destroyed your own reputation. That is on nobody but you. You have destroyed your own reputation. And this is what I'm saying. With people like this, Aries, if you're still here, you will never be able to expose them as well as they do themselves. You play their words, and this is who she is. I'm not trying to twist it and tell you anything differently. I'm just letting her speak for herself and re-showing you this is what she's saying. This is what she's doing. The constant lies. We've been able to show how she lies within an hour, within minutes from saying one thing to another. It's not that hard, but when somebody does it over and over again, she is at fault for ruining her reputation. She'll never come back from being known. She will always forever be known as the person who used a missing child and a missing child's father for a personal vendetta and the court system. Do you think she's ever going to be trusted to collab with other creators? She did that to herself. She has destroyed her reputation. Has she had help along the way? Absolutely. Have we made sure that more people are aware of her and what she does to victims? Absolutely. But she has destroyed her own reputation. She has willingly, knowingly done the things that she has done. That's on her, nobody else. And as they say, that's her YouTube legacy. So let's go on to one of her co-plaintiffs. So for anybody that hasn't been paying attention to the last 3 parts that we are doing how Tony Mathis and At Night Media first collided and how they got involved in this. So we have done when Tony Mathis came in, we started off with that. We've done all of those interviews. Then we got into when Nick came in. Then we got into when Dog came in, all the pieces of At Night. And now we are in September still with Hong. We're going to do a few of the Hong ones, and then we're going to move on from there. So I just want to replay these, though, because especially with them filing appeals, I want people to really understand who these people are and the things that they have said out here publicly. These are probably repeats for you that you've seen back in September or after, but it's a good reminder of who these people are that are continuing to insert themselves and use our court system to go after Grainy, Barbecue, and ultimately they are trying to use that to go after Chris and Katie too. Yesterday, we heard Dog the Bounty Hunter say that basically him and Nick became partners to create probable cause against Chris and Katie. You won't learn anything more better about these people than what they say themselves. So again, September, just for clarification, September 12th, 2024. And the last one we left off on was when they were walking around the cemetery with Nick having tape on his mouth. I wish that could have remained.
Katie's first cousin said something that we should all listen to on Facebook. Now listen to this.
This will be my last post, and I hope everyone reading this will understand why. Since this began, I struggled with the thought that a member of my very own family could ever do something as heinous as getting rid of their child, like every single YouTuber was saying. Then I watched the first interview and became a skeptic, second interview, and felt sick, third interview. All doubt was gone, but held hope. Maybe an accident. Then she left town saying he could be anywhere by now. Blood relations only hold so much hope and faith, and I couldn't pray this feeling away. Months later, so many lies, YouTube creators flipping the script as if they were threatened. No way, I thought.
So we also know that Dog the Bounty Hunter admitted to reaching out to Katie's family members, which is not shocking, but he admitted to that. And we know that Yada Yada was brought in and reached out to and contacted. We know that Seth and Tony have admitted to doing a trip to, was it Virginia, I think is where they said to go visit family.
They never went to a single vigil, couldn't find time for searches. Lie D on a summer custody petition, fully cleared by LE, in no danger or threat. She seemed to love her summer with someone else's child, forgetting hers. Now anyone who is steadfast in finding Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is met with threats, fake profile harassment, and legal action. Gag orders, First Amendment rights stripped. Every day, I truly feel like I want to apologize, but every day I want to scream at every state and federal representative for the state of TN and ask them, can you not see what is happening in this county? What mother steals her missing child's name out of the mouths of people who want him found? Why is nothing being done about the threats to the people searching? Then I want to ask my extended family, why are you all so quiet? Do you think this is okay? I don't. If you did nothing wrong, prove us wrong. Let people search without fear, hang flyers without getting the police called on them. Show his name and picture. Stop spending your time and money in court and on lawyers silencing people over lies. Let people help bring him home. Otherwise, tell us what happened.
No, that's not
This will be my
coming
last
from.
post, and I hope
No, that's not coming from me. That's coming from Katie's mom's first cousin. Now you have a family member coming out saying you might have something to do with this. Now you're saying you're cooperating. I don't know how connected or how.
A very distant family member that doesn't even know Katie, that was highly influenced by contact with Dog the Bounty Hunter and others. Anyways, who has now removed herself and flipped.
How deep in the drop foots. They said they're involved, but now I wonder if they're going to gag their own family member. If they do that, like, I don't know what the TBIs or the CBIs are going to do. That's something to really look forward towards. Now, of course, we're here for Sebastian. And at this point, I really want to know, to get to the end of this, like, what's going on? And like, there is nothing that you guys have found or learned that no one has, like, learned nothing for the past 7 months. Like, watch these videos as I'm going through this. Listen to this. Listen to this. This is the news, okay? Like, I'm not gonna go through YouTube and like the TikToks that like these people are talking about, saying, oh, the dad did it, or oh, like trying to shut people up, trying to help find the kid. This is the news. Look at this. Look at this. The only time the Dropfoots spoke, okay? Like, listen to this emotional interview. She was more emotional than the parent. Watch this. You tell.
First of all, it's not the only time they had spoke, which was a blatant lie. But if you watched yesterday, Hong just throws lies out there over and over again. There's no fact checking. Everything he says is ridiculousness. Not only is it too early to file an appeal, appeals are to like challenge laws, like that the judge didn't withhold or uphold correct laws. That's what appeals are for. I don't know what they're up to besides intentional distractions and to get attention.
Tell me if this is a family that might have something to hide, or listen to this.
Can you walk us through what you're thinking right now? I just want my baby to be okay. I don't know where he's at. Mom Katie broke down several times in our interview, but says her hope is strong that her son Sebastian will be found safe and return home.
He's gonna walk through that door, and the street will be flooded again with family and relatives all waiting to hug and love him. And
Stepdad Chris says it's been an emotional roller coaster that all started Sunday night, February 25th. Pretty normal. He was playing in his room. When I told him to go to bed, he did.
Listen to this.
He said, "Good night, Mom. I love you." Katie says she went to wake up Sebastian around 6 a.m. Monday for school, and he was gone. Within minutes, Katie says she was on the phone with Chris, who was working out of town, and they quickly called 911.
You're gonna call your husband first before you call the cops?
Never run away before.
What's going on with that?
Most people would, you dum-dum.
I don't know why. I don't know why he walked out the door.
What do you mean you don't know why?
He's not a mischievous child by any means.
Katie and Chris say Sebastian is not on social media. While he loves to play Minecraft, they tell me he does not have any online capabilities. I asked if there was any reason he might want to leave. We've been coming over that day and even the weeks before he left, and I haven't been able to figure it out.
Huh.
He's that morning he was laughing, he was joking. It's as if Sebastian vanished. No sign of him on any video throughout the community. Thousands of miles long.
Now, I want you guys to pay attention to this. Hold on, let me go back a little bit.
Sebastian vanished. No sign of him on any video throughout the community. Thousands of miles long.
Hold on. Now, look at this. They said they searched thousands of miles and thousands of miles, but the thousands of miles that you're searching is around the house. So the kid's been gone for 7 months. Like, you're still searching around the house. Like, what are you guys looking for? Like, like, this is not like me skepting or anything. This is just basic common sense, guys. Like, what is going on? And like, let's go to the next video about the dad. Look at the dad. Look at the dad here. Okay.
We're joined by Seth Rogers.
Look at the dad.
Seth, thank you so much for
joining us. The dad is working.
No, if they are appealing the dismissal on the injunction, they cannot bring new evidence, from my understanding, is it will be seen as because appeals are to basically challenge to make sure that the law was upheld correctly, that due process was received. That's why it's escalated to an appeals process. It's about the foundation of the law. Was it applied correctly? It's not to challenge what they presented as evidence. Does that make sense?
Out of a jailer's salary,
Or lack thereof.
and he's helping
Hasn't gotten enough national attention.
An appeal basically does not restart everything. It doesn't give them another try, if that makes sense. And at this point, from what I'm understanding from what Granny said, it's premature for them to file for an appeal as is. So their attorneys will be handling it. It's not clear what they're even really asking for. It's just, I mean, I showed it. Let me show it again. Let me go back up and show it again. It's the dismissal is what they're, because with the anti-SLAPP ruling came this. Here you go. And you can go into those codes and look for them if you would like to. Hereby appeal to the Superior Court of Pennsylvania from the orders entered in the Court of Common Pleas in Delaware County on April 17th, 2025, which they included the anti-SLAPP ruling, which alongside that came a dismissal of the injunction.
and he's trying his best to keep his job and find his kid for the past 7 months.
Do you have any idea what may have
And the
happened
people that's trying to be helped is shut out of town and get kicked out or get arrested.
I mean,
That's a little shady.
And a text message that I received after I got off of work stating that I needed to give the stepfather a call. I called him and he was like, Sebastian,
You gotta call the
don't be
stepdad.
upset or anything.
Why is the
but you need to
stepdad?
come
Liza, there's not really much to read. There's not much to read. I can show you again. It's 37 pages, but a bunch of it is, there's the certificate of compliance. It's just filled with like the common situations. The exhibits are in here as this is the anti-SLAPP ruling. That's what it is. There's nothing, we've read through this anti-SLAPP ruling multiple times. There's really nothing in here besides that. Just otherwise standard forms. Exhibit B. That's what you got. Is her ruling. Yeah, there's really not much to read at this point. It's truly just more bullshit.
First contact.
I don't know what happened to him. I haven't seen him in over a month. I've been out here looking for him.
Seth, I mean, what did they think happened? I mean, could he really have just walked away like that? It doesn't seem to make a lot of sense.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. His shoes were still by the front door. His switch was there. His phone was in the kitchen. It just didn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And I still can't figure it out. I've been looking everywhere. Been handing out flyers.
Been called the cops on hanging out flyers.
And I've reached out to United Cajun Navy to sit there and see if they will help me. And they answered my call.
Look at this.
Yeah, one thing I couldn't understand is why they were telling people not to search at one point. I mean, the shift went
Not
to
to
the
search.
landfill.
Listen to this one.
It was this investigation, and
Diddy, are you asking about the damages hearing? The hearing for damages? If so, I have not heard yet.
Listen to this
people
one.
not to search. I couldn't make sense of that.
And like
I mean,
for those of you that's saying I don't know what I'm talking about, this is based on the news. This is not based on your YouTuber, TikTokers, and all these other stuff. Listen to this.
This parking lot off Volunteer Drive is where about 50 people with the United Cajun Navy were supposed to meet today and look for Sebastian Rogers. But the nonprofit canceled the search this morning with this Facebook post citing security concerns.
It's almost innumerable.
Kevin LaFonge with the United Cajun Navy says the concerns are death threats. They started after they switched searches from University of Missouri student Riley Strain to Sebastian.
It's 180 degrees different than a search for Riley Strain.
Diddy, I don't even know if there will be a date applied to that, honestly, at this point in time. We'll just have to wait and see. But I'm sure their attorneys are working on getting everything done that they need to handle this. So I don't even know if a date will be set, if it will escalate.
For the last week, the group did a ground search for the 15-year-old. They were about to switch to a water operation when they say countless death threats hit them online and in person.
We even had folks on scene saying that 15 years of doing this, I've never had a threat. during a search for a child. This is ridiculous. Why is this happening?
The United Cajun Navy says the threats are so bad, volunteers need security details. But they say this won't stop their search for Sebastian. They just need to press pause and go about this in a private way.
There is still hope, and the United Cajun Navy is not abandoning anybody, but we do have to change tack.
The United Cajun Navy tells me that they have been in talks with police about
You know who was out there causing them havoc? JLR.
these death threats, but they tell me that they have not actually filed any police reports yet. In Hendersonville, Marissa Sulik, WSMV4.
Okay, so now for more on the search for the teen.
United Cajun Navy said right there they have not filed any police reports. Seth Rogers said he had not filed any police reports because he had not been threatened. The only people that said they were threatened were people like CJ with the serpentine belt banded on the loose, and random people like Terry Lynn who said she had a tire cut or whatever the case, punctured, whatever the case may be. But there's been nothing linked back to anybody, especially, hey, they know you're here, especially Chris Proudfoot, and that's who they like to blame for this.
Now, you tell me what's happening. Like, for those of you that said, oh, like, you listen to your little supporters, those little, like, you know, piglets and stuff like that. I don't really care about that. Like, bring on the comments, like, bring on the death threats. Like, I've seen it all. And, like, trust me, buddy, like.
Oh, shut up, Hong. It's so hard to listen to him. Supposedly, after that, United Cajun Navy did file a police report in Nashville about an incident, but I don't know what truly happened with that either. I really don't know.
The way these parents act is not how a parent with a lost child should act. Okay? Definitely. I mean, dude, like, I don't know what else to say. I'm speechless. So, like, you have a family member just
If you could be speechless, that would be great.
hours today, just hours ago on Facebook, saying, pointing fingers, saying the Dropfoots or what Proudfoots.
Again, he intentionally calls them the Dropfoots just to be disrespectful, but they reached out to Katie's family members. That's how she got involved to begin with. Dog proudly stated that he was reaching out to Katie's family members.
Have something to do with this child's disappearance. So, what are the police and the cops in that county doing? Searching the same area, like 2,000 miles a day or something like that. That 2,000 miles a day going in circles isn't going to help. Okay? Like, it's been 7 months. Like, literally, I could ship myself in a container back to China by now, let alone, like, in America, and you can't find a child that went missing in America. Like, now, guys, this is not a third world country. Like, this shouldn't happen. And the only thing that's out of the way right now is communication.
How many missing children have you found? Asking for me, because it seems like although this shouldn't be happening, it does happen. There's children that go missing every single day.
And
Adults that go missing.
People sending death threats to try to.
People that have been missing for 30, 40, 50 plus years that have never been found. But carry on, Hong. Tell us more.
People that's trying to help, even trying to come into the little area, trying to find clues where the child is. You're threatening to kill them. Like, what?
There's been zero proof of any death threat. They've all said the same thing. And hey, Hank, quit. He's just making sure you guys all know he's here and throwing fits. Okay, carry on.
Like, these are volunteers. These are church volunteers.
Church volunteers now, huh?
Trying to do good and trying to help people. And you're threatening to kill people to stop them trying to find a missing kid. So you tell me where the justice in that. Like, this is getting out of hand, is getting weird. Like you could stop me, you could stop anyone, but like, this is going to keep going because we're in America. America is freedom of speech, and you can say whatever. Like, you can't stop us to find Sebastian, like, or at least leading us to know the truth behind this. This cannot be a cold case. This should not take like multiple years to crack this. Like, literally, like, if these police don't be on their Mojo Jojo measuring contest and have everyone come in to help, nothing will be wrong. Let's figure this out. Like, And all the haters.
He's looking at Nick for direction.
And all the haters. Like,
law enforcement hasn't wasted their time. They've been very, very good about their search. They did everything possible.
stop spending the time doing these nonsense stuff that you think that will destroy or put speed bumps at us trying to help. That's not going to do it at all. Like, what do you, like, there's really nothing you can do. Like, we're trying to help Sebastian, unlike people like you trying to get money or getting paid to stop people trying to help and find this child. This is not right.
It's actually really disgusting to hear how At Night Media, Nick, Dog, Hong, all of them came in speaking of Sebastian. He's not normal, and so on and so forth. The degrading of Sebastian. They've never once been invested in finding Sebastian. They have not searched for Sebastian. They claim to have all these assets and all these team members and so on, but they haven't done anything besides troll people on the internet.
And like, listen, re-listen to this. This
just handed him back the device to, here, do this.
This is Katie's mom's first cousin.
This will be my last post,
Listen.
and I hope everyone reading this will understand why.
Listen to this.
Since this began, I struggled with the thought that a member of my very own family could ever do something as heinous as getting rid of their child, like every single YouTuber was saying. Then I watched the first interview and became a skeptic. Second interview and felt sick. Third interview, all doubt was gone, but held hope. Maybe an accident. Then she left town saying he could be anywhere by now. Blood relations only hold so much hope and faith, and I couldn't pray this feeling away. Months later, so many lies, YouTube creators flipping the script as if they were threatened. No way, I thought. They never went to a single vigil, couldn't find time for searches. Lie D on a summer custody petition, fully cleared by LE, in no danger or threat. She seemed to love her summer with someone else's child, forgetting hers. Now anyone who is steadfast in finding Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers is met with threats, fake profile harassment, and legal action. Gag orders, First Amendment rights stripped. Every day, I truly feel like I want to apologize, but every day I want to scream at every state and federal representative for...
Now, like, this is not her voice. Now, I'm just like, this is a replay on the text that, like, she put out on Facebook, okay? Like, I don't want people to say this is a real illustration, recreation, or all of that. This is not fake. This is coming from a family member's mouth that the Katie, Proudfoot, Dropfoot, or whatever, I can't remember the name, have something to do with it.
So as we learned over time, that was Yada that came out. And then if you remember going back to when she appeared on panels and kind of backtracked on some stuff, again, I find it highly suspect that they were reaching out to Katie's family members.
And
then one comes out and then she's like, yeah, no, that's not how things went.
I wonder what the cops are going to say. That doesn't need anyone help. Just the police in that area could find the child. And it's been 7 months. And everybody's trying to help is getting death threats. As you can see on the news, I'm not going to go based on the TikTok people and like the YouTube people or whatever. Like, I based on the news. Okay. Like, just because you have a few followers and stuff like that, like, I don't care. The news is the news. There's really nothing to do with some of these people sending.
And again, the news articles that he is referencing are ones that were Seth, in my opinion, emotionally manipulating people with non-details. And he's trying to say that that's the only time Katie spoke, which it wasn't.
Why are you sending death threats to people that's trying to help? That's my question.
They continue to say that over and over again, but yet there's been no proof of any death threats to them whatsoever or to Dog.
And to be honest, if you are getting paid doing this, just to let you know, once somebody gets arrested.
And there's been no proof of payments between anybody whatsoever. Again, something that they've tried to get to go and they've never shown proof of a single claim.
And they find a connection. That $10 of yours that you just got is going to go to 5 to 10 years in prison. Like, because you're an accomplice. Just letting you know that. Okay? Like, this is absolutely disgusting what the parents are doing. Now, like, tomorrow, if the parents gag this family member, you're going to know what's going to happen. Like, it's going to be more and more crazier. The light is going to come out of the dark, showing green, and it's going to show, like, you know, where's Sebastian? And if she disappears, oh my God, like, it's over for that. Like, what are you going to do? A little light show again? Like what you guys did the night you guys, you know, whatever you guys, you know, did to Sebastian? What's going to happen? Like, this is absolutely disgusting. And like, based on like that $1,000 you only gave to help find your stepson, and then go look at $18,000 Softail. Trust me, I know Harleys. Believe that. It's something you should not be proud of. Okay? Look. Look at this. Justice for Sebastian. Okay? This is not a joke. Like, we're just here trying to get answers for Sebastian, know where he is, bring him home safe, and that's all we want.
And there's the post that they, used a voice reader to read, and it says Yeda right on it. But again, if you go back to the interview with Dog that we listened to yesterday, he admits that he was reaching out to Katie's family members himself and getting them to talk.
We want nothing else. Like we just want answers. And to be honest with you, like the amount of lawyer bills and the vacations you drop foots go on, like should be enough to find your child by now. Like if you
And the $1,000 that he is referencing was the $1,000 that they gave to Cluminati when she was running her Blip billboard campaign. They also did $500 when Duchess was running her Blip billboard campaign. Again, they didn't have to do a GoFundMe to do that. Some parents don't even have that available to put into Blip boards or anything. People have lives and bills, and they never bought. They were at a Harley shop doing other things, but of course, because there was a photo op, somebody took a picture of them, they turned it into whatever they wanted it to be.
you guys really want to put money to it, like all the lawyer fees you guys paying, that 747 is going to turn into a 7-Eleven soon. Trust me, probably a 7-Eleven-B, because that one doesn't come.
747 is going to turn into what? What's the 747 going to turn into? Because they don't even own a private plane, but you started that in the previous video.
Want to remote if you guys keep doing this, keeping this up. And like for those people that you keep trying to help your son get out of trouble, he's going to be in more trouble. Like the guy is what, 40, 50 something? Like what was he? Been through 4 or 5 marriages. All of those marriages are what? Abusive relationships. What, you beat your wife, you beat your kid. Like you actually knocked the braces out of your kid's mouth. Like it flew in the air. Like and you're pointing and you're paying people to point fingers at a dad about.
That was Nina's story, and Dog caught himself up in a previous one, stating that him and Nick had a conversation with Nina, and then he was like, or we saw an interview with Nina. They're talking about Nina. Do we know if it's true? No.
To lose his job, using his only savings, going to GoFundMe, all the money he has on GoFundMe, not going on vacations, or buying a bike, a Softail. Thank God you didn't go for a street glide. Like if you go for a street glide, I don't know if the cops are going to question that or not, because that's like a $50,000 bike. But like uses the money to go on GoFundMe, use the money to go on to pay for search and rescues, and you're running behind. You're just basically following him while he's putting up posters. You're following him and ripping the posters off. Like what is going on? I'm sorry, 5 wives. You beat them all. Like this is disgusting. And you.
Sorry, I'm outside and it's windy. And I came out to smoke in the wind. Every time I come out here, it just does this like burst of wind. So that's not true either. So the story goes, for those of you that might not know, CJ was out in the woods. He was approached by Robin Rogers. He was streaming. Robin Rogers approaches him, says that Seth let her know that they had camera footage or a photo of what Seth said was Chris ripping down flyers. Never been proven. It got a lot of traction. People were pissed off about it, but there's been no proof. And the source of that was Seth Rogers himself, that said that he had gotten a photo or a video of Chris ripping down flyers. It never happened. It's never gone anywhere. But they continued to run with it and still do today.
You guys are not questioning any of these people, and you're just questioning the dad. That's, again, you might be tired of hearing it. Like this poor man is living out of a jail deputy's salary. And trying to find the kid. And when the dad goes on any website and say, and try, like, take a lie detector and everything, and you go ahead and say the TBI won't allow you. Like this is what punks do, man. Like you beat women, you beat.
There's no proof that he's ever beaten anybody. Dog went even as far as saying that he'd been in jail for DV. There's no proof of that either.
Your kid, you probably beat the heck out of Sebastian for all we know. And like, we just want answers, okay? Like, we want answers. This should be done by now. Like, we're in America. We're not in a third world country where childs go missing and like the people that adopted your kid break their legs and arms and throw them out as beggars to get money for them, okay? Like, this is not how America is. And if America is like that, God forbid, I'll go back to China right now. Like, I'm not even joking with you guys. Like, this is not, this is.
Bye.
I did not come to America and see something like this, man. Like a kid goes missing, you know, like step parents would be like, oh, I'll kill you if you say something, or I'll freaking say it said to the stepdad saying to the dad, I'll kill you if you bring this out bigger. Well, this is going to start getting bigger and bigger, bud. Like, this is not going to be in your little.
Where's the proof of that? Where's the proof that Chris said that to Seth? I'd love to see that.
Town of Tennessee, and the little 2,000 miles in a circle that you and your police buddies are looking in helicopters. Like, going 2,000 miles in circle is pretty easy. Like, Americans do this all the time. It's called NASCAR. Like, you could get it done in like a couple of hours. Is that the only thing that you guys done in 7 months trying to find a kid? Literally 7 months. A 15-year-old's gone missing. You guys can't find nothing. No clues, no ring cameras that show something. The only thing a ring camera showed was the neighbor's ring camera. And that was the only lead 6 months ago, saying 2 flashlights went out the backyard because it's completely dark and 1 flashlight came back. Oh, like, what happened? Like, did the Proudfoots, or like, did the Proudfoots and the dad, Mr. Rogers?
This guy just seriously makes shit up as he goes. This is why it's so disheartening. I will be honest. People that buy this shit, people that sit there and listen to these guys and are like, oh my God, they're here to save the day. They're working so hard to find Sebastian. No, they're not. If you can believe anything that they're saying here and actually believe that these guys are doing a single thing to help these missing children, especially Sebastian, you are delusional. Please seek help.
Here's a question about where were you guys at this time and that time? And the only parent that actually came out and spoke about this is Mr. Rogers. He said, I'll do anything to get my son back. I'll freaking lose my job because I went for searching for 5-6 months without going to work. Like, literally, this man is giving his life away to find his kid while the other side of the family is going on vacation. Like, that's what really gets me. Like, I apologize. Like at this point, like, I have a dog on the fight. Like, this is disgusting. I don't care about your death threats or anything like that. We're here to find Sebastian. Let's shine these green light bulbs. Like, you could buy them anywhere. Get green light bulbs. Put it in your house. Green is Sebastian's favorite color.
So how's that helping find Sebastian? Awareness is great, but how is that helping find Sebastian? What have you guys actually done to help find Sebastian, Hong?
Let's shine the whole United States up with green lights so we could actually find this kid and have a department that actually cares enough to take over this case.
Is it bedtime yet? Can I take my bedtime meds? Because this guy, I might need a gummy to handle this shit at this point.
Where a 15-year-old goes missing in thin air in a nice place in America. Like,
oh, shit.
This is.
Sorry, guys. I was over here on this other screen. Give me a second. I'm doing terrible at this today. Lily Rose, thank you for being a member for 7 months. Hesty Patty, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Y'all, welcome to the island. And Chai, thank you so much for being here while I cover this stuff. I know it's insanity, and I know people think that it's regurgitation. It's pointless. No, it's not. Because these people, in my opinion, are going to continue to do this. Seth Rogers is one parent of one missing child that they've leached onto. They will continue to do this as long as they continue to have the capability of doing this. And we have got to somehow stop this some way, shape, or form. And right now, bringing awareness to who these people are, making sure no other families get involved with this group of people, and letting people know that this intelligence agency lacks any intelligence is important. It's important to me, and I will continue to do whatever I can. I know it's redundancy. I know that it's annoying, but it does serve a purpose, because going back and listening to this, we're catching a lot of things that we didn't catch before. So I appreciate all of you being here. Omni, thank you for Ami. Thank you for being a member. Welcome to the cabana. Speaking of my members, do you guys like the morning messages? Would you guys like me to go back to doing that? The pre-scheduled memes that I do? They're just silly little like have a great day reminders, but did you guys like that? I can do that. Some people were getting annoyed because they said I was flooding their timelines. But if you appreciate that and my stupid memes, I will gladly do it.
This is something that no one should have lived through. And for all these people that's coming out here stopping everyone, shame on you. Like, come on, man. Like, this is disgusting. Like, what if is your child missing? Because I believe in karma, and karma is a biatch, you know? Like, you're gonna get it soon. Trust me. Because, like, once I find out that you guys are accomplice on this, once someone gets arrested or any way certain you guys are connected
Okay, I'll go back to posting them.
somehow,
Thank you for weighing in. For the people that complain about me clogging your feed, just don't be a member.
like, good luck trying to get more money that was finding that was been funding you going through lawsuits, because I have 12 lawyers. We could play all day. This is not a joke. Like like I said earlier, I could bring hell down on earth on you so quick. I'm not Nick. I'm not soft-hearted. I'll go to the extent. I don't care.
You know, it's really sad, Anastasia, Beaverhausen. It's really sad because they're further away. They're further away. The chaos and confusion and the attention. Sorry, Kenzie's cleaning or moving dishes. The intentional distractions that they have done have pushed people further from looking for Sebastian. Everything that they do is counterproductive to actually searching for Sebastian. They say, please keep awareness out there. Well, they're doing everything to discredit, like America's Most Wanted. We went through every one of their team members complained about America's Most Wanted. Any family with missing loved ones would do anything for the opening 12-minute segment on a brand new season of America's Most Wanted. And they have done nothing but distract, discredit law enforcement. They're constantly trying to discredit law enforcement while saying that they back the blue. Everything is an underhanded pass at trying to take awareness off of Sebastian. It is so intentional. And I'm going to show you some more videos today. We'll see how many we get through. But there is some really interesting stuff coming up in this layout of sorts that I forget that was said. And it makes you just kind of double take.
Like, I will bring hell on earth so far on you.
You would think, in my opinion, that the people that Seth Rogers retained to help represent him, such as Tony Matheson at Night Media, would be doing anything and everything to keep the focus on Sebastian. Meanwhile, they've told us that their job is to create probable cause to get Katie and Chris jammed up for something. They're guilty of something. They've said it over and over again. They're the ones. They're the ones. We're creating probable cause. They have done everything to sway public perception. So if they can get something, wrapped up to send to a grand jury, that's their intent. That's their hope. They have a poll in local media through Caitlin Quisenberry to sway the public perception locally too. It is disgusting. And every bit of it is counterproductive to keeping the focus on Sebastian. Their blip boards, if those do exist anywhere, they are intentionally targeted hate campaigns to take the focus off Sebastian. It makes Sebastian look like he's a wanted fugitive by Dog the Bounty Hunter, not a missing child, nothing to do with his Amber Alert. It is everything that they can to take the focus off of finding Sebastian. Why? Why wouldn't a parent of a missing child want their son found? Why would they be so willing to align themselves with everybody that is doing everything to take the focus off of finding Sebastian? Why are we looking in Oregon? And that's really concerning too. Some of you guys didn't catch that. The other day we went over Crime Time Buzz's new bullshit that she brought out again. They first brought it out in November. But the eyewitness came on the other night with Crime Time Buzz and said that she had been in contact trying to get attention on TikTok. Hank, sir, they know you're here. Enough of you tattling. He's like, Mom's ignoring me right now, so I'm going to tattle on her and tell you guys that she is not playing with my toys with me, even though we've been up since 2:30. He's ridiculous. But she tried that whole bullshit again. Intentional distractions. That police report wasn't filed until June 27th, 2024, supposedly of a sighting that happened in March. unknown date in March. Don't have a clue when it was actually made. But this person claims that she 100% positively saw Chris and Katie in Oregon sometime in March. But they were there. They were there with another couple, an elderly couple. They didn't have any communication with the eyewitness, did not communicate with Chris and Katie, but she somehow knew that they were from Tennessee. They didn't have any communication with this other couple that was there either, but they got in the same car and drove off back to Seattle. And then it was mentioned, Seattle to Alaska, the same old things. They were trying to regurgitate those rumors again. Lolly's running with that today. The team members, if you watch them, they're all doing stuff to bring up old information that was never vetted. But if you remember, Dog and Nick and At Night came in saying that they were dedicating resources to Oregon. Come to find out, that eyewitness had found somebody on TikTok to help her. She had talked to Dog, Nick, the investigator of Seth, but has never spoken to law enforcement. Then we know that the FOIA that they sent in on that report, sorry, long-winded, but a lot to explain here. And if you have any questions, you can go back and watch. We laid this out the other day. The FOIA that they're showing that they supposedly got of this Oregon incident, well, couldn't quite possibly be true, because we have a wonderful, amazing true crimer that's been around since before true crime was really popular, Miss Body Movin', did her due diligence to find out if this was a legit potential sighting of Chris and Katie. Well, on your screen is the same officer that says that they got the FOIA from. And if you read it, it says, unfortunately, since this report is in regards to a juvenile, it cannot be released under ORS. There are no other reports regarding the individual you are seeking information on. So how do they have a FOIA? And why were they in contact with At Night Media, Dog the Bounty Hunter, and Seth's PI, but not law enforcement? Then at the bottom of this weird FOIA, it's the weirdest thing I've ever seen, it states that they sent the information to Hendersonville PD. Why would they send that to Hendersonville PD when it's Sumner County? They're not in Hendersonville. Hendersonville has never been an investigative agency. They don't live in Hendersonville. They live in Sumner County. And then to add to it another piece that we learned in that same live stream, there was other people in there saying that they had potential sightings. And come to find out, those people called the tip lines. And lo and behold, instead of calling law enforcement with their tips, they called Seth's investigator, who then Seth got in contact with the person. And Seth was on the phone when this person called this tip into law enforcement. It is awfully concerning to me that the parent of a missing child is vetting the tips and then having them called into law enforcement. That is concerning. And every one of them is fielded through Seth's PI, Tony, Dog, At Night, and then to law enforcement. You know how concerning that is? It's extremely concerning. Extremely concerning. Flutterby, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana. Thank you, guys. Sorry, I'm long-winded today, but there's a lot. And all of that was detailed. I walked through all of that. And I will pull this back and show you right here. Give me 1 second. I'll play this for a minute. I'll find the timestamp of where I can confirm that Seth said, or the story goes that Seth is on the phone when these tips are being called into law enforcement. Give me 1 second.
I will bring hell on earth so far on you that you're going to feel like an NBA player with that many court dates. Like, keep playing around. Like listen to some of these stuff. Like, let's go back. Like, the parents are actually, the step parents on Nancy Grace saying, TBI won't let me do a lie detector test. That's against your own, that's on your own web, bud. Nobody's got a gun pointing to your head. If you don't want to do a lie detector test, just ask what's going on. Well, watch this.
Sebastian's
Look at this.
dad, his bio dad, Sebastian, said, I don't understand that.
Look at
He
this.
told me he would take a
Look at this.
polygraph if I set it up. I set it up. I went through a lot of hoops to get it set up. One
Damage good with no regrets. I don't think that's your account. That's probably a clone of you. But even if it is, I'll continue to be happy. Thank you.
convenient to him in the area where he says he's working. Then he wouldn't take it and blames the TBI. So now I find out he told other outlets he's taken one and passed. Do you know the truth?
I don't. I really don't know. But I'll tell you what, I volunteered to take a polygraph. I was told that I wasn't. I didn't need to because they have my location and whereabouts. But I still volunteered. And if somebody wants me to take one, that's something of my own free will. I haven't been told by TBI that I can't take one.
Well, like, there you go. By all means, like, for all of you haters or those people that don't believe what is going on and just listen to these piglets talking on their TikTok and their YouTube on these fake facts. Like literally, like, come on, like this isn't gonna work. Okay, like this is not gonna work. Like this is absolutely disgusting. Like again, this page is for Sebastian and Sebastian only. All right, like if you don't like it, you don't have to come on.
Speaking of fake facts, that's all we've heard from Hong. So just to confirm what I said about Seth being on the phone when tips are being called in, here you go. This is from May 9th, 2025, from Crime Time Buzz.
Sebastian's hair was darker, longer, no glasses, and in a wheelchair at the time, covered with a blanket. Oh my gosh. Was that after Oregon or before? Was that after March of 2024, Caroline, or before? Well, I guess it couldn't have been before because he was at home. When was this, Caroline? Wow. Oh boy. And I know you called because you said Seth was on the phone with you when you called. Thank you for sharing that. But can you kind of let me know when that time frame was and where did you say you saw him?
Yeah, interesting how these tips are being fielded through Seth. That's concerning to me. Again, they're private eye, a random person. None of them knew before, to my understanding. This person could be anybody. Who knows what their credentials truly are. They could be a reputable PI. But the fact that these tips are being called into their PI and then fielded through Seth, who was on the phone when law enforcement is being contacted, is concerning. Extremely concerning. These tips should be going solely to law enforcement and law enforcement only.
Or
Yeah, she hadn't talked to law enforcement until she spoke to Seth, and then Seth was on the phone when they called it in.
or don't even waste that time to even text, because like I understand that some of you people are like kind of lazy. Those like, you know, those piglets over there. Why don't you just
He seems to make up a lot of wild stories, Lippy, from what I've seen.
spend that time? Come and help us find Sebastian. How about that? Like, you guys could split the reward once Sebastian is found. Like, do all that. You guys could do anything. Like just know this is for Sebastian here.
Here's out helping receive death threats.
Oh, Bree. I'm old enough to remember when methodical dehumanization was a warning sign people paid attention to, and when people were caught out, they had consequences for it. I miss those days. I really do. This scares me for humanity, that this is the people that are being believed. Like that they have cultivated a following of people that actually believe this bullshit. It is really concerning to me about the future for victims, the future for missing. It is really a scary situation.
Like again.
And thank you again, Bree.
Look at this. Death threats. Death threats.
Anything like this happened before. Marissa Sulik spoke to the group today.
Church people getting death threats. This is the first time.
Volunteer drive is where about 50 people with United Cajun Navy were supposed to meet today and look for Sebastian Rogers. But the nonprofit canceled the search this morning with this Facebook post citing security concerns.
It's almost innumerable.
Kevin LaFont with United Cajun Navy says the concerns are death threats. They started after they switched searches from University of Missouri student Riley Strain to Sebastian.
Death threats. Look at this. Getting death threats.
Again, they even said they didn't file a police report. Then they came back and said they filed a police report in Nashville about something else that was going on. There's never been any confirmed death threats whatsoever. JLR and Dolly were fucking with United Cajun Navy. Other people online were fucking with United Cajun Navy.
To find a child.
A water operation when they say countless death threats hit them online and in person.
We even had folks on scene saying that 15 years of doing this, I've never had a threat during a search.
15 years.
It's ridiculous.
That's half of my life.
The United Cajun Navy says the
They've
threats
been
are so
doing
bad
this.
volunteers need security details. But they say this won't stop their search for Sebastian. They just need to press pause and go about this in a private way.
There is still hope, and the United Cajun Navy is not abandoning anybody, but we do have to change that.
The United Cajun Navy tells me that they have been in talks with police about these death threats, but they tell me that they have not actually filed any police reports yet. In Hendersonville, Marissa Sulik.
These police ain't gonna do anything. Like they're scared because the drop foots have money. Like these little towns, like I can't believe like these little towns are doing something like this. Like arresting people, trying to step in town, trying to find a kid. Death threats. What are the people doing with death threats? There's really nothing. And as you know, like we're not going to stay quiet. Like this is not something to stay quiet about. Like a 15-year-old's gone missing barefoot. Like there's no way. It's been 7 months. 7 freaking months.
Certainly was. It is hard for any of us to imagine the emotions that this family is going through right now. But one thing is certain: they remain positive. They are holding on to hope that their son Sebastian will return home safely. Can you walk us through what you're thinking right
They
now?
know what happened.
Baby to be okay.
This is fake. Like, now, if you're saying, listen to the stepdad really quick. Listen to the stepdad really quick again.
Hope is strong that her son Sebastian will be found safe and return home.
He's gonna walk through that door, and the street will be flooded again.
He said he's going to walk through that door. What if he did come back through that door? You guys went on vacation after, like, what, a day and a half, 2 days? What's he going to do? Go through the doggy door? Is that how you treat your kids?
They did not go on vacation. They left after people were stalking and harassing them in their own neighborhood, flying drones over their house, going like, this is so ridiculous, but here he is just making up shit. And these are the people that people believe are doing good.
I mean,
this is your intelligence agency here.
Like, honestly,
how many times has he said like in this video? Let's transcript it and see. Any bets? Well, 295 times he said the word like. What an intelligence agency that has the word like 295 times.
At this point, like, we shouldn't even call the cops or anything. Like, just like bring everyone. Like, at this point, bring everyone. Even bring child services, because this is something that child services should have gotten involved. Like, something fishy is going on in that county. Like, I mean, like,
child services is involved. As soon as Sebastian went missing, a report was opened through child services. Carry on.
Person with a history of beating his wife, beating his kids, beating like everyone.
You love how much defamation is all throughout this.
Like, they probably even beat Sebastian, and he goes missing. And you guys are just pointing fingers at somebody that's trying to help. People that's trying to help has been gagged, been shut up. Like, the cousin is probably going to be gagged or go missing soon. Like, I don't know what's going to happen with her. Like, she spilled the tea today. Even she said this is her last post. She's probably going on a run. Like, as long as she's out of Tennessee, I guess the Proudfoots are like I said earlier, the Dropfoots are like a catfish in a pond. But when they leave wherever their little county is at, they turn into a shrimp, a little punk shrimp. You know, like the poppy strips, like you get on like the what was it, the $12.99. Was it Red Lobster special that they went?
Of course, he's got to. Never mind. Let me just hit this button before I say something about him comparing things to food.
Bankrupt about that's what's going to happen if this keeps going on. The money you're spending on law fees could have just used to find your son. Like, that's all I have to say. And like and
again, the only thing that they did compared to the client that they're representing, Chris and Katie filed for an RO. Yes, they got a lawyer to represent them throughout. But ROs are free to file for the victims. Of course, they have their legal expenses with having an attorney. Seth, on the other hand, hired an attorney out of Nashville to file 6 C&Ds in the beginning. Then he aligned himself with people like you who have just taken this and ran with it. And then, according to Tony Mathis, you guys were going to be filing a lawsuit against Texana. That never happened.
At this point, there's really no updates. Like, I'm kind of getting tired of this. Maybe I could probably drop something like soon. We could talk about this even more, but like, this has to be at a bigger scale. Like, you know, like these YouTubers and TikToks that's throwing in their scenarios, it isn't going to work. Like at this point, like, I'm going to figure out how to focus more on get more on the news, get it out on the news, get it out everywhere. But these little TikTok stuff. Okay. And X.
That was Tony Mathis's job. Tony Mathis said that he was in charge of connecting media and getting all of that going. What, was Tony Mathis incapable of doing that? Seems like it to me. But you guys haven't been capable of getting them any media attention either, it doesn't seem.
And this is for Sebastian. We're here to find Sebastian. This is what it's about. There's nothing else. Honestly, like I said, this isn't about the money for us. This, for me, is I don't want a case that's going to turn, people are going to turn a blind eye, and this kid is going to go missing, and he's not going to be found until like 2032 or something like that. Like a couple of months ago, I saw like articles about like a car coming from a river. They yanked it out of a river, and apparently is a car that was missing from since 1957. I don't want to see something like that. And honestly, like maybe some people are scared of death threats. Some people are scared of that. Like, these people are all just, you know, little piglets oinking away. And like, for even the stepdad, like, you know, like you could slap you could be a big man thinking you're a buff guy, like slapping a woman, slapping your kids. This is not going to help, man. Like, I'm Chinese. I'm not scared of that. Like, that's not going to do anything. Like like you probably get your fish slapped out of you. Like with all due respect, that the guy that looks like Earl from 90 Day Fiance over here, like calling the shots, giving out death threats. This is not going to work out, buddy. Like, you know, like your little neck can't hold that much weight. Like I guarantee you. And like you look so shady at the court date. Like, believe me, I had people at the court date. You look so shady that day. Like you look like you were ready for jail, buddy. Why were you wearing an orange polo shirt? Like this is so weird. And then like, well, something I heard about your tires being popped. Like, this is like, well, what are you trying to pull off? Saying you're the good guy here? Like, you probably did it yourself. With all due respect, to be like, oh, I'm innocent. I didn't do it. Like, and if you look through the past, buddy, like you've been beating and slapping all your wives and kids. Like,
And you think that this is the rhetoric that people want to believe in. This is what they want to believe is true. And this is what scares me for humanity. Is people that believe this guy.
Like there's no tomorrow. What does it not make sense where you go ahead and you had a fun day, what you think of slapping around. Maybe you were just having a bad day. You came home, you slapped Sebastian a bit. And like at the end of it, like something happened. Or else why else would, you know, your Ring camera, the Twitter sphere, whatever, the X sphere talked about your next door neighbor's Ring camera, seeing Sebastian's room's light going off like from like time to time from 11 to like 5 in the morning. And you guys had your little flashlight show. Like you guys were in a Marvin Gaye concert walking around your backyard and like 2 lights went out and 1 went back. So what happened between those hours? You know, like your investigation ain't going to do anything. And like, how's that? And like, you guys have no comment for anyone. Like, come take a lie detector. Like, you know, like I'm not.
They took lie detectors for TBI. Carry on.
Asking you to take the truth serum, to be honest, but at least hop on Nancy
Thought you guys didn't talk about truth serum.
Grace and take a lie detector test and tell us that you are innocent, because
They took one for the TBI. They don't need to take shit for you.
Because the light isn't pointing towards your way. Like how
Do your lights even turn on upstairs? Just asking for me.
you know how the husband
You seem like you got a pretty dim bulb there.
and wife will, like, you got married 5 times. You should know, like the ball is not on your court at this time, buddy. Like you
Do you even have? Never mind.
should figure that out soon, or else the cops are going to come knocking and everybody involved is going to take like 5 to 10.
Maybe that's what's wrong with you and why you keep going to this high pitched like maybe they're inverted.
And like I'm not smart
Maybe that's that thing in your stomach that's bulging.
enough, but
The balls that never drop.
between you and me, I don't know if I have the cojones to take $10 and next thing you know, I'm going to jail for 5 to 10 years helping somebody that did something wrong and coming on like threatening people that's trying to help a child. But like, anyways, it's getting late and like it was fun talking to you guys. And
In other words, Nick ran out of things for him to ramble about, so he's telling him to wrap it up.
again, like, my name is Hong.
How does it feel to be Nick's bitch, Hong?
I'll be taking over this page for a while. And if you don't know what happened to Nick, I don't even want to talk about it. Just go on Twitter and you'll find out yourself. And like, also like and subscribe. And till next time, like, you know, probably tomorrow I'll be back on if I find anything new. So till next time, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Yay for us. And guess what? 2 days later, he's back again. Let's hear what he had to say in this dipshit rant that he did. Probably not going to be anything more intelligent than the last. But this time he's sitting in Joseph Lesniak's office while he does this. The irony of this.
Bust a child's lip with braces on. They're his own child. Went through 5, 6 marriages. And now Sebastian Rogers is missing. If you go through the timeline and everything, and I'm pretty sure everyone has, every time I go through it, the more and more questions come out about this Dropfoot family, Proudfoot, whatever, Dropfoot, that people are pointing fingers at the dad and say, this family has nothing to do with it. The more you look into it, the more and more I have questions, okay? More and more I have questions. You're saying the family was seen at a Texas roadhouse last final supper of Sebastian before he disappeared. All right. And it's been 7 months, no leads. It's about to go on 8 months. 2 more weeks, it's about to go on 8 months. No leads.
Is that too fast for you guys? 1.75. Tell me if it's too fast. I turned on closed captioning, but the sooner we get through this, the better, because I want to get into some of the other ones. But if this is too fast, let me know. There's not much you're going to miss.
Nothing. Okay. TBI hasn't done anything. There's no leads. All they did was they found footprints, construction site, drained a pond, second pond, found a mannequin, not a kid. And there are more and more questions coming out on why isn't the step family saying anything, okay? Even with the interviews that the step parents and the mom came on, just believe me, only 3 interviews, and it's been going on 8 months. All that they're saying is nothing, it's just gibberish, like trying to fix their story. Like the first interview was a little bit tacky. Second interview, they try to fix their story up. And when it comes to the third interview, it just started to look very, very, very shady. Like there was an interview where Chris said that the scratch marks that he had on his neck and his hands and everything was from a dog. Now,
the scratches that weren't even there in the initial interviews, the little tiny scratches that they superimposed and edited with an editor to make appear to look way worse than they were. But if you go back to the actual original interviews, those scratches weren't even present on Chris's arms until they were enhanced. Little tiny scratches that they enhanced and changed the color on. Sorry, Hank again.
would dogs really do that to their owners? I don't really think so. Like, there's no way you could get scratch marks on your neck and on your hand from a dog, okay? And the other question that comes to mind with me is the first interview, second interview, you guys mentioned specific times. Like, if my son went missing, it would be like, oh, he went missing at such and such time. Not exact time. You guys are saying, oh, he was there at like 9:43. I was talking to my wife. And then the next interview is, I was talking to my wife while she was reading a book. I was asleep, this and that. How does that make any sense? Like, it sounds so scripted on the exact times that you guys are saying. Like, you guys wouldn't know the exact time what you guys did yesterday, okay? Like, what did you guys do at 10:30 yesterday or 10:30, matter of fact, 10:42 yesterday? And then the other point I want to say is, why did Chris, he keeps saying, I am respectful, I am straightforward kind of person. But like when you're on Nancy Grace, you didn't even want to answer the questions of the make and model of your car. And you're there trying to find your kid, buddy. Like, everyone knows the make and model of your car, especially if you're a construction guy, okay? Like, those pickup trucks, you have to do a vast amount of research before you pick up a pickup truck for you to work, all right? And then the wife. There was an extra car at the house, and you're here saying, oh, the company won't let us do this, the company won't let us do that. Well, your wife's LinkedIn said your wife works at a security company, system company, I'm sorry, and all day drives is those like mini cargo trucks. What is it, those Dodge fleet vans? That's all public record. So why are you withholding and hiding things like this on national TV? It makes it look so shady. It makes it look so shady that like you don't want your kid to be found. All right, like all that really matters is for us is what happened to Sebastian. Okay, at this point, 8 months, no leads. Where is Sebastian and what happened to him? All right, and all the nights that like, believe me, brother, like all the nights that you can't sleep is the guilt because you're reliving on what happened that night. That's why you can't sleep. That's why you're paying.
Oh, really? Is that all true? I love this for the Proudfoots. I hate that they've been slandered to this point, but this is all defamation. Every bit of it's defamation. And this is coming out of an attorney's office. He's sitting in Lesniak's office doing this.
Paying these piglets.
The civil suits that they have, if they choose to, are massive, in my opinion. But most people can't handle stuff like this because they don't have the money to take these people on civilly. Oh, shit.
Do you know how many damn scratches I got on me from my dogs?
Yeah, I'm sure. I think I got a few right now coming because Hank's digging my blanket out from under me again.
That like some of the shit he says is the dumbest shit possible. I'm sorry for being frank like that, y'all, but it is. It's stupid.
He's just making shit up as he goes.
He really is. Cause the fuck talking about, I've had small dogs, chihuahuas, scratch my fucking face up. Like, what is you talking about, dude?
I've had worse scratches and bites from small dogs than I have from big dogs.
Exactly. Like, come on. Nah, bro. You don't have no clue what the fuck you're talking about. None whatsoever. But let it play so I can hear this stupid shit.
Okay, let's go.
To come on at night to bash and give death threats to people that is actually trying to help to find Sebastian, okay? And another thing is, why does the mom make such a big deal about her making breakfast that morning, like the second and third interview? I find that really funny because your child is 15 and he's autistic, and you make it like you force your child to make breakfast for everyone, like he's the Cinderella of the family because he's special. All right, and what?
Sebastian now was forced to make breakfast, but everybody else has been mocking Katie because she made spaghetti pancakes for breakfast. They don't even, this is the problem. It's just twisted, manufactured, fabricated stories off of bullshit. Oh God, I'm just gonna
Did
lose my.
this man really just say Sebastian was Cinderella?
Yes, he did. They have been so diminishing to Sebastian.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. I must have missed that the first time, or I don't know. I don't know what the fuck I was doing, but wow.
Well, it's because I didn't really review these much because I was like, I am not giving these people any type of. I think I reviewed a couple of them, but I
Yeah, because
tried
if you don't
not pay
cover it,
attention. Yeah.
if you don't cover it, I don't watch that shit. I'm gonna be honest, I don't.
And I really tried to stay away from these guys at first because I was not scared of them, but I was just like, I don't want to give them more attention because it's all just rumors and speculation and complete manufactured bullshit that we've been debunking. And here they are coming out and taking bits and pieces of those rumors and like completely setting a new stage of lies. It's so frustrating, but to go back and listen to it now, this is why these people are dangerous.
Yeah.
Nobody's going to take that opinion from me. These people, including Tony Mathis, are dangerous. The Tony Mathis ones that you guys are about to see coming up in this, and the control that he has alongside Dog Nick and At Night is really concerning.
I think he's the dangerous one if you want to know the truth.
I do too. I agree with you.
But okay.
Her making
Tell me to pause, you know.
breakfast that morning, like the second and third interview, I find that really funny because your child is 15 and he's autistic, and you make it like you force your.
Oh, and if anybody's questioning who just hopped on panel with me, it's the wonderful, lovely Chico. There you go. Make sure you're subbed up to Chico. Chico has been following and did follow the Tyree Nichols. She streamed the entire trial. She talks a lot about corruption in Tennessee, especially Memphis. And outside of that, she does an incredible job. So please make sure you're subbed up. I'm sure that Pika will be dropping her link in the chat. Go over, watch some of her stuff. It's very real, raw content, though. So it's for those that are really interested in what's truly going on. You will get a major dose of reality. She does an incredible job with it.
Your child to make breakfast or for everyone, like he's the Cinderella of the family because he's special. All right. And
the Cinderella of the family because he is special.
What I don't get is even based on like just basic questions that was asked on national news, national TV, you try to dodge those questions like it was bullets coming at you. Like, why were people like questioning that? Like, they asked you what kind of shoes, what specific shoes your son wear. You're scared to say that. Oh, he has multiple shoes. And then like the husband goes on and lie about, oh, the cops has already gotten a full inventory of Sebastian's shoes. But even the wife came and corrected you that the inventory that they looked at was the wife inventory to check inventory, not the police, the wife. Okay. And the other thing is,
what the fuck is he even rambling about? Like, this is concerning.
Girl, I don't know. Like, what the fuck? I don't look. Do y'all? First of all, do y'all know how many pair of shoes I have? I'm a sneakerhead. Okay. I can't even fucking tell you what I wore yesterday. I can't. And if a parent has bought multiple shoes for their child with a million other damn things going on, I'm pretty sure that the details of shoes might slip their mind, just possibly.
I couldn't tell you my girls' shoes. I've said that so many times. I could not tell you. They both have very similar shoes, like shoe size. They both have some almost identical different color variations on like Hey Dudes and things like that, flip-flops. But they're girls. They have dress shoes, they have tennis shoes, they have casual shoes, they have sandals.
Exactly. Like I did have to make myself stop buying shoes. I got like sneakers, and then I used to have to go to the office, so I had to dress up daily. Yeah. I haven't bought a pair in a while though. I'm proud of myself. I haven't.
Bree says Nerd Boy's favorite breakfast is waffles with cocktail sauce. That's an interesting combo. Why? Because it is. And I made it all the time. He liked it. Didn't matter if anyone else did. Hell, that's what we do for her kids. Like,
Exactly.
and I mean, he's just dipping the waffles in cocktail sauce instead of syrup. Savory and sweet. No big deal.
Mm-hmm.
And thank you, Bree.
Why are you so like, I don't know, like,
Mother effer, if this dude says like one more time. So the first one was 295 times. Let's check this out. 231 times. Motherfucker.
Oh, well, let me keep my comments to myself because I was about to be petty. Don't do it.
This is like you have no brain cell up there.
I just have like this weird.
No, I was just gonna say I use it sometimes, but not every damn sentence.
I use it a lot in not every damn sentence.
Like not every sentence. You just overkilling it now. Now everybody's gonna be conscious of the word like and make sure we don't say it 20 times. Shit, thanks.
Well, it's like after listening to Justin, I start saying right after my own sentences. I'm like, no. And here I am. Now I'm going to be saying like and right. We're fucked. I get fucked up. Like, right? Like, right?
Correct. You're correct. Correct.
I need a freaking mute button for myself right now.
Your gut sense that you guys know what happened and you guys just want to hide it. Okay. Like, honestly, like the 5 marriages you've been on it's what's in it for you. Okay. Like, I would
repeating the same bullshit once again.
Be surprised that you married this woman, Sebastian's mother, because of Sebastian's disability. Okay.
What?
You also went on, you don't want to disclose what kind of medicine your son takes. Now, like, forgive me if I'm wrong. I'm pretty sure Sebastian left the house without his medications, and it's been 8 months, okay? Have the police checked? Has anyone went and is still grabbing his prescription?
Did you not hear what your buddy Dog said previous to this? Dog himself said that they checked all pharmacies and they have not been refilled anywhere. I'm sure law enforcement did their due diligence too. Shut up. Like,
yeah. What? First of all, why would it be filled if he missing?
Right.
Make that shit make sense.
They can't.
I'm gonna run away from home, but I'm gonna go fill my medication.
And Chris has actually told us that they're not life-sustaining medications. They are symptom control medications that many of us with children with behavioral issues use for symptom control and things like that. Mood disorder, all the different things that go along with disabilities of some sort. They're not life-sustaining medications. Can he sustain his life without the medications? Yes. Would it be a difficult struggle? Potentially, yes. Could it cause upset going on and off the medications? Yes. But again, they don't have to disclose to the public. Law enforcement is going to know exactly what medications he was on, when he was taking them, any types of switches. Oh, God.
Has anyone checked that?
Like, can we just hit the fucking mute button on this guy forever? It's really frustrating to listen to this. Like, I'm torture testing myself at this point, and everyone you guys with me. This is like there I said it again. Oh.
I told you. Now we're gonna be conscious of the word like. I told you.
I'm fucked. I'm just done now. I'm just gonna hit this button.
Like things are just getting funnier and funnier. The more I look into this.
There's nothing funny about a child being missing.
Nope.
And for those of you that doesn't want to look at the facts or like just listen to your cult leader from like the tiki-takis and like the
Speaking of the cult leader, hey Tony. Tiny Tony.
YouTubers that wants to that's being paid to stop people from finding Sebastian.
We do need to figure out a cult name though. Can it be something charismatic? Tony's not very charismatic. He wouldn't be somebody I would follow in a cult, but he's definitely a majority leader for the team. So can we come up with a cult name for them? We've been throwing stuff out there, but we need to decide on one.
Like, come and help us. Like, you're being paid anyway. once Sebastian is found, you're going to even be paid
Like the cult of the idiots.
even more. You're the one that found him. So why use that strength, that hatred you have towards people that's actually trying hard to do like search parties, going on like bringing out their private, bringing out their own boats to go search? Why are you stopping these people? Like it's like that old song, like that I don't even know, like I don't know the name of it. Like why? Tell me why. It's all why. There's no answers to this whole case. Okay, all right. If you just looked at the facts, like come on, the dad's cooperating. Okay, he wants his son back so bad that he's gonna lose his job. To be honest, the way he's going at and like I feel bad for the guy. Like seriously, like this is the only parent out of 3, not 2, 3 parent out of the 3 parents that's supposed to be loving this kid. This is the only parent that's out there trying everything. He would probably give his life to get his son back. Okay, and
can you detail us a written list of all the things Seth has been doing to find his son? It's none of our business again. But since you say he's the only one, I'm sure you have a detailed list of every single thing task he's accomplishing. Every time he's searched.
You would think so. I mean, especially, when he did that major photo of, get a picture of me searching.
Yep, for the news. Yeah, he posted some vigils, but they were all pre-planned by his team too. We're gonna get into that eventually too.
what does a stepdad?
Because Tony and his buddies really surely had an influential role in that.
Does do? Go on vacation. Go look at Harleys. Like I understand people cope different.
There's been zero proof that Chris and Katie have gone on vacation. And at this point in time, even if they have gone on vacation, it's been over a year. These people have to attempt to find some sort of normalcy. They have to start living their lives again. They go to work. They have to start getting into a routine. It happens for every family. As hard as that is for some of them, they have other children and they have lives to live. As far as jobs, they have to be functioning members of society. And if they've gone on a vacation, I don't blame them.
I agree because I've said it from the jump. What is Katie supposed to do? Stay a mess the whole time?
Right. It drives me absolutely nuts.
And Chris is supposed to sit with her and not work so their house can get foreclosed on, their vehicles repossessed. And when that happens, then y'all be dragging them about that, saying that they're horrible with their finances. Like, pick a fucking struggle. Pick a fucking struggle.
And let me just say this too, for anybody that wants to condemn me, I'll give you something else. If there ever comes a point in time where Chris and Katie have a legal fund for going after people civilly, I will be sharing the fuck out of that link and donating to it. If Chris and Katie ever had a vacation fund to go away, which I know they wouldn't, but I would fucking sure as hell donate to that shit too, because these people have been shredded, a targeted harassment campaign non-fucking stop. Nonstop. We have watched it with our own 2 eyes. Well, they say that we protect Chris and Katie. No, I do not. I believe in innocent until proven guilty in the court of law. And I've seen out of these very people's mouths exactly what their intent is. They've said they are trying to create probable cause to get them locked up for something that we don't even know if they did or had a hand in. We don't know where Sebastian is. They've done everything to take focus off of Sebastian. And you can be mad at me all you want for feeling how I feel, but I don't believe Seth has anything at this point in time to do with the disappearance of his child. Do I have a lot of questions? Yes, but it stems around why would anybody that is wanting to find their child be involved with this group of people that has done everything to take the focus off of your missing child? That doesn't make sense. And does it have red flags to me? Absolutely. But do I have proof and evidence that he's involved in the disappearance of his child? No. Until law enforcement tells us otherwise, I will believe that all 3 of them right now have been cooperative and their stories have been vetted until something changes with law enforcement. And anything for me is on the table. But I believe highly that there's likelihood of Sebastian walking out of that house on his own, succumbing to the elements, an accident happened, or a person outside of the family could be involved too, because we've also heard Seth say that he played games on gaming devices and then he changed the story multiple times. We've watched that Bullhorn Betty's interview. Jennifer Coffendorfer's interview. If you go back to the beginning of this, part 1, if you have not seen this series, it's very, very enlightening. There's things in there that we all forgot about too. We were pulling out things as we've been watching this and going, holy shit, we forgot that was said. There's just a lot. So anything you want to add to that, Chico?
No, I agree with you on everything you said. I until law enforcement says, that a parent is in fact guilty and they have the evidence to support that, I have to go with I'm tired of being judge, jury, and prosecution. That's not my job.
Fuck no, it's not our jobs.
My job is to bring awareness, and I don't even really cover missing people or talk about kids because this is why. This is exactly why. Because of the shit that surrounds it. And I want no parts of it whatsoever. Now, I will help out, my creators that I follow, help call out the bullshit. If I catch something, I'll say something. Hey, did you know that, But other than that, no. This is exactly why. People take it too damn far. Way too far.
Way too far. Way too far.
If my child was gone from my house out of thin air, I wouldn't be acting like this. Like, seriously, I wouldn't be acting like this, okay? Like,
I can't even imagine how you would be acting considering you don't even have children, from my understanding, and you're acting like this.
And when literally there are...
What was that anyways? Why did he sit forward all of a sudden?
Recordings.
Heartburn?
After recordings of on TikTok. Well, this is the one time I give props for the TikTok people, is that phone call when Mr. Rogers called the stepdad and asked, there's rumors going around that the grandmom has him. He went straight to defense mode. Like,
what are you talking about?
This guy could play.
The phone call? Tony Mathis came out with the bullshit about... What are you talking about? Because it was Tony Mathis who came out with bullshit on TikTok that Sebastian had contact with Katie's mom. What are you even fucking talking about?
This guy,
and it was proven to be false.
The time so fast that he went to the defensive mode that, like, he could probably make it to the defensive player of the year award in the NBA. Like, he goes to the attack as soon as somebody asks about where that child is. Even on a YouTube interview live, they ask, how long have you been with Sebastian? How long?
Or is he talking about when Seth asked about where Kathy and Terry were or something like that? There was something with, and Chris was like, if you've got questions, you can ask my mom.
Were you Sebastian's stepdad?
I think it was over the Alaska trip, maybe. God, these guys are just fools. They're mixing up so many stories. I can't even keep track of which ones they're trying to.
He went straight to defensive mode. If you love your child, what parent or step parent will go on defensive mode and try to dodge that question? I mean, that's just me.
What?
I don't know what else to say,
What?
And
Chris did what he was supposed to do, which is defend his wife. They were dragging her. Now, has Chris fucked up and said some fucked up things? Absolutely. And I've said it. It is what it is. Of course, I kind of don't blame him, seeing that he's taken the bullshit for over a year and he has pretty much stayed quiet, hasn't talked shit about Seth, hasn't talked shit about nobody's family or none of that until recently. But he's not supposed to say anything. He's not supposed to defend his wife, his family. He's not supposed to do none of that. Get the fuck out of here.
It's unreal. That's what I was thinking too. Cold Case Crystal and Truck You is he's throwing in the stories, but I think he's mixing up when Seth confronted him about his parents going to Alaska on the Web Sleuths panel. The way he's just throwing a bunch of stories all together and calling it whatever. It's not even
this point, like.
And Chris basically said, you got her number, you call her.
No leads. Cops don't care about tips anymore. Like, I feel like the cops has already given up.
I also found that to be very interesting when that was asked, considering that the initial story was that Kathy was at the house by the time Seth got there. But then other stories have led to believe that that wasn't quite the story. And the second or third time he was asked about it, he couldn't remember if she was there or not until Tony really helped remind him that that was what his story had initially claimed.
We can't give up.
If and when we ever have access to the body camera footages of that incident, it'll be really interesting to see the timeline of who was there and when.
But at this point, like, who knows? Like, at this point, like, aliens could have gotten this kid. And you're still pointing fingers at
fucking aliens.
The father.
This kid. He never names him Sebastian.
I mean, this is absurd to me. Like, this is really, really absurd to me.
What's really absurd to me is you're sitting in Joseph Lesniak's office while you're doing this.
Okay? Like, and for those people that's like, you know, just face the facts. Like face the facts, okay? It's been 8 months, 7 months, going to 8. 2 more weeks is going to be 8 months, okay? It's going to be 8 months. Like, to be honest, it's going to be 8 months. And you're still pointing fingers at the dad that's working at a prison jailer's salary.
He hasn't been back to work, to our knowledge, to the jail. I've never heard anybody say he's ever gone back to jail or back to work at the jail.
Okay, which is not much. And every time he has a break, every time he has a day off, he's out there looking for his son. Okay. Like,
he hasn't returned to work. He went on leave for disability or an injury.
Like, the facts are there. Like, I don't want people to just follow the TikToks, the YouTubers, you know, like,
I want him to follow you.
Just here to keep the awareness going.
This isn't awareness. This is complete bullshit.
They shut off Nick. Like, Nick will be back on probably soon. Like, we'll let you know. But like, I'm just here to try to keep this green light still sparkle in the dark. Because it's going to go complete darkness soon. Like, we can't let that happen. Okay? There's no way I'm going to let that happen. I'm not going to let that slide because there is no way in America that a child should be banished out of thin air. Like, this is not a third world country. There's no way any American.
Everything he's saying, he just repeated from the day before.
American should disappear in American soil. You know how embarrassing that is for our country? I'm just saying, like, and instead of helping, you're calling people, going to the sites, following the people that's actually putting pamphlets around town, ripping it off, and call the cops on those people that's actually trying to help for vandalism. I've never seen some stuff like that. And for that church that went and trying to search, like, what, 5-6 months ago, even they said it. They haven't seen stuff like this for the past 15 years.
The church? What church? No church ever said that. What are you talking about?
Okay. Yeah, he lost me.
He's just making shit up.
And when we're trying to help, every video that I watch that they're saying law enforcement is helping, law enforcement is there. There is thousands, 2,000s of law enforcement deputies helping. How is there help when each video I see, there's only 2-3 cop cars or 2 deputies walking on a 100-acre field? What can you find with 2 people in 100 acres? It's a needle in a haystack. Like, I don't get it. Like, I really don't get it, okay? And like, this whole entire time, okay, if you just entertain these fantasies, these lies from, like, the Proudfoots, Stropfoots, the money that they gave to people that's putting, like, slandering people that's coming to help, arresting people, you know, shame on you, okay? And honestly, like I felt that this family, okay, where Sebastian was from, like the Dropfoot family with Sebastian.
This is At Night Intelligence Agency managing partner Hong Zi.
And the 3 of them.
Isn't it amazing?
I feel like this was a disaster already before February 25th, okay? This is a messy family. Like you have.
That's all he calls them, is the Dropfoots.
A stepdad.
Intentional to be disrespectful.
That married 4, 5, 6, 7 times, beating his wife, busting his little girl's lip because she had braces, punched her too hard, okay? Like.
That's Nina's story. We don't know if it's factual.
And I just want to know, what are you thinking? Like, what are you doing? Okay. Like, and everybody's not facing the facts, just pointing fingers left and right. And the only finger we should point at is everything is going towards the Dropfoots. And nobody's pointing fingers at them. Like, that makes me wonder, like, are the cops being paid off? Is he paying off everybody in the town to a point that not an outsider could even step into this little town? like it's just question after
Man, he's got so much money.
question after question. Okay, like was he picked
Police corruption,
up? Like they said there was an SUV
trying to diminish what law enforcement is doing.
when you guys did your little light show and they debunked that saying it's a trash truck or whatever. But what kind of trash truck comes at 3 a.m? Like if a trash truck is coming to my property at 3 a.m, best believe I'm running out there with my gun. Like that's something that don't even happen in the hood, let alone the suburbs. Okay,
Lies.
like, a trash truck.
Lies. That is common in Tennessee.
Well, and Seth himself stated what he was told by law enforcement and stated that the time on the camera was broken. So there's that.
At 3:20, 3:30 in the morning, like that community is kind of rich. Like, and I don't think like they will appreciate a trash truck beeping and honking at 3:30 in the morning. Okay, like face the facts. Stop living in this little fantasy that you guys are in, and like listening to your cult leaders on doing these like how would I say, little people acts. Like, you know. And at this point, like, I really wish I was living
This is the group of people. This is the managing partner, one of the managing partners of At Night. And people praise these guys.
This man says little people. I'm done. I'm so tired.
Yeah, I can't. I'm almost to switch it. Like I can't.
I really wish that this was just a dark fantasy for me. This is a nightmare.
Why are you talking about fantasy?
Wish this is a nightmare. There's no way a 15-year-old kid with autism goes missing out of thin air in a suburban neighborhood.
It happens quite often. Sebastian's not the first, but there we are.
In the state, in America, okay? Like, there's no way this should happen. If it's like that, the people there should just go to North Korea or China. Like, that's all I'm saying. And, like, the other thing is, like I said, I wish I could wake up from this nightmare, but every morning when I wake up, knowing this case, this is not a nightmare. This is reality. This is reality. And we, as, like, the people, have a lot of questions, and we need it to be answered.
What's a nightmare is the fact that people believe At Night Media, and this is one of the managing partners. An intelligence agency, and this is the representation of the intelligence agency. That's a nightmare.
Okay, literally, we need questions to be answered, and there's only 3 words. Where's Sebastian? Where's Sebastian? And where's Sebastian? I'm sorry, 6 words. Like, where is Sebastian at this point? 8 months, and all the search and everything that they have is around the county? Like, literally around the county. Like, all the different counties, maybe like 200-300 miles away. How's that going to help? Like, if he was at that construction place, like the police, what was it? The police radio, I heard that. The police radio said, dog caught a scent, went to the construction site, jumped into a pond, took all the water out, didn't find anything, and there was nothing there. So,
oh my God,
that gives me questions even more. Is it just, did you just see the footprint, that one footprint? Are there shoe footprints next to the kid that's walking or running towards the construction site? Like, there's nothing. You guys don't say anything. Like the deputies don't give out any answers. Like, what is going on? Okay, and why has it been 8 months and you still, the deputy still hasn't reached out to ask for more help? Okay, I mean, like, I could go on the news and say, oh, we have 2,000-3,000 deputies coming to help, but is it 2,000-3,000 now?
Sumner County, the TBI, the FBI, and the Secret Service have all been assisting from jump.
Tennessee Wildlife Services. You had every damn agency out there.
We had National Guard out there too, weren't they? Like, there was so much going on.
You had literally the whole alphabet crew out there. So don't tell me that this state didn't do enough for him, because I know for a fact he got more than a majority Black kids.
And he also got other search agencies like EquiSearch that came in. There was other people that came in. Like, the response was incredible.
It was. That's all. No, you can't tell me my state, especially Sumner County, you can't tell me that they didn't do what they were supposed to, because they went above and beyond for their family.
Yes, they did. And you are correct too. Like, people don't like to hear the reality. I mean, we've had other families speak on this, that they are so thankful for the response that they've gotten, because a lot of families do not get this type of response. It's truly sad.
Like,
it's horrible.
I mean, recently, I hate to say it, but the one who went missing here recently, he was autistic. He was black. Well, I think he was like 5 or 6. He was real young. His aunt was watching him and she had fell asleep while she was watching him. Well, he was known to get out the house
Oh,
and he got out the house. And the apartments that they stay at, they're literally surrounded by lakes.
oh, I remember this one. Yeah.
But I will say MPD brought out drones. They brought out search. They brought out divers. I will say MPD is trying. I give them hell a lot of times, but they did try for him. Even though the outcome was horrible,
Yeah.
the family still got some closure though.
Yeah. He had drowned too. And correct.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, but they did bring out, like I said, stuff to search for him. So we're making steps in the right direction. It's just gonna take time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Every single news video I
I'm only going to torture test you guys for a few more minutes and then we'll go on to something else.
saw capturing officers going to search for the child, it's literally the max is 3 Ford Focus vehicles or like 2-3 officers walking in a 100-acre field. Unless you're telling me you can fit 2,000-3,000 officers in 3 Ford Focuses, that's not working out. But like man up, call Washington, help. Like the kid is
Call Washington. Ring, ring, ring. Night action line. Can you send some undercover? What do you think this is? Like a Netflix show? Have you guys
I
seen the
don't know, especially
Night action? It's actually really good. I really enjoy it, and I don't really like many of those, but they have like, oh, there goes that word again. They have these undercover ops, and there's a guy, they work for the government, and there's a guy that sits in a room in the White House in this little tiny secluded room. It's all just a show. It's not a documentary or anything. And it's a complete closed in wall, like all of its walls. And there's just one single phone in there. And it's for the ops to call in case they're in trouble. And it's called the night action line. That's probably what Hong thinks they're doing over here. Just ring a ding ding. Trump. Hey, Trump.
He's 15. Okay. He needs his medicine every day. And he vanished.
Okay, and that's another thing that just cracks me up. Can you guys imagine, like, oh, there, I said it. Oh, fucking fuck. I'm gonna sound like I have Tourette's here in a minute if I continue to say the word like. They claim to rub elbows with politicians and the elite. Can you imagine this guy sitting at a dinner with somebody in politics or in the elite in Hollywood?
You know what? I could. I hate to say that, but I could with a few politicians. I could see that, unfortunately.
Well, yeah.
I'm just being honest, girl.
I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene might be single. Him and MTG might be perfection.
Mm-hmm.
But
people like her. I'm just saying.
I mean, ooh.
Not to get political, but I could see some having dinner with this man.
I would love to be a fly on the wall though during what a conversation that would be.
Yeah.
Huh.
With no medicine, no nothing. So is there like a medicine trail? Can anyone?
I just don't see people. I guess what I'm getting at is I don't see educated. Not every politician is educated though. I don't see well-rounded, sophisticated, educated, driven folks really.
Now, when you put it like that, no. Now, when you put it like that, no.
Hell no. Other politicians out. Like, yeah.
Yeah, no. When you put it like that, when you're talking about like people that's truly educated and know what the fuck they're talking about, then no, absolutely not.
Put him in a room with Jasmine Crockett.
Oh no, he wouldn't survive. He wouldn't survive.
That's why I picked her. Let's accomplish that. Hey, we got somebody free to hang out with. Oh man, she would chew his ass up.
She would.
She would. Ooh, that actually might be entertaining though.
Are the police even on that trail? Or matter of fact, is Chris Profit still getting his son's medication so he could take it himself? Because like it seems like every time you go into a marriage, it's all about beneficial for you, not for the other one. And once you're done with you're done and like you're tired of taking you're done and there's no more benefits, you beat them the hell up. So what makes this case different? Like, did you come home one day and decide to I think we could live better collecting what Sebastian gets, and it'll be better if we could just use the money and Sebastian is gone. Now, is that true or is not? Or if not? There are a lot of questions that has to be answered, and the only person that is willing to come on and answer these questions and everything is the actual father, not the drop foot side of the family. Okay, and you're here saying you're willing to talk today. You're saying you're willing to talk. You got your story straight now. It's been what 7 months. 7 months. I'm pretty sure you could write a whole Harry Potter book by now. Let's see how good your story is this time. Okay.
Hell no, Shaggy. I like Miley. Well, some things I like some of her music, some of her. That's Hannah Montana. Hannah Montana ain't hanging out with Hong. Don't ruin my childhood. Well, not my childhood, Kenzie's childhood. Oh, there's your baby. Oh, here, let me put Chico full screen. How can I put you full screen? Oh, you're muted. Why'd you mute
Yeah,
that?
she got a little wild there. She got a little wild. Here come her Debo ass brother.
Her Debo ass brother.
Yeah, and there goes Lucy. And Callie. All right, y'all go handle y'all business. I just want to show y'all out for a second.
They're so pretty. Thank you for sharing them.
You're welcome.
Every time Chico and I are on the phone, we're like, goddamn dogs, because they're always bugging us at the same time.
Yeah, literally.
They're always like, here we go. Hey, Revival.
If you really, really want to prove your innocence, let's do it. Let's do it. Get a
6 minutes. How many more times can we say
hold of our team? We'll have you on whatever. We're not going on YouTube. We're not going on TikTok. We're not going on any of that. Let's take it to a bigger step. Let's go to the news, okay? Wherever you want to go, I'll have my team contact them. I'm pretty sure we could get it done. This, just quick as that. Wherever you want to go, okay? Go back on Nancy Grace. We could go on Court TV if you want, or we could even go on the Good Morning America, because I know you probably like that, okay? Let's go on Good Morning.
Oh, I really doubt that you guys could go on Good Morning America. Wasn't it a producer from Good Morning America that your buddy Nick fabricated emails about? Wasn't that Good Morning America? I might be wrong. I'll have to look. It's one of those morning shows.
Morning America, all right? We'll bring the dad, we'll bring the mom, the stepdad, which is you. We'll bring Dog, we'll bring in our legal team, and we'll sit down and actually talk and go based on the facts on what happened. And don't you even think of dodging these questions. And trust me, my legal team and all of the producers that there is in Good Morning America.
Jim, that could be that. You might be right on English not being his first language. He speaks pretty well. But you might be right on the limited vocabulary. I didn't even think about that at first. So, okay, I'll give you that. But can we just stick a sock in his fucking mouth? I mean, I don't really care what somebody's first language is, second language. He still needs a sock in his mouth.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that.
Okay, hit the button.
And our team will know that you're lying if you are lying. And we'll question you again if you're dodging those questions that you don't want to answer, like a bullet coming to your head. Let's do that. You want to prove your innocence? Let's not go on the TikToks, the YouTubes, the little cult followers. Let's go on to the news. Let's take it. I'm tired of going on seeing these interviews from these little piglets blinking away every day, talking about this case, where Sebastian to Mr. Rogers and all these stuff. I'm tired of that. This is done over with. I'm done with these BS. I'm not the type of person that just talk the talk, okay? I walk the walk too. So let's take action and let's go on the news and throw everything on the table. Let's go on the news and throw everything on the table and find out what exactly happened to this 15-year-old autistic child that vanished out of your home, okay? Your home, out of thin air. There's no indication of breaking in or anything. And my question is, out of all the interviews, just the 3 that you Proud Flips did, why was it that you have to put your dogs up that specific night that Sebastian went missing? Why? If you're you're saying that your house is ranch themed and Sebastian is living on the ground floor, why wouldn't you have your dogs to protect your child? That's all I'm asking. That's all I'm saying. Like there's the more and more you look into this, the more and more questions I have, and the more and more I get upset. And when I'm upset, it's not pretty. I hardly get upset. Like, people know when I get upset, like, I do things that I would say people have a conscience won't do. Okay, like, let's just leave it at that. Okay, like, at this point, we want to know why, and tell us why, and where's Sebastian, and why Sebastian. Like, if you guys are tired of the child, like, Mr. Rogers got his son in court. He has full custody, and then he goes missing 2 weeks before he goes home with dad. And you guys are saying it's the dad's fault.
What? Mr. Rogers has full custody? No, he does not. No, he does not. There was no custody change happening. None. What is he even
Since
talking
when?
about? That's the first time I noticed him say that, but that's a blatant lie. A blatant
But
lie.
you know what? Dog did the same thing.
Yes, he did.
Remember?
Sure did.
He said the same thing in the interview.
Yeah, he did. Sure as hell
Another
did.
theory y'all were trying to push. Okay.
And these are the reasons why I have more and more questions. The more I listen to these, I'm like, something isn't adding up here.
Why would the dad have anything to do with it when he's bringing his child back? Like, if he didn't want his child, he didn't have to fight for him in court. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. And I'm pretty sure people that has common sense don't get it neither. And the more and more this drags on, the more and more questions I have, like, not even just Sebastian, you know? Like, what's going on in that county, in that town? Like, what skeletons you have in your closet that you don't want outsiders to come in to look for your child? And that's it, guys. Like, this is it. Like, you know? And there's a reason we're in a law office at 10:35. Like, this is not
And Nick just wrote him a note to mention that they're in a law office at 10:35.
a joke. Like I said, I don't just talk the talk. I walk the walk. And when you pigments that's oinking away that piss me off, like the best, like one of the best attorneys that represented me said, power only understands power. So, like, if you think that you're strong arming me, best believe I am coming in faster, harder than before, buddy. All right? Like, and this is it for tonight, you know? Thanks for all the mods. Like and subscribe. I don't care if you subscribe or not, like, it's not my channel, but like and subscribe, and let's hope that we can bring Nick back soon, because this is getting outrageous. This is getting out of hand. It's
You're out of
outrageous. All right, guys, have a good weekend, and I'll talk to you guys soon. Till our next.
Thank God, no, we're not talking to you anytime soon. All right, it's going to go from bad to worse. Ready? Do we need a palette cleanser between that? I don't really have any good palette cleansers, though. What I have is creepy ones. What do I have that we could play? Oh, we could play the new smiley one. Here we go.
So on one hand, I want to believe Ellie, but on the other hand, I'm so freaking, absolutely freaking tired of Ellie. That's just me. And I begin to wonder as well. On the other hand, I'm so freaking, absolutely freaking tired.
I don't know what was going on there. I really don't.
Yeah. When you showed us the other day, I'm like, what the fuck is she doing with her mouth?
I have no idea what the fuck was going on there, to be honest.
That's a good clip, though.
It's just no clue. All right, so now we're going to go to November 28th when Lesniak makes his appearance alongside Dog the Bounty Hunter on Court TV. Here you go.
Was supposed to. Inside this beautiful neighborhood in Hendersonville, Tennessee, there's an unsolved mystery. It was a Sunday night going into a Monday morning, and 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers was supposed to be inside his home sleeping. His mother, Katie Proudfoot, says Sebastian went to bed around 9 o'clock, but was making some noises an hour later, including, she says, a thud sound. Katie said,
Some people have mentioned maybe it was her dentures, and when she did it the first time, she made him slip, and then she was trying to get him back into place without knocking him out of her head. I have no idea. I don't care if she has dentures. I don't shame. I don't give a shit. But I mean, whatever happened, it was a glitch in her matrix, not mine.
She told him to go to sleep and she herself went to bed at midnight. Then at 6 a.m., Katie says she woke up, went into Sebastian's room to get him ready for school, but he was gone. Sebastian's stepfather, Chris Proudfoot, wasn't at home, and his father was 45 minutes away at work. Police responded and began trying to figure out what happened. That was February 26, 2024. And as the days and weeks and now months have passed, there's still no sign of Sebastian, no sign of foul play, and no answers about what happened. Did someone harm Sebastian? Did he just walk away? We're searching for those answers as we investigate the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers.
And for weeks after Sebastian's disappearance, a massive search effort took place over the areas of Tennessee, near and far from Sebastian's home in Hendersonville. Multiple law enforcement agencies participated. There was ground, aerial, water searches. Nothing has led to the return of Sebastian. Now, official law enforcement agencies, they've completely dialed back.
I think that's the first time I've heard the CIA being mentioned. I know the Secret Service was assisting with things such as like technology, stuff of that nature, but I don't remember ever hearing anything about the CIA besides from LARPers. But
I don't remember that either. Like you said, I remember FBI, TBI, Secret Service, Tennessee Wildlife, EquiSearch, the other search thing, National Guard. I know they had horseback, drones, dogs,
aircraft,
yeah.
ATVs.
But I don't know about the CIA. I didn't hear the CIA.
I don't think I remember hearing the CIA either, to be honest.
Yeah. No, I agree. I don't remember hearing that.
But that doesn't mean anything. There's been a lot that I haven't heard either.
At least with organized searches. But another group of investigators is still working very hard to find him. Here is an update we received today from Dog the Bounty Hunter and At Night Private Intelligence, a branch of One World. New leads suggest possible sightings or related activity in Oregon and New York. And we are pursuing all tips with heightened.
Okay, this right here, the fact that Court TV is using them as a source is also very concerning to me. This is why I did this in this timeline, because do they vet any of their sources? Have they looked into this At Night One World at all?
Exactly. And now that goes to say whatever he just said about CIA is bullshit, because I ain't hear that.
Yeah, I haven't heard it either. But thank you, Dreams, for letting us know. I don't think I've heard anybody mention the CIA now that I think about it.
Urgencies, and that brings us to our first question of this hour, and that's an obvious one. Where is Sebastian Rogers tonight? As so many people continue to look for him and worry about this young man. Let's bring in Dwayne Chapman, aka Dog the Bounty Hunter. He's with us. He's joined this search effort for Sebastian, and he has dedicated a lot of resources, including his time, and attorney Joe Lesniak, who's assisting with the legal aspects of this search. Good evening to both of you. Dog, let's start with the updates. Where are we here? And if you could just...
Sorry, I was bagging up banana bread.
No, because I'm finna, but I just have to ask this. When did you bring your ass to Tennessee?
He didn't.
When did you help search? What powers have you put into this doc? Man, get the fuck out of here with them lies.
He owes the IRS too much money.
Lying sack of shit. You cannot make this shit up.
He's a God-fearing man, though. He's been doing...
Yeah, brother.
Yeah. He's been doing church tours.
I can't even say it how he said it last night. I just know it's discernment.
But he mentioned dessert with it, so it's like dessertment. That's what he was saying. He was saying it was a dessertment.
Yeah. Anyway, let me finish watching it. Play it.
Just give us a...
I swear these people do something to your brain, and look at that guy's toupee. I mean, again, you'd have more luck suing the toupee company. Man, they're the one punking you, nobody else.
A little bit of more detail on these possible leads in specifically, it sounds like the Pacific Northwest, Oregon, and then something over on the New York Canadian border.
Well, first of all, I appreciate you having us on the show, and I'm glad my lawyer's there. Let me tell you something, because sometimes I stick my foot in my mouth. So, Mr. Joe, are you there, brother?
I'm here, dog.
Thank you, sir. So, first of all, I don't mean to.
Last time it was Castor that got to babysit him. Now it's Lesniak that gets to babysit him. Yeah, I'm here, dog. Right here, buddy.
Spin this, but you said a lot of law enforcement and volunteers and all that were out there searching. Let me tell you the truth and nothing but the truth. Chris Proudfoot was threatening all kind of people that they should go home. Why are they there? He allegedly sprayed some neighbor with water, because they were asking. So a lot of people, let's say, tried to.
All of that is speculation. None of that has been proven factual. That is rumors and speculation.
To, help and volunteer. But Proudfoot and his cronies, or maybe by himself, was threatening them, stopping them. And I don't know why the people that were threatened and threatened by him allegedly didn't call the police or what is it called? The TBI.
Hank is done with these fools. He's like, you're going to listen to me. I'm the dog. You're going to hear me. Huh, puppy. He's like, you're talking about a dog. I'm right here, Mom.
I don't know why the TBI hasn't done nothing unless they're net deep in it too. I talked to one of the guys and, it was ridiculous. We want the FBI, the marshals. We need the FBI. We need the marshals in on this. And let me tell you about them. They will find what happened to the little boy. They will find Sebastian what happened to him.
What do you think happened to him, Dwayne? I mean, it seems it's very hard to get your head around that he has not turned up in after this long of a period of time. Do you believe he was abducted? Is he? What's your gut telling you now that you've you know enough and have invested enough here? What's your gut say?
Well, first of all, please call me dog. That's okay to call me dog. And there's a lot of possibilities. Okay, the worst possibility, of course, you could guess that. But we've checked into sex slaves. There's a lot of kids that are autistic that it's unbelievable from 5 to 18 years old.
Wait a second. I forgot about this. I got to slow this down. Sorry, Hank is really... Hank, no, come outside. Come on. Go outside, buddy. Okay. He just said what I think he said. He said sex play. I'm going to rewind that just a minute. Listen to what Dog says. Did I slow it down? I did not. This always stood out to me. Coupled with the interview we watched from him yesterday where he mentions inappropriate behaviors and things. I want to know what they're up to.
Period of time. Do you believe he was abducted? Is he? What's your gut telling you now that you've you know enough and have invested enough here? What's your gut say?
Well, first of all, please call me dog. That's okay to call me dog. And there's a lot of possibilities. Okay, the worst possibility, of course, you could guess that. But we've checked into sex slaves. There's a lot of kids that are autistic that it's unbelievable from 5 to 18 years.
Did he say sex play or sex something? Let me look again. No, look what the word is on the screen. He said sex slaves. Yep, Austin, you're correct. That's what closed captioning picked up too, was sex slaves. Holy
wow.
shit.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
I don't
But
know about that one.
I'm just gonna walk away from that because that just
Yeah, I agree with you.
why? But there's again, the tone, the theme has been a constant with this group of people trying to put that stuff into the ether. I don't understand it.
We've checked into sex slaves.
What?
I said especially sexual tones for some reason.
Yep. Well, that's what this at night, the Cosby, the Stallone, everything that they've been involved in has had that.
Yep.
Oh.
There's a lot of kids that are autistic that it's unbelievable. From 5 to 18 years old, little boys and little girls that are in the sex trade, they're catching them right now all over Tennessee. They just caught a kid, I think 8 or 9 years old, yesterday or the day before. So, you know, we want to show those kids pictures of Sebastian. We want to show them those little kids got, you know, sometimes they can ID someone a lot better than anyone else. So we want to show those kids pictures. But again, the ones that I guess found the kids is the TBI. You know, I hate to sound redundant, but we need the federal marshals and we need the feds in on this.
You mentioned the Proudfoots, Chris and Katie Proudfoot. Katie Proudfoot, for those who haven't been following this, is the mother of Sebastian. She was the last person to see him. Chris, the stepfather, and we invited them on tonight. We did get a hold of them. They declined. Joe, there has
they are. Of course they will.
There's been some pretty nasty rhetoric going on online. Not only
why would they want to come on alongside you guys where you've been just making up, fabricating lies, contacting her family? Why would they come on with you?
Yeah, not just people attacking the Proudfoots, but Seth Rogers has been the victim here of a lot of hate. Why? Where is that coming from?
You know, I think a lot of people have a lot of time on their hands. Chris, I think what happens is they get caught up in their own rhetoric, as you said, and their own story, and they want to try and create headlines. They want to try and create something that's not there. They create smoke, and then they point to the smoke that they created. And you're sitting there going, stop, wait a minute, this doesn't make any sense. And yet they don't care because the smoke generates more advertising, more smoke, and more people. And they attack not only Seth, but anybody who's aligned themselves with Seth Rogers. You know, Seth is and Dog and all these individuals are trying to help find this young man, and they constantly are attacking anybody who's ever latched on to Seth Rogers and the search for Sebastian. And that should send up signals. You know, I've been practicing in the criminal defense and criminal prosecution world for almost 20 years and prosecute sexual offenders and other types of cases, kidnapping cases. And it should send up a red flag to law enforcement of people who are degrading and putting down and trying to drag through the mud the people who are helping. And so these bloggers and these
Oh, really, Lesniak? Huh.
Content creators, you know, there are some that are very helpful and getting the name out, and then there are others who are just, like you said, dragging people through the mud for their own education and their own desires to get headlines and people to come and listen to them. You know, and to me, you know, as Andy Warhol said, everybody gets their 15 minutes of fame, but their 15 minutes are up, and we're tired of it. We're not going to sit tight and let these people utilize these powerful platforms online to drag and defame you know, individuals who are trying to find, one who's trying to desperately find his son, and others who are trying to find this young man on behalf of his father and his family. And so we have taken action, and we are moving forward.
This is after they filed that first injunction. I want you to hear that he is very proud of bringing this injunction.
Everything we can to stop it and continue doing investigation here, and that is to find Sebastian.
Dog, when you have a mother who does not seem to want to participate in the search for her child, at least publicly, what does that tell you, mother and stepfather, the Proudfoots I'm speaking of?
Well, you know, brother, I'll leave that up to your viewers to decide. You know, as far as I've done this way over 40 years, and you know, I lost a baby girl, you know, Barbara Katie at 22 years old. 19 years ago, I barely still can talk about it. You know, so that is like
yet every time he's done an interview, he's mentioned that for emotional manipulation. Again, his did not die as a missing child. She was killed in a car accident as an adult.
I was about to say the same damn thing, but yet you bring it up every chance you get.
Yep, because it
and
makes
I'm not I'm not negating his pain whatsoever, but
it's important. Facts matter.
Exactly.
Yep. And take notice of Lesniak being very confident about the legal filings that they had just put in the previous month.
Unbelievable. And I
believe he deserves to be sanctioned by the bar for what he is allowing his name to be a part of. He's fully involved in making these choices. He's proud of it. He went on the news and talked about it. So my question is what do they have on Lesniak that he's willing to risk a career that he seems so proud of to help these guys out? That's what I want to know.
also heard that there's witnesses that once Sebastian was in the front yard and Chris Proudfoot was screaming at him, and he called him a retard, and Sebastian hit the ground and
Again, there has been zero proof of this whatsoever ever shown anywhere.
started bawling.
More rumors.
I mean, you know, all these, what is the old saying, all roads point to Rome? I mean, you know, this is like almost obvious.
The same exact thing he said in the last two interviews that we listened to Dog on, all leads to Rome. Everything is wash, rinse, repeat. Nothing's new.
Well, if they were involved, though, Doug, then one would think they didn't have a ton of time. They didn't have a ton of sophistication, one would think. Where is Sebastian, and how could they, let's say the worst did happen, how would they have gotten away with it? Is this a shoddy investigation from day one?
Well, you know, somewhat. You know, somewhat. It's the police office, it's the TBI. I guess their lead guy is ahead of it. So yeah, you know, put blame where it falls. That guy, it's just incredible. I can't believe that. You know, but what so far what our leads could say, there is a manhole right in front of the Proudfoot's property. And they've said, yeah, the drone or the cops, somebody said, they flew drones in there, and there's like 3 foot of mud, okay? Then a dog, a really good dog, 2 of them, one of them stopped at the edge of the pond that was drained, and the other one jumped in the pond. If Sebastian was put down that manhole into the mud, the scent would have carried to that pond. So I want to know why they haven't blocked that off, got in some kind of suit, and went on their hands and knees and looked in that, manhole and all the way to the pond.
The manholes were cameraed, drained. The retention ponds were even, some of them were drained. They sent in all sorts of equipment to scope out the manholes, all of that stuff, but sure, dog.
Dogs, their sense of smell is so much more than a human being. And for a German Shepherd to jump in the water, well, they drain the pond. Yeah, because he could be in that manhole, in that little, cave, whatever they call it, inside there where it drains to that pond. So there's a lot of things that the TBI could be doing and haven't done nothing. Now, I heard they flew a drone in there. Well, you know how muddy that is and how thick of mud is in there? Flying a drone on top inside is not going to do nothing.
Yeah. All right, we're going to get a break. Coming up next, we're going to ask, what is the current status of the investigation?
That doesn't even make sense to fly a drone in there. I'm going to fast forward it here. It doesn't even make sense, but they did put proper equipment in to search the manholes and the drainage pipes.
There is no evidence to support foul play is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian.
But at this point, you don't rule it out?
We're not ruling anything out.
At this point, we don't have any evidence. There is not any kind of an indication that there is a criminal element involved. But we are keeping options open. We don't know what has happened. We don't know where Sebastian is right now, so we are pursuing any and all avenues.
That was Sumner County Sheriff's deputies Eric Craddock and Susan Hyland of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. She was the second person, obviously, at a press conference in the months after Sebastian was reported missing. About the same time, Deputy Craddock spoke with reporter Nick Barris from WTVF in Nashville about whether or not they had cleared anybody from the immediate family as being a suspect in this case. Take a listen.
We have not cleared anyone, but we have absolutely no evidence to support foul play.
That was in April of 2024, a little more than a month into the search for Sebastian, and the official word from police was that nobody's been cleared, but still there's no evidence of foul play, yet one would think that foul play absolutely is involved here. And that brings us to our next question. What is the current status of this investigation so many months after Sebastian Rogers first went missing? We still have with us Dog the Bounty Hunter and his lawyer to keep him in check, Joe Lesniak. Dog, you're in Tennessee. What's going on? Is there anything you can share with us in terms of new developments in your investigation?
Dog was in Tennessee for the wedding of his son, not to search for Sebastian. He has never been on the ground searching for Sebastian or an active participant in any searches for Sebastian. He has not even attended any of the vigils.
Officers, I respect law enforcement so much, and they were saying way back then that they had no leads. Okay, nobody should be charged or blah blah blah. But now, what about now? What about today? What about last week? I think you guys need to do interviews now. Update everybody. What about right now after all these things have come forward? And a lot of people online, whatever, are saying, Dog, what gives you the right? What gives you the right? You're a bounty hunter. What gives you the right? Well, what gives me the right is Tennessee.
For those asking if it's a toupee that Lesniak's wearing, you tell me. There's his hairline. It's not my fault. Sue the toupee company. They're the ones that fucked you up on this.
One of the greatest of all time laws. It's called the Citizens' Right to Arrest Law. You talk about booting a door in and going in and grabbing them. I can do that. I'm a citizen, whether I'm Dog the Bounty Hunter, Dwayne Lee Chapman, or I have the right as a citizen of the United States of America to put in custody and take out.
Yeah, I would love to see how that.
I was about to say, please bring your ass to Tennessee and do this shit. Do that shit to somebody or watch what happens. I'm just saying.
That's the crazy part, though. Like, it's scary as fuck for them to go on court TV and court TV to allow it to even push that vigilante type justice, like encouraging people that you can just go boot their door in if you think they're guilty of something. And then couple that with the previous interview when he said that, I think Chris and Katie would blast his ass right out the door. I'm just being honest. And I don't have any concern that they wouldn't handle business. That's for sure. But the fact that they're doing this and inciting that type of rhetoric is extremely scary, considering he continues to say that him and Nick were creating probable cause. Like, that's concerning.
It is, but don't come here thinking you can bust open folks' doors unless you law enforcement. And you are not that. Don't do that.
Do that, and in your will and testament, just write, I made my choices.
Mm-hmm. Because folks in Tennessee believe in their right. I'm one of them. If you come in my house, either your ass is getting bit or blowed back out. One of the two.
Oops, sorry. Ding.
So, yeah.
Ooh.
Out the person that hurt or whatever happened to little Sebastian.
No drama.
So, are you onto something?
Yes, sir.
Can you share?
Well, no, because they'll run. I know who
Are you on to something? No, because they'll run.
the weakest link is.
He knows who the weakest link. Who? You? Tony? Nick? Hong? BJ? Look at Lesniak's face. Lesniak?
You know, you
Lesniak might be the weakest link.
get in Tennessee, bro, that's the death penalty. That is the death penalty. Would they rather
Lesniak's probably messaging Nick right now saying, shut this dude up. Give him a new script.
go to the,
The dog take his meds today?
you know, would they rather go to lethal injection or would they rather be paroled in 20 years or something? They still would have time to, you know, live a life. So that's one of the.
Just a reminder, this is your at night media, your intelligence agency, alongside their attorney. Lesniak, we've seen Lesniak, Hong, and Dog who make up at night media. You tell me, have these people been helping find Sebastian?
Tennessee carries the death penalty.
Let me get this straight. You're on to a lead. You're there in Tennessee. You're actively pursuing it. And
yes, sir.
Now, I get that you have the right to move forward with.
He lied to Court TV. He was not actively pursuing a lead. He was there for his son's wedding.
What you believe is possibly detaining an individual or two, or I don't want any details because you're being cagey, but do you have to alert law enforcement before you make any sort of a move to let everybody know, hey, I'm here and here's what I'm doing?
No, sir. I don't have to alert no one. Now, I cannot transport. I can arrest, cuff, and then the cops come or whoever to read that person their rights and transport them to jail. I can do everything but read them their rights or transport. But under the law, the United States of America.
Take note of this. I can do everything but read them their Miranda rights because that's coming up next.
I can arrest.
Give us a little hint. Like, did you like? Is this someone who has always been part of the landscape, or is this something new? Or don't jump in, Joe, and have him stop.
Yeah, well, I have to jump in and have him stop. Wait, a dog, you can't, yes, Ted, both of them are possibly right. So good questions, but yes. So yeah, there's a private investigator also involved that we need to keep secure as well. So I know you're looking for information, but we got to be careful how far we go.
Talk about then. All right, we're going to let this play out, and hopefully we'll be one of your first calls when you make a break in this case. We're all hoping that, because that's what everybody's hoping for. In fact,
well, I carry a film crew with me everywhere I go, brother.
Yes.
I carry a film crew with me everywhere I go. Watch Lesniak's face during that.
Because that's what everybody's hoping for. In fact,
well, I carry a film crew with me everywhere I go, brother.
Yes. The reward up to $170K, $175,000. That's a lot of money. There seems to be a lot of interest in this country still in finding Sebastian, which is fantastic. Can you talk about the people that you have behind you, Dog, that are helping to support your investigation?
Well, there's several, many, and I can't name their names, but it's all, it's not like
I can't name their names because I forgot to take my medicine today, my amnesia medicine. I don't even know who's behind me, but somebody back there, probably Bob.
Preaching in a church and taking offering. But there are a lot of people that have pledged their money to whoever. It's kind of tricky about rewards, okay? We want what happened to Sebastian. So the reward goes.
Why is he talking about passing offering plates around in churches? Because that's where he's been doing his book tours. Sure, Dog.
To whoever can tell us where Sebastian is and or what happened to him. And Joe, I hope this doesn't get me in trouble, but brother, since you've heard all this and you guys are good at court TV, and who do you think did it?
Joe won't let me answer, so I'm just leave it at that.
Attorney Ted, go ahead.
Yeah, gentlemen, thank you for all you're doing, and because the goal is here to find this young man, find Sebastian Rogers, hopefully alive and well. Joe Lesniak, Dwayne Chapman, Dog the Bounty Hunter, thank you both for everything, and keep us updated, please, as this continues, this investigation.
Well, thank you for having us on and keeping this at the forefront. It's shows like this that really help to, like you said, keep it moving forward and keep it on people's minds, because as time goes on, we as Americans, people will lose sight of it. So thank you.
You got it. All right. I'm Ted Rollins. We're going to keep digging for answers as this.
Yeah. Okay. You guys got one more in you? You guys got one more in you?
I just want to know how the fuck can Court TV platform something like that? But then when a question is thrown back at your ass, who you think did it, you laugh and you can't answer.
Agreed. Okay, so that just a reminder where we are in timeline, because now I'm getting froggy on you guys. That was November 18th of 2024. We are going to November 22nd, 4 days later, directly from Seth Rogers' channel. And you'll see why in a minute. I have not reviewed these publicly ever for a reason, but there are some interesting things that are stated in this one. And Tony Mathis is the reason I'm really paying attention to this one. I encourage you to watch Tony's behaviors. Watch how the questions are answered or asked and answered.
Josh, Tony, Sebastian's Army, my mods, Mr. and Mrs. E, Aunt E. There's a lot of people out there. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Betty.
How's our audio, guys? Does everything sound okay?
I think from what I'm seeing, it looks all right. Let's see here. The chat is still flying.
Is it still flying?
Yeah.
Do I need to slow it down to like 60 seconds?
I would try that. It's a great thing. There's a lot of people, a lot of support. It's a very nice thing, but it's impossible to see,
Okay, they're kind of figuring out all this stuff. I just don't want people to.
I think it's.
I think they're going to get it fixed in just a second.
Emotional day for all of us. Just continue to keep Seth in your prayers. Seth, brother, I don't know how you continue to stay strong like you do. I just, Josh and I were talking about it today. I mean, for you to show the strength you do, it's quite inspiring. So if everyone would please just take a moment of silence. Seth has got a prayer that he's going to read to everyone, and I'm quite certain there won't be a dry eye in the house when this is over.
We have a lot of missing children, and it's not just my child that's missing. We have a lot of children missing. More than 500,000 missing children in the United States alone. And this is prayer for missing children. Heavenly Father, we come before you with heavy hearts, lifting up all the children who are missing, stolen, or lost. You know each one of them by name. You know their face, you know their fears, and you hear their silent cries. We ask for your divine protection over them. We ask you to guard them, guide them, and deliver them from harm. May your light pierce through the darkest corners where they may be hidden, and may your justice bring swift resolution to their plight. We pray for strength and comfort for their families who endure unimaginable pain and wait in hope. Grant them perseverance and surround.
Sorry, I can't. I just can't. Nothing against people praying, but I just can't.
Thank you for that. So what we're going to do tonight, guys, is a lot of you have been here from the very beginning. You know, Josh, you have, the first 60 days, as most of you know, that I was involved in another case and was not here for those first 60 days. And we've been blessed with a lot of new followers in the case. A lot of people have been asking questions. They don't know where to get real answers. So what we're going to do tonight is we're going to start back on February 25th. And we're going to let Seth tell his story, his thoughts, his feelings, his frustrations, the things that have gone right, wrong, and somewhere in between. So what we want to do, Seth, first off, is February 25th. You go to work. You're at work at the Davidson County Sheriff's Office. Tell me about that night. Just normal night. Tell me about the night of work leading into the morning of February 26th.
I mean, I woke up, did my normal thing, got dressed, left. I arrived to the garage around 6 o'clock. Nobody really, unless you live here in Tennessee, you don't know the traffic on 24, and it's horrible. You never know if somebody's going to have an accident or wreck, or if there's just going to be a slowdown. And so work may start at 7 o'clock, but we're supposed to be there 15 to 20 minutes early in order to get all of our equipment issued to us.
So the reason why we're watching this is because, first and foremost, Tony is the one that's directing all of this. They have Josh the lab on to help control how this goes, but this was all predetermined of how they were going to lay this out and what they wanted people to walk away from. Now, one thing I'm going to ask you guys to pay attention to, is this about awareness for Sebastian, or is this about keeping Seth in the forefront of everybody's mind? You tell me when this is over.
So being there at 6 o'clock is normally what I aim for every day so that I'm not late. Went in, got my equipment issued, told what pod I'd be going to, and it was just a normal, regular night for me. I didn't think it was going to be my last normal night.
So Josh, first off, you're a participant in this, and you're just as much engaged as we are. So anytime you want to cut in, brother, you don't need an invitation. Feel free to jump in.
God, thank you.
So we know that allegedly Sebastian went missing sometime from between, let's just say 7 o'clock that night to 6 o'clock the next morning. We do know that he was reported missing at 6 o'clock that morning, thereabouts. So what did that look like for you? Was there a 911 call made by?
Again, this is the man who said he doesn't know any of the case details. So 6:33, he was reported missing to the police. And those times matter because Seth Rogers was contacted at 6:22 a.m. before law enforcement was even contacted.
By Chris or Katie to Sumner County Sheriff's Department to notify you that there was an emergency with your son? I mean, how did that look?
Well, they never contacted my work. I got out of there about 7 o'clock, and I was talking to some new officers that had just graduated through the academy, and just having conversations, because when we get done, a lot of us officers were in the garage. We talk about how everything went so that we can just prepare for the next day, because most of us are coming back to work the next day. And down there just shooting the shit, not a care. Like, it's my day off. I'm off now.
We're not going to do this full one tonight because it's 2 hours long, but we're going to start it. And then we will finish this one in the next timeline of sorts when we get back into this. I'm trying to kind of catch you guys up on current time and taking a look back at night, Tony, and all of that. It's kind of complicated, but I hope you guys understand what we're doing. So what they're doing current time, what the team is doing kind of current time with controlling the narrative, the new rumors, the running with the speculation, and then looking back at night and Tony, because they are major pieces of this puzzle.
So there was no rush for me to get to my vehicle because nobody let me know anything while I was at work. And I spoke to other officers, and then I was like, hey, y'all have a good one. I'll see you, the next day we work. And
To all of you headed to bed, thank you for hanging out with me for this afternoon and evening. I hope you have a great night's sleep. I won't be on here much longer either because my eyelids are getting heavy. I just fed my dogs and now I'm like, ugh, I got to stay awake for about 2. Well, Kenzie would probably let me go to bed, but if I go to sleep now, I'll be up way too early again.
We got in my truck about 7:20, and I saw that I had a missed phone call and a text message from Christopher Proudfoot saying, and 911.
Good.
And
Christy, good.
That's when I turned around and I called, and that's when
I do find it interesting. We'll see after this series. I'm wondering if I'll become a Twitter target or not. They've stayed away from me because I use their own words. I don't have to tell the story. I can just let them speak for themselves and put it in timeline. You guys are smart people. You see what has been happening.
When I found out my son was missing.
So what was that conversation like when you finally got him on the phone? And do you happen to remember what time the text was versus the missed call? I mean, was that right at 6 o'clock? Was it at 7 something?
6:22.
Okay, so they went through the business of Katie calls Chris calls the sheriff, and then when all those calls were made, then they reach out to you for the first time.
The text was at 6:22. From my understanding, they called the sheriff's office at like 6:33.
I definitely think there's a reason, Christina, that they stay away from me. And the reason is because there's not much wiggle room. All I do is play their words. I'm very, very blunt when it's an opinion that I have of my own. Otherwise, it's all their words. I'm just laying them out. But I think there's another reason why they have stayed away from me.
So,
Seth, what was the first thing that Chris said to you on the phone? What was the very first thing you said?
Don't be mad.
And at any point, did he ask you if you had seen Sebastian or heard from Sebastian?
He never asked me that sort of stuff. They knew I was at work, and they didn't bother to call my work. I was pretty much.
You say they knew you were at work. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, they knew I was at work.
And I'm assuming that Josh or I or anybody else that really wanted to get an urgent message to you could call Sumner County Sheriff's Office and say we haven't.
They were probably urgently tasked with attempting to find Sebastian. So calling and texting you was probably the best thing, considering that was done before they contacted law enforcement. And then they contacted law enforcement and things started to happen very fast from there. So I don't think it was very logical for them to sit and try to hunt you down when they were 10 minutes away from calling the police. I mean, make it make sense. But he's angry about that now. He wasn't in the beginning.
I don't understand your anger, sir.
I don't either. And
I
do
really
not,
don't.
I don't understand.
I don't.
Nope.
If they took attempts to call and text you, be grateful.
Mm.
I'm not saying that to be ugly, because I know you're the father of him. But at the same time, if they knew you was at work, and I'm the type of person, don't call me at work with some badass shit.
Right.
I'm dead ass serious. Even Pika knows that. Do not call me with no bad news while I'm at work. You done fucked up the rest of my work day, and now I'm stuck focused on that.
Yep.
Now, in his situation, he probably would have left, but still, I can't fault them for not, like you said, hunting his ass down.
Okay, but let's be logical here. You call to a jail. You got to be routed through. They're not just going to route anybody through. It would have taken them that amount of time, those 30 minutes, to try and track Seth down, to get him on a radio, to even get him a message relayed to him. So they knew he had 38 minutes left before he got out of work and probably would have a cell phone. They had already contacted the police. And I'm going to say this bluntly, for all of you motherfuckers saying it's so weird. It's so weird that she called Chris. No, it's not. That's her husband. That's her partner. That's who she does life with. That's the first call any of us would make. You expect me to call Kenzie's dad before I call Kyle if Kenzie went missing? Fuck no. I'm calling Kyle.
I don't blame you. If I had a partner and if we had a child and, or she had a child with I could understand her calling me versus,
right,
the other child's parent.
I'd call him down the, you know, when
Yeah, I mean, eventually call them right. But
but
they
I'm calling
did
my
that.
house. Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
calling the other half.
These folks is weird as fuck.
I'm calling the man that lives in the home with her, that's around her most of the time. I'm calling my partner, my support system, my person who's going to call me and say, "Did you look here, here, here? These are his hiding spots in the house." You know, that's exactly. Yep. No, they were in a lose-lose position. In the fact that when he first came out, he didn't say these things. Now, I didn't review these for a reason because there was some of this that I put in videos. I did go back and like do a few things there. But for the majority of it, I left it alone. But in the beginning, he wasn't angry about how that situation played out until he started surrounding himself with people like Tony Mathis.
Okay.
They live in Southern. I work in Davidson County.
Yeah, I mean, they could have called and said in Davidson County and said, "Hey, we got an urgent message for Mr. Rogers," right?
Yeah.
Had you ever gotten messages like that before, or ever gotten somebody called up there trying to get a hold of you, or no?
No, I haven't. There's never been any emergencies or anything. I've gone as far as on my refrigerator, and I had given Katie a copy of it, but I have a whole list of the number to call and then the extensions for every pod, including at that point in time would have been my lieutenant's office as well.
I'm sure they probably didn't know what pod you were necessarily working in at that time. Again,
I mean, there's every extension to get into dispatch, to get into the lieutenant's office, the sergeant's office. Every pod, there's an extension that you would have been able to, you know, to get to.
So they really didn't even need to look for that. You gave it to her.
Yeah. Chris said afterwards that they didn't have it. So.
Yeah, and the moments of panic, I'm sure it's not the first thing that she was remembering. Oh, he gave me a list of all these things. Who knows where it ended up?
Tony, hold on, wait a minute. Tony, keep your goddamn ad libs to yourself.
You see where he's leading? This is why I brought these back out.
No, boy, leading, adding ad libs that ain't needed, talking about some the fuck.
It is Tony Mathis who has definitely changed the direction of how this went, because it went.
He has.
Oh, absolutely. From the jump, from the moment he got involved, he changed the scenery of this whole situation, and it became these people are guilty, and we're going to make the public believe that they're guilty by any means possible. Sure did.
So you get the call. He says, "Don't be mad." You know, what was your response to that?
Don't be mad, but Sebastian's missing and the cops are at our house. Like,
is that one of those things when you know you hear that Sebastian's missing, you go, well, you know, he's got to be around there somewhere. They're gonna find him, you know, in 20-30 minutes or something. Was that the feeling, or was it was it more grim than that?
Him telling me that my son was missing. My son has never been an eloper. He's never been one to go missing. Never have I ever had the phone call ever that my son was missing.
So was it, I think what Josh was asking is, was it, you know, like, we'll figure out where he's at, or was it that pit in your stomach that every parent has had when their child's missing for 5 or 10 minutes and they can't find him?
I've never had. I've always known where Sebastian is. I've always known who he's with or where he's at. I mean, 7 o'clock rolls around. I know that he's getting on the bus or getting ready to. The school's picking him up. He's going to be at school. If it's on the weekends, I know he's with his mom. And it's never been one of those things on I'm not knowing where he's at.
Right.
So me getting this call, and it was just like, I got to get over there. That was my only thought process, was to get to their house.
So how long was that conversation between you and Chris?
Between 50 seconds.
And then you said, I'm on my way.
Yeah, I was already in my truck. Started it as soon as I heard that shit. I was backing out of the thing and heading towards the entrance for the garage so I can get out.
So what does that look like then? You leave Davidson County, and where do you go then, and what do you do?
It took me like an hour to get there.
Straight there.
I mean, it was just pedal to the metal and go. Morning traffic going straight over there. You know, I didn't get pulled over. I didn't see any cops or anything, and I didn't give a shit.
Were you continuously checking your phone just in case?
No, I have a Bluetooth. set up in my truck, so if it rang, it would automatically answer. If I get a text message, it notifies me, and I'll read the text message out loud.
And no phone call, on the way there.
No, they didn't.
So the one thing I'm not hearing through this is obviously you didn't have Sebastian with Chris, you had him with Katie. So there was no conversation with Katie before you got to the house.
None at all.
Okay, so go ahead.
So I get there, when I pull in, I literally go all the way up.
It's his motive to paint.
Yes.
It is.
It's pissing me the fuck off what he's doing.
I'm telling you,
were trying to get the crowd pissed at Katie. And you're trying to tote you're this father of the fucking year.
And Tony's over here amping him up. And
yes, being a ringleader, cheerleader.
Yep. Tony's setting the stage, directing him where they're going. He knows exactly what narrative they're trying to paint. All of these were predetermined by Tony. He was in control of the way these interviews were going. Yep. Once you see it, you can unsee it.
You can.
There was no parking in front of that house. There were police cruisers, SUVs. There was the truck that had the drones. They were already had drones out flying, looking, and there was the vehicle with the dogs. They were already there when I got there. I pulled in. I took a moment to look and see who all was there. That's how I know, and then I proceeded to watch what they were doing for about 5 or 10 minutes. Was watching the sheriffs and everybody go in and out of the house. It kind of surprised me that they didn't have the house on lockdown. Child's missing. You would think that they would have cordoned off the area, not have people walking through the yard, walking everywhere, destroying any.
They were looking for a missing child. An autistic missing child is what you guys continue to diminish him to.
But you're already trying to see her shit on Ellie, talking about that folks was walking through the yard, possibly contaminating evidence, yada yada. Don't you think they had checked it before you got there? It took you an hour to let you tell it. So you think Ellie wasn't already there and did a perimeter search?
Uh-huh.
Okay, genius.
Yep. Paula, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. Oh,
any type of evidence or covering up any type of smell or anything else. I mean, we got drones and we got dogs, but we also got officers just walking everywhere, willy-nilly, not paying attention. I saw some of them that were going around the windows on the outside. There was some in the back of the house, where the backyard, walking around the fenced-in area.
Were you able to walk right into the home?
Yeah.
Nobody questioned you?
No.
Nobody asked who you were?
No.
You walked past police officers?
Yes.
Oh,
okay. Wow. So when you walk in,
did you flash your badge at them?
You said you left work.
It'll be really interesting to see what the body camera footage, if we ever do get to see it, what it actually shows of how this interaction happened. Sorry, Hank and Bella are messing around. Sorry, guys.
What time?
7:22.
So about an hour. So let's just say you arrive at 8:30 or so, correct?
Yeah.
Who's there that you recognize outside of law enforcement?
Sarah, Katie was there. Katie was there. Trying to remember. It's just, as soon as I walked in, like I remember walking up to the stairs, nobody saying anything. I opened the door, I walked in. The first thing I looked down at the left, and there was Sebastian's shoes. There was his old pair of tennis shoes, his new pair of tennis shoes that he just got, and the boots that I had just bought him. And it's like, well, all of his shoes are here. There's, and I walk in, and Katie's right there in my face. Like, as soon as you walk in to the hallway,
so the first thing he noticed was all of his shoes were there.
You walk through the door, and then there's the dining room table is here, and then there's the carpet in the living room, and there's like a divider wall right here, corner. And I walked around, and she was shoving her phone in my face, showing me the picture that is on the Amber Alert. And she was like, look, he was having a good day. And it's like, it was a picture taken on Saturday, I find out later. I mean, at that point in time, I was just like, why are you shoving a picture of my son in my face? I know what my son looks like, and the picture doesn't say shit.
It was just.
Was it the picture with the supposed bruise on the neck?
Wow.
That Betty was saying was the picture that she was shoving in your face was the one with bruises on his neck?
Butt hurt.
He's pissed off. And if the story goes correctly, according to Betty, the picture that she was shoving in his face was the picture with the alleged bruising on his neck. Why
Mhm.
would he be shoving a photo if those bruises are correct, like Betty and everybody has said, and those are bruises on his neck? Why would Katie be shoving that photo in his face?
Talking about he had a good day.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Some more genius shit. Some more genius shit. I'm telling you. They're geniuses.
Telling ya. You know what? I'm going to tell you something. If it was me, now this is hypothetical out there, take this for what it is, but you couple Betty claiming that those are bruises on his neck and that being the photo that Katie shoved in Seth's face, my logic goes to, was she asking him how those fucking bruises got on his neck? Because the last time she was with him, he had a good day. Where did these fucking bruises come from? Because if you remember, the weekend before, Betty's timeline when she was doing the bruising would have fallen into when Seth had him last. Those are the reasons I pushed back on Betty. If you go back to when she brought those bruises out, I was like, do you hear what you're saying? Why are you putting these on Seth? Betty's story, that's what she put it on. If you go back to what Betty said about those bruises, her timeline of the coloring of those bruises, the fact that that was the photo that she shoved in Seth's face when he had him last, the 16th through the 19th. Yeah. And you notice I never got a response on any of that. They stopped talking about the bruises again.
It was just a photo. No, nothing, no border. No.
Just like wanting to shove it in my face and like, you know, he was having a good day. Well, the picture shows that he was smiling. So yeah, you know, he was happy at that moment. You know, I didn't understand the point of it.
Was she being questioned?
Lindsay, I've heard that, but I cannot confirm. I cannot confirm that they were or not. I think that was SF, and I've never seen proof of that. I don't know if they tried to get those records, but because they involve a minor, they're not able to be released, or I have no idea, but I can't confirm.
By law enforcement at the time, or were they just, because from what I understand about, if law enforcement believes that.
I could go back and dig out those videos when I pushed on Betty about the bruising, because their timeline and what she was saying, that's only pieces I'm putting together. And that was concerning to me right then, because I was like, why are you guys doing this? Why are you? Betty was all but alleging that Seth was the one to put the bruises on in her timeline, the date he last had him, everything. Pointing those out, I was like, what are you doing? I kept saying it, like, what are you? Do you realize what you are saying here?
They know.
Yeah, but they were trying to push it on that Chris was there. They've been trying to push it that Chris, that was, and then they couldn't make that theory work.
Yep.
If CPS reports existed, I promise you someone would have leaked. The CPS reports do exist. I don't know how many there are. They have been leaked. I have not seen them, but I know that they have been leaked. But I believe that that was intentional too, 3 sides 360, because they are initially leaked to Michaela, who then I think Seth even shared them with T-Rev himself. And if you go back to May when T-Rev and Seth had the falling out, they came out right away and did an interview with Bullhorn Betty. The 29th of May was when T-Rev came out with the gun incident of T-Rev, or Seth wanted T-Rev to purchase him a pew-pew. And then the 30th, they did that interview with Betty. And he was talking about people betraying him. And the CPS documents really got pushed heavily in the Betty interview. And ever since then, it has gone full speed ahead. But I believe he knew at that point in time that he had shared those CPS records with people. And he was worried that since they had leaked the conversation about him wanting T-Rev to purchase a gun, that the CPS records would be upcoming, and they were trying to be proactive and get in front of that.
Hey, you know what? That makes sense. I didn't think about it like that. That would make sense to a lot of shit. But what still throws me with this is the fact when he had that interview and they were in the hotel in bed, it was the one we watched last night, where he slipped up and said, where I read and then turned around, I had to request.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of them he wrote his damn self. I'm just gonna be honest.
We have no idea what the narrative is or how many reports there are or anything. Like, there's so many things outside of abuse that can be involved in CPS records too. There could be stuff that the parents weren't even involved with, but there'll be a narrative where they're listed because they were contacted. It could be stuff that happened at school. It could be stuff that happened with other children. There is all sorts of reasons why CPS records or CPS involvement could be possible. I just don't know. And we've never had any proof, which we shouldn't. We shouldn't have those records in regards to a minor.
Yeah. That was the issue to begin with. Those records should have never been released because it did involve a minor.
Yep. And I think it became damage control. If you look back at certain things, there were certain things that really popped off. The CPS reports after him and T-Rev's fallout, it was like they were intentionally trying to feed that narrative of, oh, there's, all this stuff. And then they were basically stolen. And then the next thing you know is she gathered information by using sex to get information out. Like, I believe that that's why those narratives have been put in court documents, because Michaela's not even in the court documents. She was one that they served a cease and desist to, but she wasn't even anything. She's not a defendant in the court documents, but they made sure to include that about her using sex to manipulate Seth. I think that became a part of what Tony needed to do for the cleanup crew. I think that's when Tony became a street sweeper and failed miserably at it. But
I can see that.
If you pay attention to Tony in all of these interviews that we've watched recently, there is such a weird posturing and a motive that he has with the direction he takes. All of this is very concerning to me. And then the fact that Tony had to tap out, and in this one, probably in the second end of it, we will learn that about how the phone call with At Night and those guys happened. It's wild.
Child is a runaway, it's specifically an autistic child. A lot of the times they want the mother or father, somebody that's recognizable to the child, their voice out there asking for them. I find it odd that they weren't doing that.
Yes, just to back up what's being said in the comment section, you have to be a Tennessee resident to FOIA Tennessee records.
And clear the record, Nonsense has never asked me to FOIA a damn thing.
No, I've never asked anybody in Tennessee to FOIA anything. I've had no need. I don't usually get involved in that kind of stuff unless there's a need to. But with all of this stuff, it's all records revolving around a minor, and that's not what I'm doing. So
no, and I agree with it. Don't ask me because I ain't doing it. Even
if Betty does go to jail at any point in time and there's kiosk calls, now that might be another story.
Now I'll do that one. I like my dislike for her. I'll pull that one. But the Bastion stuff, I'm out of that. Don't even ask me because I'm good.
She knows I would never ask her either. I would never ask any of you guys for that. If I can't FOIA myself, there's no need for me to have them. But I don't really do that anyways. I don't consider myself true crime, and that's where I draw the lines on certain things. Now, there is certain things that's like I'm trying to verify stuff, if I could, but this is all revolving a minor. So involving, not revolving. Goodness. Long, and now I can't even speak.
Because if Sebastian was running away and you would have this mob of people looking for him, it would possibly scare him. And so was she preoccupied with something else, or was she sitting there, or was she talking to law enforcement?
There was a lot of detectives already in the house. A lot of them, one of them was sitting at the dining room table. There was 2 or 3 of them in his room.
So he didn't get there for over an hour after police arrived. There's a lot of detectives already in the house. So how does he know what they did even before he got there? He doesn't.
And there was a couple of them in the living room. Katie was showing that stuff to me in my face, and I was just trying to figure out why she was doing that. And that's when I was like, why is his shoes over here? If he ran away, wouldn't he have shoes on? And I mean, it was just.
And what was her response to that?
She didn't respond to that at all. Neither did law enforcement.
So when you saw Katie, I'm assuming that Chris was there, correct?
No.
Okay, he hadn't made it there yet. Was Kathy there?
I want to say yes, she was.
Okay.
I mean,
anybody else that was family?
So he was always confident that Kathy was there. And then all of a sudden he wants to say, yeah, I think she was there. But don't worry, Tony's going to circle back around to that and make sure he puts her on the scene. But again, if things like Life 360 are on cell phones, cell phone trackers, they'll be able to know where Kathy was at what time.
I was gonna say, like, electronics is a motherfucker now. Y'all do realize that, right?
They'll be able to get all of that information.
I'm like, I don't get it. If Chris was tracked, if Kathy was tracked, like if everybody was tracked through their phones and their movements and yada yada, what's so hard to believe about that? Technology does, I mean, unless you manipulate it, and I don't think they're IT specialists and geniuses to be doing shit like that.
They didn't have enough time. They didn't have enough time.
No.
Truly, there wouldn't have been enough time. And again, I do not believe that they were even thinking like that. I mean, could I be wrong? Of course, but there's just, we got to use common sense and logic.
Exactly. Like that's what I get so confused with this case on. The only thing that's confusing about it is how he left.
Yeah. Well,
and where he's at. That's confusing. But all the other shit, what do you want to do? You want something to pop out? Like if law enforcement and all of these agencies have vetted everything, what do y'all expect now?
Well, and true crimers always say it's Occam's razor. Occam's razor means the most, like the easiest solution, the most probable solution is likely. That would be Sebastian walked out of the house on his own, whether he had a third party influence or anything. That's what Occam's razor to me is with common sense. Everybody else says that would be Chris and Katie harmed him. I don't even know how that's not common sense and logic. If you look at actually the facts from law enforcement, Occam's razor would be he walked out of that home. Now, beyond, was he alone? Did he have someone with him? All of those, why? I can't answer those. But they instantly jump to the most nefarious thing with Occam's razor. And they're like, oh, nope, it's got to be this. And it's like, what the fuck?
Yeah, like they go so far left with it and some of their theories. And I'm like, that doesn't even fucking make sense to what we factually know from law enforcement.
Well, and I think if I'm being honest here again, you guys are going to get to hear a lot more of my opinions now. I think that's why the intent of diminishing his capacity in the beginning to make him seem like he was unable to make sound decisions. Seth compared him to, I think, a 10-year-old mentally, but he was unable to make sound decisions on his own. But that makes me question even more again, why would you diminish his capacity when you were able to leave him home for 12 to 13 hours unattended by himself? He was very smart, very, very capable. Again, they diminished his capacity, and the team specifically has never classified Sebastian as anything other than an autistic teenager. Sebastian has autism, a child with autism. No, he's so much more than a diagnosis. He's extremely smart, extremely capable, extremely able to play chess and do all of these other things, but they have tried to intentionally put autism, because in their minds, they're trying, in my opinion, they're trying to diminish his capacity of being able to plan something out or leave on his own. Why?
I think you on something, because that what the hell? I didn't think about it like that.
Tell me to shut up because I'm probably saying way too much for the first time.
I didn't think about it like that, though. I did not, but you're right. They have. It's always been he's an autistic, like that's his identity now. Sebastian, the autistic kid.
Yep.
And that is so fucked up. Like you said, you know, a child is so much more than a diagnosis. Adult is so much more than a diagnosis. But you got a point there, because that's all I've ever heard from every team member, every last one of them.
They continue to push that too. They continue to push that he wouldn't have the capability of making choices for himself, when obviously he was very able of making choices for himself. He was able to be left alone for 12 to 13 hours when Seth was at work. But the team has continued to put him in this category of, nope, he's not capable. He had autism. How dare they beat a child on the spectrum? You know, oh, I can't even imagine a one-time pop on the butt with a belt. He would have been screaming and having a fit and carrying on, and he would have never forgotten that. Like, they have intentionally labeled him a child with autism, an autistic teenager, to attempt to diminish his capacity. That is how I've always felt about it. And there a lot of these things I've just never said publicly. But the further this goes, and the more you watch how the team coming down from Tony, when Tony inserted himself, all the way to at night, there is talking points that are consistent throughout. And it's really picked up on when Tony comes in. If you watch Seth before Tony came in and became his handler, Seth was not talking like this. He was hatred towards Katie. I will say that. He was using ways of re-victimizing her, but it wasn't to this degree. In fact, he even went on T-Revs and said, I don't think Katie's lying about her story. He was implying that she might be not telling the full truth of what happened right up before he left, but not that she was lying about her story. Insert Tony, and Katie's story doesn't make sense at all. Everything from the day doesn't make sense. It's all completely rewrote. You know what I'm saying? Crazy.
No, it is. Like, you got me mind fucked over here right now. Like, I'm just sitting here playing back all of the shit I've seen.
Mm-hmm.
And I've never once heard any of them speak of him highly, like highly intelligent, highly capable of fending for himself.
Mm-hmm.
Never.
And maybe it's because I'm around girls that are very similar in, like, they're extremely intelligent. Do they have their difficulties? Absolutely. But they're still extremely smart, extremely capable, probably capable beyond my even recognition. And maybe that's why I think of it. But I'm like, when I classify my girls, it's not, oh, my child with autism. It's my girl did this. Like, I don't know. Maybe it's because I live in that it stands out to me, but I don't know. And again, I don't know why this is or why the team decided to go that route, but they have. And it's definitely a constant theme with them.
It is. Because that's literally, like somebody said in the chat, it's a label now. That's exactly what it is. He's no longer a human being anyway. How they've covered this case, and I'm just saying, you know, all creators in general, how some of them have covered this case. He wasn't human to them anyway. He was just another case and another click and view, unfortunately.
I agree. Like, and it's going to get worse as
it is. I see it now with this new case, and I want no parts of it. I won't even watch it because I
so frustrating.
Thoroughly disgusted with the Sebastian case, and I don't think I can deal with another one. And I'm not like I've stated numerous times, the only reason why I got involved in this case is when people started shitting on my state and saying that law enforcement didn't do enough and all of that. And I'm like, hold the fuck up. I know for a fact what they did because we were getting the stories here in Memphis.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they put out the word for him. They did what they were supposed to do. Unfortunately, it didn't end, and we still don't have an end to it, but it didn't turn out how they wanted it to turn out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I think, Okay, so you want me to get real frank with you? So at some point in time, there was an interview with the TBI that happened, or with law enforcement, Sumner County TBI. I don't know who was all present. But at that point in time, I believe that all parents were probably talked to by law enforcement and said, we don't have any answers at this point. We are all dumbfounded. We're still trying to work on everything that we have. But right now, we believe that he might be in the woods unalived. I believe that they genuinely probably did have a conversation with the parents to prepare them for the worst case scenario. And I believe that it's likely, again, this is speculation, so take it for what it is. But we have heard Betty and those guys say that they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't give him that. They wouldn't say that. I believe they told all three that. And I believe at that point in time, Seth got really comfortable with diminishing his son's dignity. And at that point, he realized, this is just speculation, but that he would lose control and any access to Katie that he's ever had if Sebastian is not alive, because there is no connection to Katie and controlling Katie outside of Sebastian for him. And I believe at that point in time, it could have fueled his anger of, and plus she was the last person to be seen with his son. So I do give, that in there too. But I believe that if that is true, that they sat down with them, like Betty is claiming, that we've heard, and warned them, like, this is the worst case scenario. This is something that we are not taking off the table. He could be in the woods, and who knows what had happened if he succumbed to an injury, whatever the case might be.
Yeah.
But I think that they probably likely prepared the family like they do in other cases. These are the options. If we don't have evidence, these are the things. We talked about this the other night. Duchess was in here and I even asked her, I said, is that common for them to sit down with parents and say, this is what we have right now, and these are things that we are looking into? I believe that they probably told all three people that, all three parents, Chris, Katie, and Seth. And I believe at that point in time, Seth went from grieving father to angry grieving father because he was pissed, that Katie was the last one to be seen with him, to holy shit, my access to her is completely gone if Sebastian is no longer out there.
And that would make sense as to his temper tantrums and as to why he would go so far to degrade her.
Yep. And I believe Tony came in for that specific reason, because I believe that would have happened around the end of March, beginning of April.
And that also explains. Never mind. I'll message you that one.
Okay. Do you guys see where I'm going with this though? Like,
yeah, it's a lot of connect the dots, but some of them dots that's adding up.
Well, and I'm just saying, like, on things that are possible, that are likely, like, that's not far off for law enforcement to bring them in and say, look, we don't have any good substantial leads at this point in time. These are things that are potential. These are the worst case scenarios. That would have happened the end of March. We know that they had a meeting with TBI, live video. We don't know if they had a meeting in the beginning of April with them again. We have no idea when, if that was said to them by law enforcement, when that potentially was. But I believe that that was likely to happen in the beginning or the end of March to the beginning of April. Tony comes in as a spiritual advisor in the middle of April. Then next thing you know, he comes over as the spokesperson, because Seth was obviously pouring out his heart to this man. And Tony was like, here, let's take it this way. I don't know. That's who.
No, I'm like, because that's what Tony does. He's a fixer. We all know that. I mean, he's stated it numerous times. I'm here to clean up, So it would make sense as to why he came in when he came in, especially after all the shit Seth had said and put out there, and some of it incriminating himself. And then you get Nick and them involved
to change the public optics.
Uh-huh.
Lindsay, I do not believe that there was ever intent of the three of them working together. I believe that Tony was trying to act like he was wanting to work with all three of them so he could try to get close and see if they knew something. I do not believe he ever had intent of working with them, because the way he flipped so fast, I believe Chris had his number and pegged it for what it is, and that was that. I do not believe that Tony ever was wanting to represent them or have peace and unity. I do not believe that one bit.
I don't either.
I do not believe that one bit. Not
Because
one.
if Chris and Katie had both said, you know, we need to stop arguing, yada yada, and he supposedly did that, I would tend to think that maybe Chris would do the right thing.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Yeah,
That's just my opinion, though. I know other people have a difference of opinions of Chris and just think he's this monster. But I'm telling y'all, that man got some morals. Because if it was me, I would have been touched somebody.
well, and the thing about it is too is we don't know this man. We don't know this man at all. But the harsh judgment that has been passed on him, and all he's been doing is I tell you what, you want to see, you guys have seen Kyle defend me and fuck around a little bit on the internet. Put us in a situation like that, he's probably going to be in jail for protecting me and his family. I mean, it's just straight up the way it goes. So for him to have the restraint that he has, well, his wife has been trashed, attacked. You saw what Hong has been saying about these. And I believe also that a lot of this was intentionally trying to push Chris over the edge to get him to snap. I believe that they were trying to push him to snap. I believe that they were trying to push Katie and Chris to snap, because they've said it. We are trying to create probable cause. Hence, then Crime Time Buzz around Christmas time comes out with, you know, oh, the grand jury meets. Tony's over there. We have a great working relationship with law enforcement. We're talking to them all the time. They bring in Laura Lodge for him to sell these big, huge fucking stories. Every bit of this has been distracting away from finding Sebastian. Why would that be? If Seth is confident that he is out there alive, why would Seth be so willing to work alongside people that are so determined to take all focus off of finding Sebastian and searching for Sebastian?
I just told you,
it
was never about Sebastian. At first it was.
And to your text, yep. Cover his ass. Because that's when it started, people started really paying attention again to the age difference between him and I'm sure he's been probably questioned by law enforcement. Did you have an inappropriate relationship with Katie before she was an adult?
That now it's starting to make sense as to why certain people entered the chat. Like real shit. I don't now because everybody, you know, everybody thought it was for self. I mean, Sebastian, no.
I think it could be double duty on some of the, but I think it goes back to, and Dog has said it, like, and we've talked about learned environmental behavior. If he was acting out, like we've heard Seth even talk about, and having behavioral issues, well, some of those behaviors are learned in the home.
No, that happened though, so we're gonna say allegedly. But no, I agree with you. A lot of it is learned behavior.
Yeah, I'm just going on things he has said, but those things are picked up on, you know, how, oh God, there's just so many things here that there's just a lot of why have they maneuvered like this? Because none of this makes sense. You've heard how Hong, Nick, Dog at night came in, how Tony came in. The further you go in this too, I'm telling you, there's blaring red flags that, and they're not just little red flags that I'm talking about. Like the team has pointed out with Chris and Katie. I mean, these are substantial, major issues in the foundational piece of this. But I think, again, I'm not willing to go back and say that Seth had something to do with his son's disappearance. I would be more inclined to say that he had a conversation with law enforcement. They provided a worst case possibility that he might not be with us anymore. And Seth got very comfortable with diminishing and demeaning Katie, because it would be the last time he had any control, because Sebastian is the only thing that connects them. And I believe a lot of this is about control for Seth.
Uh-huh. And that also explains the dick measuring contest at one point.
Yep.
Hey,
Well,
Chico.
that still continued too.
Hey, Kyle.
It's just,
well, yeah, it does to a degree, but I'm just saying, like, now it really is like poof. And I think a lot of it too, though, like what you mentioned, because there's so many moving parts. I think that's what they planned on doing. I think they tried to blitz us and throw us so much shit out in a matter of space of time. It would
absolutely.
just fuck all of us up, and we'd be like, well, fuck it, you know, and not just truly look at the facts for what it is, what daddy has said, what mama has said, what law enforcement has said. No, they made up all these false ass pretenses and scenarios and then threw them out to the public and said, now y'all pick which one's going to stick.
Yeah. And the reason for that, I think, is let's say that Sebastian is found. And please take all of this as hypotheticals. But let's say Sebastian did walk out of that home. Let's say he did succumb to an injury in the woods and unfortunately he's out there unalived. It could be easy for people to miss. It happens all the time. There's been people found a mile away from their home that have been there for years. Let's say that that is something that is possible. If law enforcement goes to him and says that he's already angry because Katie is the last person to be seen with him, rightfully so. I think that's a normal response would be to be angry at your ex, whether you have a good relationship or not. There's going to be some sort of blame there. So I'm going to give Seth that. But then you surround yourself with all these people that are like, oh, well, they did something. They did something to him. So he's already hearing from law enforcement that that's a possibility. Now, this is hypothetical because I do believe that that's possible that they pulled him in and said, worst case scenario. He then aligns himself with Tony and these guys are like, oh no, there's no way. Why have Tony and Seth continue to say law enforcement told us? No, they didn't. You guys are the ones that are repeating that there's no evidence that he ever left the home. Why are you trying so hard to pinpoint that he couldn't have walked out of that home alone? Because it takes all the opportunity publicly. It sways the public perception of he is not capable of walking out that home alone. So if he is found anywhere around his house, something happened to him. They put him there. And then I believe that that's where Dog and At Night and those guys come in with that we are creating probable cause. If he was found, they will never let it go that an accident happened, or even if he, there's other possibilities. Now, is there other possibilities outside of the family and somebody else being involved? Absolutely. Yes, there's all sorts of possibilities. But I'm just going on this one theory that makes some of the sense of why Tony and At Night and Dog, their behavior has been the way it has been. And the stories, if you listen to their team members and what their team members have been saying repetitively over and over again from Betty, like I have sat there, I've watched these over and over again. And the only thing that makes sense to me is some of these things. And I can give Seth, it still doesn't mean he's involved in the disappearance. Now, let's talk about the date of his disappearance being the same date that when his parents got divorced or she filed for divorce. I believe as much resentment that we've seen from Seth Rogers that it's likely he could have said he could have repeated it, and kids pick up to things. Maybe he only said it 3 or 4 times. That's the day that my life ended. That's the day, because to him, Katie was his world. Katie and Sebastian were his world. His world parted at that point in time. Right, wrong, indifferent. He's entitled to have feelings. But if he has mentioned that to Sebastian, could that date be significant? And Sebastian just be like, because of me, my parents got divorced, my dad's life ended. And could he have chosen to leave on? If he is as smart and, yeah. I mean, kids hold on to things. Could the date just be random? Yes. I have no idea. I'm just telling you guys. Now you guys are getting to hear me play a little bit more out with all my theories and speculation that throw all sorts of things back into the table. And I believe it's likely that there's so many possibilities outside of Chris, Katie, or Seth harming him.
Exactly. No, I agree with that. I just, Me personally, I don't think none of them did have anything to do with it. I think he left that house willingly.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it was by himself or somebody else, I don't know. I don't know. None of us know. Law enforcement doesn't know.
Let me take this a step further. You have a kid that's having behavioral issues. Your parents don't know what to do to best service you or to help you. There's contention in the homes about it because your behaviors are causing other people problems. We all know that no matter what, we as parents say things in front of our kids, they feel the stress. He knows what he was doing. He knows his behaviors. If he is feeling guilty already and having the guilt of contention in his home because of his behaviors, things of that nature, could that play a role in the date too? I mean, there's just so many things that could go into play here. Kids from divorce families, they hold on to, I remember certain things about my parents' divorce when I was 6 years old. My parents still to this day can't stand each other. And they've been divorced since, I mean, I'm 42, so 36 years. There's so many things here. Yes, he was a few months away from moving in with Seth, and he was hesitant and didn't want to do online schooling either. You throw the stress of that in there, the conversations that are happening that kids probably overhear.
Yeah. And he was probably stressed out.
Yeah, I mean, there's all sorts of possibilities. We have no idea. You can do everything possible and things still go wrong, but I'm just trying to get people to open their minds that there is probably a lot more dynamics going on here at play. But the people that Seth has brought in to surround himself have absolutely taken the opportunity to push a certain narrative and continue to push that narrative. And it takes out all possibilities of Sebastian walking out of the home on his own, an accident happening. But I think if they ever find him and it was an accident, something in the woods, these people are, what their purpose is to sway the public perception that these people did something. And especially locally, they are trying to sway that public perception by having people like Caitlin Quisenberry on their side with WKRN and things of that nature, so they can sway that public perception and possibly taint a grand jury.
No, you're right about that.
You don't create
You're
probable
definitely
cause
right.
for no other reason. And Tony's whole situation was he's not in control, but he is in control. But his job was to, media stuff, and look at how the media has gone and what they have said on media since his involvement.
It's been a shit show.
Mm-hmm. I'm surprised I haven't gotten 4 messages yet telling me to shut the fuck up.
It's been a shit show. No, because what you're saying is real. I mean, this is the real conversations that, and no, we don't know.
Right.
But like she said, there's so many possibilities that the date can be significant, or it could be a coincidence. Like, it's too many variables for me to just say, this is what happened. Me personally,
right? Same.
I do think he went in the woods, but that's me.
I think it's very likely. I mean, I think it's very possible. Let me say this. I think it's very possible that he walked out of that home on his own free will. Now, was that own free will being influenced by a third party? Was that there could have been something outside of that? Could it have been like an Elizabeth Smart? I mean, I would think there would be something that would show an evidence to law enforcement, which they could, and we just don't know about it. But he could have been, and when I say like his own free will, grooming isn't his own free will. So could that be a possibility too? Yes. I'm not taking it. There's so many possibilities outside of the family, but if you think about it, if they pulled them in and said, these are what we're looking at as potentials right now, and he might not be coming back. It might have been an accident. He might be in the woods. Law enforcement kept directing the search to, I think, northeast, northwest of the home. I can't remember right off the top of my head. but they were saying, you know, and Chris repeated it a few times. Damn it. I wish I could remember. But there was a direction away from the home that they were like honing in to search. And I think law enforcement, I don't know. I don't know. But I really believe that they are trying to sway public perception. So if he is found and it was a tragic accident or just something happened, then they can try to build a case against Katie. And I think that comes out of more anger than belief of her actually being involved in something. Because Seth, and here's the other thing that really bothers me, is Seth now acts as if he didn't know what was going on in the home. He had no idea what was going on in the home. I'm sorry, I call bullshit on that. I guarantee Sebastian and him had discussions of what was going on at his mom's. I mean, that would just be negligent to not have those conversations of how are things going, how's school going. You know, he was very involved. He was at meetings with the school. He was a part of those meetings. All three of them were. He was very much involved in this stuff. So when Tony and those guys came in, he started saying, you know, well, I didn't know. He had never said any of those things to me. He had never mentioned anything of him being unhappy to me before. And then it started, well, we didn't have those conversations when Tony came in. We didn't talk about those things. But if I would have known the things I know now, weeks later, you know, things would have been different. If I would have known things now, but when he was on Josh the Lab right after, you know, a month after he went missing, he was very confident in saying, you know, I gave him a year to get his behavior together. If he would have had any inclination, in those CPS reports would have been what he claims they are now. Granted, he said he wasn't contacted, but I call bullshit on that too. I believe CPS did contact him and he was involved in that again, because I put in there that the school was actually involved with all three of them. So I believe he did know what was going on. Oh man, my brain's spinning. Now you guys see like this is what I don't do. I don't like, because my opinions and my thoughts mean nothing. At the end of the day, I'm just putting together like what I have seen, what I have heard these people say, the optics that they are pushing. And you can push back on me if you think that I'm completely out of touch with what they've been saying or doing, say it. But do I believe that there's all sorts of possibilities outside of this? Yes, I do. Yeah, Robin, I have said that myself. I have said, you know, I've gotten chastised for this before. When I was going through possibilities, one time I said something about, you know, teenagers who take their own lives. Unfortunately, in stressful positions, stressful situations where they blame themselves, that is something that we have seen happen. And I don't even want to put that out there because I don't know what he was dealing with or anything like that. So I don't know if he was ever having thoughts or feelings or anything of that nature, but we don't know. And that's for me always a possibility where there's so many possibilities.
Sorry, he's over here messing with something he ain't got no business messing with.
No, you're okay. I think we're going to stop that right there though, because it's 2 hours long and then we'll finish it the next time all at once, because I think we are getting into people being able to like kind of peel some stuff back and starting to look a little bit deeper, because I know I've gotten a few messages going, holy shit, I didn't even think about this.
I'm just saying we didn't. I'm gonna
These
be
are the
honest.
things I think about all the freaking time. Like I sit here and wrap my brain around this stuff. Thank you, Paula. Roro, I think there is. I mean, I definitely think, but I don't think the distractions could be for what we think they are either. I think they're intentional, but some people will instantly go to, I think the distractions are because Seth is involved in his disappearance. I think it could be outside of that arena, that Seth is not involved in his disappearance and that there's guilt and opportunity to re-victimize the person he's going to ultimately lose control over if Sebastian is gone. And the fact that he wants to lash out at somebody and therefore insert the team of, we're going to build a circumstantial case against them. They do
And
smile.
it's not okay. now thinking about all of it and putting it together like that and thinking about it like it, they really went out their way.
Deanna, I agree with that. I 100% agree with what you're saying there, and that's something that I've never been able to overlook either. He knew. He said they were in discussions about sending him to a facility. Seth had reached out to a liaison to help find placement for him. Hank, come. Hank saw the door open and Bird out there, and he was like, "Wait a second, come here." Thank you, buddy. I just think there's a lot more to this. And I think Tony at night, they all saw an opportunity to be, the heroes on the white horses coming in. We're going to protect this man. He's a grieving father, grieving, vulnerable father, and we're going to solve this case. And they're trying, I don't know. I do not like where this is headed at all. I'll be honest. And I would love to sit in a war room with a bunch of detectives and FBI and walk through with some red string and some tape and give them my ideas. They would look at me like I have 15 heads. Because if you think this was deep today, you should get me really going on my real deep thoughts on this.
No, we're good on that.
Do you want to know? Here, I'll tell you guys something that might blow your mind. So my first inclination when this happened was one of the things I thought was he being bullied in school? Was he having problems with kids at school? Because that puts on the table of kids are cruel. Kids are extremely cruel. And how many times have we seen in recent times when kids harm and take the lives of other children? If something happened, like Seth said, he was exposing himself to another kid. Could it have embarrassed another child? And that child sought revenge. That was something that instantly went through my head was, is there another potential for other kids to be involved and have lured him out of the house by, meet me at the football field? Of course, I'm sure law enforcement has checked into every bit of that. But that was one of my first like, well, could that be possible? Because kids are terrible and cruel. You got him? He's going to try to eat that cat food.
Yeah.
But I would hope that law enforcement has checked in every possibility left, right.
That's the thing, though. I think they have because, every possibility that could be a possibility.
Yeah.
I really do. I think law enforcement went through the stages with this case. I mean, they didn't have much to go off to begin with anyway.
Yep.
Because of how everything happened.
Yep.
And I could see why some were, led to, or not led, but think that someone possibly lured him out the house too.
Yep.
Because he didn't leave nothing.
Well, and I genuinely believe Chris was in Memphis. We've heard them all confirm that over and over again. So I'm solid on the fact that Chris was in Memphis. I will say that. I mean, is there possibilities? Yes, but very, very unlikely because at this point in time, law enforcement would have had some sort of data, some sort of something. I believe that Katie probably was the last person to see him. I mean, she said as much. And the way she spoke about their day, nothing really sounds off to me. But again, that comes with your normal daily stressors. It comes with your normal daily life stressors, behavioral issues. These are typical, like nothing that would have stood out to them because these are the lives that they live. Does that make sense?
No, you're right.
Like that's a typical day if he was having behaviors or they were having disagreements or, that's a typical parent-child relationship, especially teenagers. We all have the moments with our parents. So
you know how many times I told my parents I was leaving?
Can you teach my 22-year-old how to say that? Because I'm just joking.
Saying, like, as a teen, you get those nuts and you be like, I'm gone. And your parent be like, all right, go ahead, go. And then you realize you ain't got no money, no job, no car, no house, nothing. What the fuck are you gonna do?
Where are you going? Jim
Right.
said, hi, Kyle. He says, hey, Jim, you guys want to see
See?
this
I
afternoon?
mean, some do.
You want to show
But
him?
I'm just saying, that's normal.
Oh, it is hard to see. I'll show you guys when he takes the wrap off. They did a little bit more on one of the faces of his tattoo today. But he's got the wrap on it, so you can't really see it. Kat, I agree with you that that's a possibility too. A lot of kids have ran away, and that's the other thing too, is here's another possibility. Did he go outside the home, because he's done it before and he thought he was going to be able to come back, and this time something changed? We found out down the road that he had been spotted under a neighbor's car, and the parents didn't even know. They didn't even know. So had he been attempting to sneak out before and they just weren't aware of it? Had he been practicing for a while and that time something happened or somebody got a hold of him and he just didn't come back? I mean, sorry, it's windy.
No, there's so many possibilities. That's the issue.
That's what I'm
And
saying. And it
so,
pisses me off when people are so tunnel visioned into, this is why I can't do true crime. This is why I could never do true crime, because I am so far outside of the box when it comes to situations like this. See, Carl, I can't get there yet because, again, he was coming to live with him in a couple months, taking him now. Where would he put him? He would have to have money to be able to keep him there or keep him. Yeah, I'm not there yet. I can't get there yet with you. Their motive doesn't make sense because he just had a couple months to wait until he was there full time. He doesn't have the support. He doesn't have the money to fund somebody keeping. I don't know.
I can see it both ways, though.
Yeah, I could. No, I can't right now because there's no evidence to even support. Like, it just doesn't make sense logically to me. But again, maybe I'm missing pieces. There are some connecting factors that the money is self-explanatory with the GoFundMe 3 days after he went missing. But there's going to be a money trail. There's going to be a money trail. I don't know. I've thought long and hard about that too. And I just keep coming to the same thing of I can't get there.
No, and I get that. I understand that because you're right. He did have a few months left, and he was going to move with him anyway, or that was the plan. So,
Right.
and I don't think he would. I don't think he would, like you said earlier, he wouldn't cut that connection to Katie.
Well, and that's the thing, is he had the opportunity of taking him a year ago. So if he had this plan, it doesn't make sense to me that he had it planned for 8 years when he could have a year ago had him in his custody. That doesn't really make sense to me, because then what are you going to do? Wait till he turns 18 and he's magically going to appear? That doesn't make sense. I mean, granted, he did sign a contract with that night until Sebastian turns 18, but I think that's more just for royalty purposes, of his image and likeness in case of a documentary movie type situation. Because Katie will be able to fight him on every bit of that.
Yeah. I don't know why that's till 18. What the fuck?
Yeah, it doesn't.
No, that one doesn't add up. I mean, it does add up so you can make shows or whatever you want to do with it, but I
think, I'm not going to go full tinfoil on you guys tonight, but I've got another theory about the whole kicking in the door, trying to incite vigilante justice. How do you get Chris out of the picture? Get Chris to snap, get Chris to take something into his own hand. How do you push somebody over the edge to intentionally get them to snap and do something that would either cause them to get locked up or to no longer be on this earth? And then I've wondered that too. No, Katie did not pay him alimony, according to what I know.
No, I do believe that, because when we had that conversation, when he did finally, just snapped when he had enough, was a month ago now, or a few weeks ago. You know, and I said, that's what they've been waiting on. That's what they've been waiting on. But I agree with you. I think they want him to take it further. They want him to do something dumb.
Yep, I do too. And I believe that that's why they're doing the vigilantes. Yeah, Mal, it doesn't really make sense either. But if you're aligned with a group like At Night and they have, I don't know. I don't know. There's a lot of optics. All of this is optics. But when you really break this back to the basics of what we know, and then you can throw in some normal speculation, some normal like theorizing type things, and you don't end up in these places that these people have. You don't get there. There's so many potentials that you're going to run into possibilities before you ever get to, oh, Chris and Katie did something.
No, that was the issue from the jump. How did we jump from he eloped to they did something that fast?
Well,
Because
Mal,
he gave an interview?
yeah. Mal, think of this. Why has he aligned himself with the very people who are diminishing Sebastian's capacity as not capable, not able to make a decision to leave that house on his own, not having communication with people, which we know he was having. He was even having communication with Seth's own neighbors when Seth was around or wasn't around and he was at work. So we know he was having communication. Babe, he's got something in his mouth. Will you grab it? I don't know if it's a cactus poke or what. Or was it a twig? I can't tell what he's got. But they have done everything to take the focus off of Sebastian. The blip boards that they supposedly were putting up are all targeted harassment campaigns at Chris and Katie, and it makes Sebastian look like a runaway fugitive, not a missing child with an Amber Alert. Everything that has been done, the vigils, most people do not believe in vigils until the person is found deceased. It's like a finality. Now, not everybody, but everything in the optics have been Sebastian. And then they say the second thing out of their mouth of, well, we believe he's out there. But do you? Because most of the team is very confident with saying that Chris and Katie did something, and they're on the right side of history by condemning Chris and Katie. So your team can't be saying that they hurt him, that your own Dog the Bounty Hunter, Hong, Nick, and those guys saying that they harmed him, pointing the finger at Chris and Katie. They can't be saying that, and then you saying, well, I believe he's still out there. It's one way or the other. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, pick a fucking struggle.
And they're constantly trying to undermine law enforcement, that law enforcement hasn't done enough, that Sumner County is corrupt. And I believe it's because they've been trying to present them with evidence or these things to keep them going, and then they will eventually say that Sumner County, if he is found and it is like an accident in the woods or something like that, they will say that Sumner County didn't do their due diligence, that they're corrupt, and that's the reason why they won't charge them. I believe that this is what we are seeing. That is just my theory at this point. There's a lot of pieces that I can't tell you or wrap up, but those are my opinions. There you go.
Just laid it out there with a pretty bow, huh?
Well, not really, because people are probably like, holy fuck, Becky has thought about this. Yeah, I've thought about it a lot, like in-depthly, and nobody, like, there's just so many possibilities. Do I also believe that there could be something more nefarious from anybody? Yeah, I don't fucking know.
None of us knows.
We don't know until we know, but I believe that the control of the optics make me question the people that he has aligned himself with so much more. And it is so clear to see that the motives of the people he surrounded himself with constantly. Now, most of you have never even heard me give these opinions ever. Like, I don't even talk about this stuff in private with most people. But a few of you have. A few of you have heard me lay it out a little bit more in depth.
Yeah, but not this in depth.
But this
like
is
you. I mean, you really sent my mind like a damn hamster wheel, man.
Sorry, Chico.
Like it was like little flashes going in my head. I'm like, oh shit, this makes sense. This makes sense. This makes sense. Well, that leads to this, and that's connected to that.
The mods in here are talking about what level they are on our pyramid. All of you guys are amazing because you guys all know how I just am like, I love you guys for just showing up. Come on now. You guys don't have to. Oh, Mama J, trust and believe they're going to throw a fucking fit about my theories. And I don't care. I don't care. But when you watch, the most concerning thing that puts these questions in my mind are Tony's behavior and At Night's behavior. You do not call in those type of people to distract and take every bit of focus off your missing child if there's not a reason. And the reasons for me do not align with Seth has something to do with his disappearance at this point in time. Now, could that change? Yes. But right now it doesn't. But the things that make sense to me and why Betty continues to just recently hone into law enforcement, Chris saying this. Well, I believe that if they told Chris and Katie that, which I believe is likely, that they went through all possible worst case scenarios of what they were coming across, that everything's on the table, but here's some possibilities that we might think are more likely. They told all three of them that. And at that point in time, I think that's when Seth, the desperation might have kicked in. Now, granted, like I said, I will give him complete props for anger. I'm sure I would be angry if my daughter was with her father and disappeared. I'm sure that's a natural emotion to have. But I think there starts the resentment, the lack of control, if I lost connection to Sebastian, I don't have, because who does he really have for a support system that we know of outside of Chris and Katie before Sebastian went missing? Chris and Katie pretty much were his support system alongside Sebastian. He didn't really have an in-depth relationship with his family.
No, you're right. I mean, they're the ones who helped him move there, get a job there. So he could be closer to Sebastian.
Yes. Yep.
And that's why I'd be like, how can y'all vilify these folks when they went out their way to help and his son be together?
Yeah. Well, and I think it's also kind of a ego-driven thing too. You have very strong-willed men who, he has it in his mind that he not only at this point lost his son, but he lost the one thing beyond his son that he kind of had control of all of these years because of them having a son, which would be Katie. Like, Three Sides 360, thank you for the support. And thank you guys for letting me just tell you where my head's at. But it's because of Tony and At Night's behavior and Seth being willing to align himself with these people that my brain really goes here. And again, I'm not trying to attack Seth in any way, shape, or form. These are just theories. And every theory that I've presented with you, Seth is not guilty of being involved in the disappearance of his child.
No. I second that. I don't agree with that. Not yet.
Nope, not until evidence says something. Same with Chris and Katie. If it comes out that Chris and Katie are involved, then it is what it is. But I'm just trying to put it back on here that there are so many things outside of the parents, any three of them. And I think we've gotten so tunnel visioned on just that we're overlooking logic.
No, I agree, because I've been said it was something, I hate to say it like that, but something simple. Unfortunately, that's me personally. Like I said, I can understand how other folks have the other theory, though, because of the circumstances, but
I can too. I can get there half the way, but then I think of motive means an opportunity, and he
Yeah.
would have had a lot more, he would have had a lot easier potential of doing something like that when Sebastian was younger, when the divorce was initial. Like, I just don't believe that was, he had opportunities before, which I could be wrong. Again, I'm just giving you guys some of the things that run through my head as I'm listening to this. And the biggest piece for me right now, and why I feel that Tony Mathis, At Night Media, and people like that are so dangerous to parents of missing children, is because they prayed. It doesn't matter. Seth was absolutely a part of this. He absolutely didn't have his arm twisted, but they saw him coming and knew exactly how to manipulate an already unraveling human being for their own personal benefit.
And
So
I agree with that. I do. I do agree with that. I think they preyed on him. And I mean that wholeheartedly. And I stand on that. I think they saw a grieving father and they took complete advantage of it.
Yeah. And they were like, here we are. And I believe that they sold themselves to Seth as the saving graces, that they're going to get a conviction of Chris and Katie, you know, and I believe that Seth was also desperate for his own
Yeah.
cover, because if he was in a relationship, which he said she was 12 and I was 10 years older. I mean, even starting a relationship at that age is problematic. And if there's proof that they were active before the age of 18, I don't know what the statute of limitations would be, but did he get concerned because that started to really present in the public and they decided that they need to clean some, like there's just so many
And
things
that's
there.
what I think. I think they were trying to clean the image because somebody had came online like a wrecking ball
Yep.
and said all type of wild ass shit. And now everybody's looking at you crazy as hell. How do I back up out of this? How do I change the narrative? How do I change the story? Well, I need you involved now. And that person, well, I need y'all involved because I need a cleanup crew.
Yep.
It to me it was a chain reaction.
Yep. And and I believe that's why Tony wasn't really the man for the job. He came in as the cleanup crew, but I don't believe that he was able to really get the cleanup crew. So what do you do next? You bring in an agency that this is the group of people that they work with. They work with people who have been accused of sexual assault and things of that nature. Bill Cosby, this is what they do. So how do you sway attention off of that to, I don't know. Carl, I'm with you. He made his choices in this too, but I believe both things are true at the same time. I believe that he has his own motive and means for what he needs out of these people, and he is a willing participant, but I also will never take it back. These people cold call people. They sought Seth out. They made themselves available to Seth. He was a product that Tony has wrapped up and sold access to. Tony's own words. So I believe both things. I think we have a bunch of the perfect storm of bad meets bad. But again, I take you back to my concern is outside of Seth Rogers, because when this situation, when Seth is no longer needing of them, what's going to happen? They're going to latch on to the next family. They're going to go after the next family that they can do something similar like this to.
Yeah.
And I believe that's why we're seeing an appeal done on this stupid shit. The longer that they can drive this out and keep connection here. And let's just say this. Why would an intelligence agency with 24 assets on the ground not have searched one fucking time for Sebastian? Why wouldn't their first priorities have been to get search parties in there? They have done everything but search for Sebastian and keep awareness out there about Sebastian. And you will see that even further when we go through Tony and Seth talking, the Lore Lodge interview. We've got a few more that I've laid out in this timeline. And I think you guys will be like, holy shit, watch Tony's movements, the way he directs, the way he leads, the way everything is, every bit of it.
No, and you're right. I do feel like Self is a narc. I'm gonna just say it. He is, or I think he is, in my opinion. But he definitely knows what he is doing as well. But I do think at one point in time, he was willing to do anything.
Yep. Yep.
And he's so far deep now. Like, how do you get out of some shit like this? Besides saying I'm wrong and I apologize.
That's not going to be a possibility. I genuinely do.
Exactly.
I don't think that he's definitely an active participant. I'm with you guys on all of that. I'm not saying he's not. I'm saying that if you look at the things that At Night and Tony have said about him, we have to take them at their words. They knew exactly that this man was a vulnerable, grieving father. It was mutually beneficial for all of them to be involved together. Seth was a package that he could sell access to people. And then you come down that line. People like Justin, Smiley, Brittany, they have all basically paid in some way, shape, or form for access to Seth, whether it's pushing the narratives that Seth wants out, pushing back on the people that like us who are throwing up, nope, this is misinformation. Here's your own words. Whether it's distractions, whether it's money being thrown at him, whether it's trying to go on Nancy Grace with some altered images claiming that it's Chris and Katie. I mean, these people are willing to sell their souls for access to Seth Rogers. And it might not be monetary that they're paying Seth for access to him, but they're beneficial to the Seth show.
Yeah.
The Tony
We've
show.
seen it numerous times when, you know, they show up and hop on panel and, you know, we've seen it.
And you have to do something for Tony. Tony has access to Seth. You're not getting access to Seth unless Tony is in agreement.
Mm-hmm.
To get Tony's approval, you are selling your soul for anything that Tony asks. I mean, look at the shit he did. We watched all that happen. He got Brittany J back in control so fucking fast. She was spinning on her wheels. She was about to come on and show that Tony was attempting to cancel channels that were going against what he wanted, you know, control the narrative. And she knew that. She had those messages in her hand, going to play Clues Live, and they got her so far off that, and she has been Team Tony, but it's because she's also an opportunist, and Tony sold her a story of, well, you've got personal problems here. We can take care of that at the same time. All of these people are opportunistics, pieces of shit, but I think, you know, you guys will see more and more as we walk through this, why I feel the way I do about Tony and Nick. These people to me are extremely dangerous, and I do not want them getting their hands on any other families, any other victims in any way, shape, or form. And I will do whatever I can to continue to push back on people like this, because this has got to be stopped. They're wasting time and resources in our court systems that could be spent on victims and the shit that needs to be in the courts. They're creating victims by doing what they're doing to fucking Granny. And it's just the whole thing. This is such a misservice to justice.
It really is.
A shit ton. Look at what happened with Tyree. 3 cops walked. A brutal beating and unaliving of Tyree Nichols. There are cases that deserve attention. There's families that deserve justice. And we have such a skewed perception of what that even fucking looks like or is anymore, because it's becoming normalized that shit like this is clogging up our court systems. It's fucking bullshit.
You're right. I agree with that. I definitely agree with, because I'm sick of it. I'm sick of the fuck shit.
Yeah.
Of course, I've been saying that. This has been a 3-ring circus. Nothing but fuck shit after fuck shit. At 1 minute, you know, they're saying this, and then it's not even a few days later that they're saying something else. And it's just, I truly think they did that shit on purpose to cover up or to paint a certain narrative.
Yeah.
And put all that focus back on Katie and Chris.
Yeah. Well, and Carl, you know what? I will agree with you on this, Carl. I hope you're right, Carl. I hope you're right. That would be my ultimate best outcome, is that he's alive and well, and that maybe he does return at 18. Maybe he just couldn't deal with the shit anymore. Maybe he felt like he was caused, you know, whatever the case may be. I hope he's not with somebody that's harming him or doing anything. But ultimately, I hope he's alive and well. I will continue to have the faith, because I just don't know. I'm just giving you guys more like my thoughts that lead us outside of the box. Could he be out there alive and well? Yeah, we have no idea. But that also puts into play other people, you know, potentially. I know where your brain goes with that, which I respect. I just can't get there yet. But maybe over time, if there's evidence of that, I can see, you know, nothing is off the table for me. But I say continue to have the hope, because we truly do not know what happened to Sebastian. But I think there's so many possibilities outside of the family.
Bingo. And Mike, I do hope he proves me wrong and a lot of people wrong. I do. I hope he is alive. There's so many equations and variables in this that we don't know. We don't.
And
And
I don't ever want to be in the shoes of his parents, any of them, and just not knowing, you know. I can't imagine how hard that is for all these people that have missing loved ones, not just Katie and Chris, with all of these people that spend holidays wondering where their loved one is, if they will ever see them again, if they're alive without closure. Like, that just breaks my heart. And then we have so many people that are fighting for justice and they've never even seen anything remotely of justice. And then you have a group like this coming in and fucking LARPing and playing games. It's just a mind fuck right now. And it's too much because you have things like Tyree's case, Scott Spivey's case. You guys want a fucking rabbit hole? Go down the Scott Spivey case.
man, his case pisses me off so bad because it's clear as day what happened. And they're dragging their fucking asses because they don't want to admit that their officers fucked up because they were buddy with the person who did it. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, yes. Go. Chico and I are both like watching Duchess lay that out. If you guys have not seen that Duchess's breakdown of that, I highly encourage, especially the last one. You want to see police corruption at work, go watch the body cam footage where you watch a cop, an officer. It was deemed a road rage shooting in self-defense. Well, there's a lot more to it. The body cams and stuff have been released, and there's an officer on the scene, walks over to his truck, writes on a notepad, it's caught on body camera, and it says, look like a victim or act like a victim. Then he walks back over to Weldon Boyd, who was the driver that followed this man and then ultimately shot him to death. Walks back over to him, flashes him the notepad that says, act like a victim. Weldon Boyd, the one that was driving as they followed this man, chased him and then shot him, which doesn't make sense either.
Chased him for miles, not called 911. The dispatcher never told him to stand down, sit back, sit your ass down, pull back. My officers got it. None of that. Nope. Mm-mm.
Yeah. And then Weldon Boyd is on audio saying to one of the officers who is no longer there because there's more fucking corruption. And he actually called this guy when this all was happening. But later on, there's a discussion that's being overheard, and there's audio recording of it. And Weldon Boyd says to this other officer, I had a blast.
Mm-hmm.
The motherfucker that shot this man says, I had a blast. And the officer responds, it is what it is. Oh,
over 40. Was it 40 shots?
Yeah, it is a mind fuck. But if you like crazy,
What was it, Dutch? I don't want to be either 20 or 40. It was a high number of shots.
It's a lot. It's terrible. Thank you, Duchess, for sharing that. Yeah.
Yes.
Please go watch it. Please go watch that. And she's got a part 1 and part 2, and will be doing a part 3 after she comes back from vacation sometime, which she needs to be on vacation. But highly suggest watching that. It's a mind fuck. It is a complete mind fuck. Somebody said something up here too. And then Canada. The one thing that I feel a little bit more confident in with this case in Canada, I will say, is people cannot access Canadian records like they can in the US. They protect their citizens a little bit better. So the FOIA access, things like that, aren't as likely or potential. So that gives them a little bit more protection. And in Canada, I think they are a little bit more apt to act with people interfering in investigations. I would hope so. Now, granted, we've seen some corruption out of Canada too with missing children. So I'm not going to go too far into that, but I'm hopeful that they will put their foot down and not let this get too far. Over 40 shots. Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought it was over 40 because that number stuck out to me. It was over. You know what I'm saying. It was way overboard.
It's way over. Yeah. And then they towed. Oh, here's another part of that story that just makes me sick. After he was shot and killed, they towed his truck But they towed his body. They left his body in the truck as they towed it.
Yeah.
They didn't even remove him at the crime scene. Nothing. And now the guy who shot and killed him is suing his sister who's advocating for him.
Yep, that's the cake topper. That was the cherry on top.
Beware marching band. How's that going to work out with the Americans having the Facebook groups with all the wild shit? I wonder how that'll work out. That's crazy. Yeah, that's just some of the stuff we're all going through right now. Like we've all been, Chico's been doing the Tyree case. Duchess has been doing the Scott Spivey case, and I'm over here just in this hole. Still trying to.
No, but we appreciate what you do too. I mean,
Well,
at
we
the
all
end of the day, exactly. Everybody plays their part.
Yep, we all do our little, and they all kind of connect in different ways of how much this fucking world's gone to shit.
It really has. And I'm like, shout out to the parents out there, man, because I don't know how y'all brought kids up in this fucked up world. Real shit. Shout out to y'all, because baby,
and all of us
personally, I couldn't do it.
Well, and I think it's so amazing too, because all of us play such a different role in what we're all trying to accomplish. Like we have very similar goals, like very similar, like we want things to change. We want things to change in the judicial system, with corruption, with awareness for missing, with dignity for victims. Like it all works in tandem, and we're all just doing our little pieces of things that we can help with. And that's what we're doing. So
yep. And like Dutch said, people need to be able to spot the plays and narratives in future cases. And she's right. Because they always going to pull the same playbook. Just watch each story and how every time it is somewhat evolved to some new lower shit.
Yeah. They're doing it right now in the Canadian case. If you go watch, it's the same exact playbook.
I'm not doing it.
Misinformation, it's the same.
I don't want to go down that rabbit hole, because I saw it. I saw where it was going, and I said, this is it. This is the next one.
Lucy, I'm in Arizona. I'm never going to pretend to you that I'm looking for a missing child. I keep my eye out and I'm observant, but that's all I can do. I am not ever going to say I am trying to find missing children. That's not what I do. I'm an asshole with a YouTube channel that absolutely pushes back on the misinformation that is harmful to these kids' active cases. These are active cases. You want to play idiots? Go play in, go do something that needs people to dive deep into, like cold cases. Don't treat those families like shit either. That's not what I'm saying. But go put your mind in something like that. None of us. I'm an asshole with a YouTube channel that can push back and do stuff. I do not bring awareness. I will throw a flyer up here occasionally, but please stop thinking that your fucking random YouTuber that you have way too much hope in is finding children. Okay, let's put it back into reality. None of these people are fucking even looking for Sebastian. They're telling you, oh, we're doing this, we're doing that. That's not it. Come on now, that's not fucking it. But to even say something ignorant like that, well, no shit. You didn't need to tell me that. I know that. I could have told you that 14 months ago. That's not what I do. I'm not out here looking for a missing child. That's not my place. I leave that to trained professionals, and that's not me. And as far as me being monetized, you're fucking right. I am monetized. I put a lot of work and effort into what I do, and I'm not going to feel guilty for it. But guess what? I absolutely put money back into things that are important to me. Well, good for Clue. She's local. I'm not. I'm in Arizona.
Thank you. Wait a minute. Where the fuck? What the fuck? Wait a minute.
My life.
Y'all would be having some of the most wildest shit to say. I swear to God.
Lucy.
Oh, boy.
They're also local in the area. I fucking live in Arizona. I'm not going to be a LARPer that flies into Tennessee to get some fucking shots of me out there searching and pretend and then bring it back to social. I'm sorry. I'm not that girl. let's just call it what it is.
I've shared his flyers. I'm not local.
I give great props to Clue and Cletus being local, going out there searching, but I guarantee, like Daniel Robinson missing in my fucking area, I guarantee they didn't get on a plane to come here. Let's just put things into capacity of what reality is. I was in Florida on fucking vacation, Lucy.
The fuck? Oh Lord. Yeah. No, we done lost the plot. We done lost the plot.
Go get fucked. Seriously, go get fucked. At this point, like, you're just fucking weird.
Yeah, we lost the plot.
Weird. Just fucking weird. Clue and Cletus, I've always given them props for being out there searching. That's amazing that they've done that. But I am not fucking going to be flying to Tennessee to act like I'm searching for a missing child when I wouldn't even know the proper ways to do it. I'm not fucking Betty. Okay. That's what you want me to be Bullhorn Betty, Lucy? Lucy. I wish I'd had this perspective when I was trying to explain to a 14-year-old kid what the fuck happened to us, because, oh, Bree, that's a lot. I'm really sorry. Oh, of course.
Yeah, like when they said something about being in Florida, that we lost the plot, baby. Like, where the fuck you going with this?
I was fucking out there riding dolphins. I'm sorry.
Like, what the fuck? I mean,
these people they get it in their fucking minds that they hear so often from these fucking tragedy pimps, these tragedy vultures. We're boots on the ground. It's like, what the fuck?
Right. Like, that's what I'm like. Why did you come in here saying, well, Clue? Nobody has said anything negative about Clue. So what the fuck?
We've always said, thank God they went out there and looked. Like, I think it's amazing. Cletus has done so much searching and like scouring areas and mapping shit out. Like, Cletus has done a shit ton and they've gone out there looking. I don't have a problem with it. I think it's amazing. They're local to the area, but it would be like expecting them to fly over here to Arizona to go search for Daniel Robinson. Now, Cletus probably fucking would. Cletus is just that guy. But
like I'm lost with that one, okay? I'm gonna be honest about that. I'm lost.
I booted her. I timed her out. It's just funny how these people think that like they have this perception just because somebody else they watch, then I should be the same. I don't do true crime at all. Like, this is the most true crime-ish with theories and speculation that I've ever really done. And it's because of what we're watching these people do. Why I finally shared some of my theories and thoughts today, because you can't really understand why this shit stands out to me with At Night and Tony unless you know a little bit more of my theory and why I feel the way I do. Right. But they think we're like these fucking subhuman people that, you know, oh, you went to Florida. Well, why didn't you just fucking fly to Tennessee? Because I took a vacation with my significant other and then I flew home to my family. You know how many people are missing in Arizona? I'm not going to fly to Tennessee. If I'm going to go search for missing, it's going to be local to me.
I was going to say, do you know how many is missing in Memphis?
Fuck my life.
Especially teens. And all of them are labeled runaways. Every last one. Well, I ain't going to say every last. Majority of them are labeled runaways.
Did you read that comment on the fucking screen?
Bro. I don't know how you gonna do that with the rivers we got. Them dolphins wasn't gonna make it far.
Next thing you know, I'm gonna just Ace Ventura myself with some like fucking SAR uniform on the back of a fucking dolphin. Nonsense to save the day, riding a dolphin in. Fuck my world. I just don't understand some people's fucking brains or lack thereof anymore. It's like, what are you doing? Like, what the fuck are you doing?
We've been gone, baby. We like Dutch say, we done shot to the moon. Actually, we shot past the moon. I don't know what planet we headed for now. I don't even know if we're in the same galaxy anymore or what, but
I'm going to call Chris and ask him if he needs me and my dolphin riding skills to appear in Tennessee. He's probably going to think I'm fucking lost my goddamn marbles at this point in time. Daniel Robinson. Did you guys see the segment on America's right after Sebastian's? That was a really good segment on Daniel Robinson too. His dad David is such an incredible force. He's done a lot for missing people out here. They found a lot of bodies since they've been looking for Daniel too.
Yeah.
That's a case I follow quite a bit locally. So yeah. Anyways, I'm gonna get out of here now before another Lucy comes in and I fucking cuss them out, because it's like, why are you even doing that? Clue and Cletus, yeah, they're local. That's amazing. That's great that they did that. I'm not. And I'm not like flying around to go LARP like I'm searching for missing. That's just fucking Betty-ish, and that's weird to me.
Exactly. Well, I'm in Tennessee, and I just that wouldn't. That's not something I would do.
Yeah,
and it's not that I don't care or anything like that. It's just because with me having a page and shit, I could already hear it now. You're doing it for views and shit, but when other creators do it, you know what I'm saying?
Exactly. It's a lose-lose situation in that. Like,
Right. I'm like, nah.
If I flew to fucking Tennessee to go search, people would be like, oh my God, nonsense doesn't get involved with families. What the fuck is she doing? Then it would be, she's only doing this for clicks and views. Yeah, I'm not doing that. We have a lot of like, give them their props. They went out and searched. Cool. Let me be the asshole. I'm here.
Yeah. Like,
great for you, Lucy. You were timed out for a little bit. I hope you felt your ears ringing, because that was some ignorance. All right. Now that Lucy's back, I gotta go before I turn into
Bye, y'all. Y'all have a good night. And thank you for letting me up. And
of course.
Yeah, you mind fucked me tonight. Thanks for that.
Sorry.
I'm pretty sure I'm not the only one though.
Okay, well, good. At least you're not mind fucked alone. Lucy.
No.
Before I let you go. Lucy, I'm gonna go see if I can rent a dolphin to next time in Florida, if I can ride it to Tennessee, and then go search on my dolphin. Okay.
Yeah. You might have to swap species though, for real. When you get to a certain part, you might want to swap. Just saying.
Hold up. Why is pointing out that a YouTuber, local or not, was looking? There was nothing wrong with you doing that, but you were asking me why I wasn't, and then you're comparing me to Lucy.
What the no, bye girl. Come on. We're not doing this shit tonight. Let's go.
Lucy needs a home, not here. Okay, bye. I'm literally bye. Okay, bye guys. Have a good night.